Haran tried to escape from the hooligans, who were clinging to him, not for the first time, but he was driven into a dead end and caught. It was a whole gang of rascals, but it was the largest of them who was holding the boy, while the others watched his actions with interest. Gromila was very angry with him, as with his weight, it was quite difficult to run after the nimble boy. Trying to teach Haran, the big man hit him so hard that his glasses flew off. He was called, and instead of approaching, he began to run away, which is why he received a telling slap. But it seemed to the robber that this was not enough for a person to remember the lesson. So he struck again, and then another. The guy couldn't do anything against a man several times his size. But at that moment, the big man's partner stopped him. And with this, he only angered the offender more, because he was just starting to enjoy himself. But he still let Haran out of his hands. The savior's name was Ben Hong. He began to pretend that he was worried about the boy, but began to feel sorry for him. But in reality, he also wanted to explain angrily, so that the boy would not run away again when they called him again. Haran had to give all his money because this bully also hurt him. Besides, he was in a great hurry and had no desire to linger. Finally, the hooligans got what they wanted and walked away, leaving him with nothing. As he caught his breath, he remembered that he was indeed running late. And despite his exhaustion after the fight, he began to rush home with all his might. He quickly ran home and began to prepare himself for the game, since the wounds on his face could hinder him. After giving his face a quick treatment, he headed over to the game console. Our hero turned on and configured all the necessary equipment so that all his movements were read correctly. Taking off his broken glasses, he began to put the virtual reality helmet on his head. Taking the controllers in his hands, he quickly entered his login and password, after which the connection began. When it ended, our hero plunged into the virtual world. And then he already forgot about the wounds on his face, on which he was pressed by the helmet. In the game, Haran was no longer a simple student who couldn't stand up for himself, but a level 99 warrior in shining armor with a large golden sword. Here, 3 of his friends were already waiting for him at the meeting place, and it was to them that he was in such a hurry. But one of the characters was angry with him for being late. He looked like the bully who bullied him in real life. Although here, in virtual reality, he could have easily fought back against the abuser, he did not do so. And he simply apologized, as it was his friend. There was also a new member who joined only today. She was quite beautiful, and Haran liked her. He promised that he would help her get used to it. And together, they will be able to complete the level to the dungeon in less than an hour. And then another girl appeared from above, who was part of the game and gave out tasks, and all players wanted to get some interesting quest. It was a level 100 challenge for our main character. Everyone liked it, so they accepted it together, looking forward to what would happen next. They moved through the Game Hero quest, the best virtual game where there was a high level of freedom with different ways of completing quests. And Haran was the most popular player. But at the moment when he was enjoying himself, he was interrupted by that new heroine. She was new, so she didn't know how to behave. She asked if they were moving in the right direction. The player himself did not answer her, but his friend explained that you just need to believe and follow the main thing. Suddenly, large stones began to fall from the mountain, but Haran knew how to behave and ordered to follow him at the same pace. This was the only obstacle in their way. The heroes themselves were surprised that they did not meet a single monster while getting here. But they understood that something was wrong here, and they knew that this was only the beginning. And then, suddenly, a large horde of scoundrels began to rush, and our heroes had to defend themselves. Of course, Haran gave the greatest resistance. And during the fight, he even managed to tell the newcomer who he was. He started playing out of curiosity, but then he started learning passing techniques, and the number of people who recognized him increased, and he became who he is. Despite the fact that he talked a lot during the fight, the warrior still managed to destroy a large number of enemies. Therefore, he gave way so that other characters could show themselves. Even the newcomer, motivated by the story, went into battle. Each hero had their own skills and abilities, so by working together they were able to defeat all the enemies on this level. Everyone rejoiced. As for this, they received a large amount of resources. This quest took 40 minutes, which was even faster than they expected. Novenka thanked Haran personally for showing and explaining everything to her. Besides, everything happened very quickly, and she will not be late with her plans. The player himself also thanked everyone for the good team play, and he said that they made more efforts to overcome obstacles. But the same partner who was angry at his tardiness at the beginning did not agree with him. He emphasized that it was all thanks to his help with cleaning. Others also confirmed that Haran was a good leader. Our hero was pleased to hear this. Such praise was one of the reasons why he began to strive to reach the heights in this game. Since the newcomer was already in a hurry, she said that she was leaving. The others also had things to do, so they also began to say goodbye. Only Haran wanted to stay a little longer, but since everyone had already left the game, he too began the process of exiting. At that moment, something went wrong, but he didn't pay attention to it, as he thought it was because the others were just now disconnecting. He found himself completely alone in the large territory of the initial spawn. Our hero breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that it was all over. He realized that during this time, the others had already managed to disconnect, and he could repeat his attempt. But this time he didn't go out either, because he was distracted by a strange monster that he had never seen before. This dark silhouette, with a strange glow, was outside the spawn, so our hero did not worry. He was just looking at the new mob, and in a way he was glad to meet him as he loved exploring the game and learning new things. But at one point, the enemy crossed the spawn line, which other monsters could not do, and appeared in a large silhouette right in front of Haran. They looked into each other's eyes, and neither of them attacked. It was all very strange. The sight of the monster was unpleasant for our hero, and he decided to overcome it to get out of the game as soon as possible. But when he started swinging, his sword seemed to get heavier at some point, and he couldn't make a strike. But after a moment, Haran realized that it was not the sword that made him heavier, but his character simply stopped obeying him. He was enveloped in fear, as he did not understand what was happening. At some point, his hero began to slowly disappear altogether. While our hero dissolved in the air, it became clear that he is not just disappearing, but moving somewhere. Suffocating from the lack of oxygen, Haran suddenly emerged from under the water, greedily grabbing fresh air. It was a great stress for him. He spent quite a long time underwater. But while he was catching his breath, our hero did not even notice that he was somewhere in the middle of the mountains, near a large waterfall. He spent a lot of time in the game, but now he could not understand what this place was. He even managed to think that while he was in the water, the game was updated and a new location was added. When the boy got up to examine the area in more detail, he saw his reflection in the water and it simply shocked him. Haran couldn't recognize himself at all without his shiny armor and cloak. He just didn't know where all his things had gone. He quickly started going through different theories in his head. He thought that it was a dream or that his account had been hacked. At this moment, he remembered his teammates. It turns out that they will have to wait for him again. While he was worried about how much he messed up, our hero didn't even notice the new sword monster standing behind him. Haran could not understand why this enemy appeared at the very moment when he had just emerged, and at the same time, he had not yet left the reservoir. But he could not change anything, and in front of him was already standing an unfamiliar man in a woolen cape with the same unpleasant look as the previous mob, which testified to his evil intentions. The most popular player was now unarmed and unable to fight against a sword-wielding stranger, so he decided to just quit the game. But he did not have time to do this again, because the enemy attacked sharply, trying to destroy the main character. The monster's sword swept in front of our hero's face, almost touching him, and at that moment, you could see that it was not a monster, but just a man in a mask. But even if Haran knew that there was a person in front of him, he still couldn't do anything without his ammunition and weapons. That is why the crow was able to deliver several strong blows, and it became clear that the boy was in a complete mess. He couldn't think of anything smarter than just quitting the game. But, as in the past, he did not succeed again, and he did not understand why. At the moment of his next attempt to get out, a stranger tried to ride on him again. And in order to save himself, He tried to get out again and even repeated this action several more times in a row. But all was unsuccessful, although this time he realized that he could not exit the game at all, and the past failed attempts when he tried to do so were no coincidence. The option to exit has disappeared. The monster did not stand still, but swung directly at Haran and executed a blow that seemed to be fatal for him. But something incredible happened. The character flew back uncontrollably, avoiding the enemy's sword. The boy did not understand what happened, and for some reason felt invulnerable. His reaction became faster, but his feelings were quickly dispelled by another attacker who sneaked up behind her and delivered an unexpected blow. Fortunately, he was only shot in the arm. Although the wound was quite severe, he still survived easily. But at that moment, he himself just realized that he was really hurt and he really felt the wound. The boy did not believe his own sensations. He was in the game and could not feel real pain. He began to think about everything that had happened to him recently and could not understand what was happening at all. At that moment, he heard the stomping of many people behind him. Haran was afraid to turn back, because he began to understand that perhaps all this is not a virtual game at all, but reality. Haran clearly remembered that he was playing a game and could believe what was happening, but he had some strange sensations. From behind, one of the monsters with glowing eyes approached him again, who also swung his sword at the boy and executed a strike. But like last time, his sensor worked, and he spotted the attacker a fraction of a second before the blow, and he managed to dodge the enemy's sword as quickly as possible. He began to realize that he had some strange new abilities that allowed him to easily avoid being hit. There were more and more attackers, and one of them ordered the others not to let him escape. Our hero was even more surprised after hearing that monsters can speak, something he had never seen before. Another assailant also chased after Haran, calling him names as by this time everyone was already very angry with him. And only now, when the boy heard the voice of these creatures, he himself began to understand that they were not monsters. Realizing that there was a person in front of him, he began to try to stop the offender with words. But at the moment when he was retreating, he tripped over a stone and fell on his back, becoming an even easier target for the armed warrior. And the attacker decided to take advantage of this moment and jumped directly above Haran, who could no longer dodge so easily since he was on the ground. But here, at the last moment, someone stopped the warrior's blow with his words. The blades of the swords stopped right in front of the frightened boy's face. His savior was dressed in the same clothes as the rest of the soldiers, who stood with a blue-haired girl nearby and watched what was happening. Our hero was very scared, as he understood that all this could be reality. At that moment, his heart was beating very fast. His savior, who was most likely the main one, ordered the others to lift the boy to his feet. The soldiers who had already surrounded the boy simply ordered him to get up, and he got up with fear, looking for someone who saved him. He looked at the girl, who immediately ordered him to reveal his identity. This girl was familiar to him, as if he had already met her somewhere. The guy awkwardly began to introduce himself. But the warrior standing behind began to hurry him. He ordered to quickly answer the girl's questions. He did not know how to explain to these people who he was, so he began to sweat and mutter uncertainly. But here, one warrior, who was standing a little further from those surrounding Haran, was suddenly destroyed. Another stranger who did this was very strong, as he was able to throw another warrior from a long distance right at the boy's feet. It was a hulking monster with glowing eyes too, but it was much bigger than any mob our most popular player had ever encountered. The girl seems to have been ready for his appearance because she took out her sword and stood proudly, preparing to attack. The remaining warriors were surprised, as such a big monster was a surprise to them. The most important one ordered the rest not to retreat under any circumstances, but everyone was afraid, since they knew what power such a mob possessed. The warriors retreated from the boy and began to attack their new enemy. But the forces were unequal. The monster had a much stronger and larger weapon, which was an axe. It was with her that he began to scatter everyone who approached him, not giving them a chance to even touch him. Haran at that moment was simply petrified. It was too much, because he did not have time to recover from the news alone, and there was also an unknown monster. he still couldn't figure out if it was part of the game or if these people had really just been destroyed by a monster. Only one warrior remained, who was nearby. At this moment, he was standing in front of the wild giant. This warrior wanted revenge for his partners, so he began to attack the monster from above. But the mob was too strong and easily pushed the attacker towards the boy, who was even more shocked at that moment as he was left alone in front of the monster. Since he couldn't get out of the game, he didn't come up with anything smarter than just running away. Moreover, having no ammunition, he could not do anything, but that blue-haired girl stood in front of him. She tried to strike the monster, but it was several times bigger and faster than her. That's why he hit her with his axe first, not even looking who it was. The stranger was thrown dozens of meters away from the monster. The blow was so strong that she hardly survived it. But when the dust began to disperse, Heron saw that the girl was alive. He was worried about her for some reason. So he sighed with relief when he saw her standing up, leaning on her sword. Our hero did not know what was being done, but he understood that if she remained in place, the monster, which was already approaching her, would surely destroy her. He began to think how to help her, but he did not have armor or a sword to at least try to fight off the monster. And the guy did not want to sacrifice himself for the sake of a stranger, so he decided that he would just run away, and no matter what happened to her, no one would even remember her. At that moment, he was grabbed by the leg by a wounded warrior, who asked for forgiveness and begged Haran to save him. But it only distracted him, and when he raised his head, he saw the girl trying to fight the monster. He did not understand where he had already seen her, and began to try to remember at least something. And at that moment a holographic screen appeared right in front of him, which confused the boy, as he was already sure that this was all real life. It was written on the screen that this is an educational quest, which consists in protecting Princess Utah, who was attacked by a monster. She needs help to eliminate him. After that, the main quest will open for him. Hearing the name of the blue-haired girl, he still remembered where he had seen her before. It was the NPS that gave him and his friends tasks for spawning. He looked at her again and made sure that it was really her. During this time, the girl has not yet lost a battle, like the rest of the warriors. While he was watching the fight, he received a notification sound, which was strange for the real world. It said that if he failed this quest, there would be consequences for him. But it wasn't specified exactly what would happen. But just as he was beginning to think, another additional notification arrived stating that he would die if he didn't complete the mission. He panicked when he found out, because he knew it wasn't a game anymore. Haran simply could not recover from such news, but he had very little time to think. Since Utah received several heavy blows again, and her strength was already running out, it was difficult for her to get up and fight on. But she was not an ordinary girl, so she tried to somehow get out of such a situation herself. She told herself that it was her duty to survive, but it was hard to do since she had lost her weapon. And the monster was already so close that she could see his dirty shoes. He was standing over the girl, exhausted from the long battle, and was ready to strike a decisive blow. Utah could not even raise her head to at least see her abuser for the last time. He was cold-blooded, so he swung his axe at the girl without hesitation. But at that moment, Haran used his new ability and with great speed put the sword, which he picked up from the warrior who was lying next to him, which saved Utah. She didn't expect this at all, but this shock gave her a lot of adrenaline, and she was even able to get to her feet instantly. The guy ordered her to run while he detained the monster. He had no choice. That's why he came to her rescue. The monster, on the contrary, was happy about his appearance, as it is more interesting for him to destroy as many people as possible, regardless of who they are. Although our hero held the monster's axe with his sword, he could not do it for long and let go of the sword, which allowed the enemy closer. The monster saw at this moment a chance to destroy Haran and hit him with the blunt side of the axe. The boy managed to put up his sword, but still the blow was very strong, and he flew above the ground. Falling a few meters away from the monster, he thought it was a good time to move away, as it was very difficult to fight him now. But the enemy had other plans. He was approaching the boy with insane speed and the same fury. And when he got close enough, he delivered an even stronger blow, from which sparks flew, as Haran again lowered his sword. But the greater power was evidenced not only by the sparks, but also by the distance our hero flew after the impact. It was twice as far as last time. He hoped that this would play into his hand, and he would be able to catch his breath, while the enemy with an axe would run towards him, which was already so clear. But as soon as Haran got to his feet, he saw a huge figure flying straight at him in the air. And at that moment, the boy again felt that strange jolt, and his character again moved several meters back, avoiding the monster's blow, which has already hit the ground at the place where our hero was standing a second ago, while thinking that he hit the target. But when the big man looked up, he did not see the boy, and he was surprised and at the same time very angry, and he began to breathe even more ominously. And without thinking, he started a new attack approaching our hero, who already felt a little more confident. His attacker looked a bit like the virtual monsters he fought in the game, so he assumed he could use the same tactics. He just imagined that he was playing a game now and felt even more confident because he had been through this moment in the game so many times already. Haran knew in advance how his opponent would act, and this would give him a great advantage in battle. He began to parry the monster's attacks much more easily and dodge them, repeating his techniques from the game. But it didn't help stop the monster. It only made him angrier, which was very bad on the one hand. The enemy had already directly told our hero to surrender and for this battle to end sooner, but Haran did not even think of surrendering, as his mission is to protect the princess. The moment he remembered her, he looked in the direction where she was, and was surprised that she was in the same place. This distracted him greatly, as he did not understand why she did not run away. And the big man took advantage of this, trying to destroy our hero with his axe. But it was not so easy, as he used his new sense again, and managed to place the sword against which the axe struck with sparks. It was difficult for him to once again hold the heavy axe of the enemy, who at the same time was pressing on him with the whole weight of his body. Haran couldn't stand it anymore, and the enemy understood it, so he smiled sinisterly, rejoicing that he had almost defeated the boy. But in an instant, his face changed, the smile disappeared, and now his emotions showed only terrible pain. But this is not surprising, since a sharp blade protruded from it, which went through the entire fat body of this big man. This fatal blow was delivered by that blue-haired girl who managed to catch her breath and find her sword, while Haran distracted the enemy. The body fell to the ground with a thud, and the two of them stood over it, breathing a sigh of relief. The boy was so sure that the fight was over that he relaxed and dropped the found sword on the ground, which fell near the very head of the fallen warrior. But it was this sound that woke up the seemingly destroyed enemy and gave him some even greater strength. He stood up abruptly and looked at Haran with the same unpleasant look, who was not at all ready for such a thing. Therefore, the big man easily managed to grab him and deliver such a strong blow with his bare hands that he flew away several tens of meters again, which meant that Yuta, who was still standing next to the big man, was in great danger. And at this very moment, the monster, having dealt with the boy, pushed him far away from the scene of the fight. He moved to his other victim and delivered an equally strong blow with his fist. The girl flew away from the attacker even further than the boy. She had suffered many such blows before, and before that, she was relatively well, but now she had lost consciousness and was lying motionless. Haran also tried to get up, as he saw that the monster was approaching Yuta, who definitely couldn't defend herself. He was already standing over her body, breathing ominously. He wanted to take revenge on her for the fact that she almost destroyed him. The boy was almost able to rise to his feet, but then he saw another warrior running with a sword straight at the big man. He flew up, and before the girl's abuser had time to come to his senses, struck him with a strong blow that confused the monster even more. Then, at the right moment, the stranger warrior dealt several more blows to the monster, one of which became fatal for him, this time for sure. After that, the rescuer immediately rushed to Yuta, who was lying on the ground, and it was not clear whether she was breathing or not. He picked her up and began begging her to wake up, trying in every way to resuscitate her. Fortunately, she opened her eyes, and it was clear one thing: she is alive, and therefore Haran did not fail his mission. The warrior once again asked the girl if she was all right, and if she could hear him at all, but she did not understand anything. And at that moment, our hero received a notification again, and on the holographic screen, it was said that the training quest was completed successfully. But he was informed that there are other mercenaries who want to get rid of the girl, so it is necessary to continue to protect her and follow her, because although she is a simple NPC in the game, here she is the only member of the royal family from the kingdom of Ayal. He learned this from the holographic screen, and he was also shocked by the fact that it said that he could return home only after completing all the quests, and the next one would appear soon. He once again realized that it was all really real, and it was definitely not a game, and at that moment he was called. In front of him stood a blue-haired girl together with the warrior who destroyed the monster. The princess pointed to the boy and asked what his name was. This time he was also scared, but answered more confidently that his name was Haran. She told him to come with them since the boy saved her, and Yuta doesn't like to be in debt and wants to pay him back. And his current mission was precisely to follow her, so he quickly agreed and started to follow them. But here, the real savior of Utah stopped and asked with displeasure what this guy is for, and that they don't even know who he is and what he does. But the girl told him to calm down and not get angry like that. The boy saved her, and if he wanted to destroy her, he would have done it a long time ago. Haran, who was standing next to him, was embarrassed by such praise and did not even know what to say, and the warrior continued to look at him with contempt. Yuta, on the other hand, began to walk and without turning around said that this boy would go with them for the time being. And she ordered the warrior to take care of her destroyed bodyguards. The warrior obeyed the order and said that he would go find a suitable place nearby and return. They gave an honorable burial to the warriors who had been destroyed by the monster before it itself was destroyed. The girl stuck her sword near the stone inscription as a sign of respect to those who protected her for a long time. She was silent for a while and then began to speak to Haran. That her father was eliminated quite a long time ago, and everyone turned their backs on her after that, but he protected her and fought against the monster until the very end. She respects him for that. The warrior who destroyed the monster also paid his respects. As he knew each guard, he called them great warriors and said he would not forget their valor. Yuta said that honor is a great and very strong quality of a person, which manifests itself only in difficult times. Those who refused honor now live luxuriously, and those who kept honor are now buried here. They all stood together in silence for a while. But Yuta said it was time for them to go, as they had to get back to town before lunch. The guard immediately went after the girl, and Haran stood for a few minutes thinking about everything that had happened. He understood that now the only option to return to real life is to complete the quest. Because of this, he sighed sadly and went to meet new friends. At this time, the other mercenaries, who were also hunting the princess, were waiting for news from their partner, who was the axe-wielding thug who was destroyed. One of them was sleeping at all, since it was a dead night, but suddenly he woke up from strange sounds from above. It was one of the scouts, who also tried to know the princess, but no one succeeded, but he said that he saw on the lawn a dead man with an axe. The mercenary, who was eating at that time, said that this man had framed and betrayed them. But that mysterious warrior who came out of sleep said that it was not so, and he could not do that. The scout, who was still hanging upside down, looking like a monkey, asked if he was sure, because it looked very suspicious to him. The dark warrior in the hat was smarter, so he immediately figured out what happened. The princess could simply escape their ambush. Gluttony was very angry because he lost his partner, and he promised that he would find the princess and fast for her. The scout's eyes were red, not sure if it was from hanging upside down for so long or from anger, but he said he would go after Yuta. But then the man in the hat mysteriously took off his mask and said with a smile that there was no need to chase anyone, and he already knew where she might be. The morning came, and our heroes moved without even talking, because they were very tired. They climbed the mountain from which the city was already visible, and the guard was the first to say that they had finally arrived in the land of Manhwa. Haran was tired because he was not used to such loads, and they walked here almost all night. The overseer, who was on duty at the tower, saw our company and quickly ran up the mountain to the elder's house, who at this time was just starting to write his letter to the princess, since they had not been in contact for a long time. And then the guard called him, trying to do it carefully, as he knew that the sage could not be distracted. And he was just now busy with an important matter, so he did not react to the warrior's visit. But then the guard said that it was very important, since the princess had arrived to them. The sage and his assistant were very much surprised, and did not expect this at all. Although the man was no longer young, he rushed down to the guests who had come from afar. He saw from afar that the princess was really here and was very happy with this news. Although he was taller and bigger than her, he still bowed, as there was an important person in front of him. Yuta looked at him awkwardly, since he was her uncle, and she was very happy to see him. His name was Maven, and he had tears of happiness at the sight of her again. After that, he gave her a big hug and said that he was very glad that she was okay. He really cried, and these sad emotions passed to the princess herself, who also warmly hugged her uncle, enjoying the moment of their meeting. The rest of the residents also came out to meet the guests and saw how happy Maven was about the girl's arrival. He invited everyone to the table, but worried that it was too small for such distinguished guests. But the princess, on the contrary, was happy with these dishes, as they were special, and she said that she had not eaten so much delicious food for a long time. Uncle said that he did not even recognize her at first, as it is not clear how many years have passed since their last meeting, about 10. Yuta didn't even believe it, but uncle so changed, especially his hair had become less. Maven laughed out loud. He himself understood that time was passing and he was getting old, and he treated it with understanding. Yuta, on the other hand, was just joking and asked whether her husband's joke had affected her. He laughed again and said no, he was just very glad she had made it safely. He pointed out that her bodyguards did a good job and looked at the warrior who was escorting the princess. His name was Sun, and he introduced himself to Moan and said he was the captain of the royal guard. Then the old man turned to Haran and asked who he was, but the boy was confused and could not explain. But Yuta said that this was the savior who had saved her on the way here, and that she would at least thank him for that. Maven was happy and said that he could help the princess with this, and he would do everything in the best way. He took the boy by the shoulder and first thanked him for saving and protecting the girl. And he added that Haran must be some kind of unusual warrior, as the sage sees this in people. In addition, it was evident from the fact that the boy was able to save the life of the princess. The player himself awkwardly confirmed the uncle's words. Maven guessed that his guests were tired after the long journey here, so he said that everyone would be able to rest well today. Haran was glad to hear this, as he had not had enough rest at all, especially after what had happened, but he tried not to show it. Yuta knew this, but she was also not against sleep, so she thanked her uncle and continued her meal. An assistant, whose name was Yule, was ordered to conduct the lady and her entourage to their apartments, and he began to prepare the premises. Night came, and Haran was finally alone in the room, and it was a good opportunity to rest and think things over. He began to remember what had happened to him today, and that it all started with him just playing a game. And after that, he was attacked and there was a fight with a monster, and also a strange screen with quests. He still couldn't exit the game, so he had no choice but to go through all the trials. He was just thinking about what his current quest was, and at that moment a holographic screen appeared in front of him, on which it was written only that the quest was currently being carried out, so he could only follow the princess for now. He wondered what would happen next, but exhaustion overcame curiosity, and he began to fall asleep. But after some time, he was awakened by a loud notification, which he was no longer surprised by, but even happy about it. His current task was to save Princess Yuta from an ambush of mercenaries. This was the first challenge from the main quest. There were 7 of them in total. He quickly jumped out of bed, and in his sleep, he realized that the quest had been updated. He did not understand what the ambush was about. The boy did not think that mercenaries were still chasing them. He left his room and quickly scanned the hallway, checking to see if anyone was there. It was quiet. Everyone was asleep and no one was around, but then Haran noticed something more interesting. Near the firewood lay an axe and a knife, which were most likely left by the person who harvested them. Our hero thought that it could serve as a good weapon, so he took them with him. He didn't know exactly when the mercenaries would attack, but his hunch told him it would be soon, so he needed to be ready. At that moment, Maven was still awake, but continued to work at his desk in his office, which was guarded from the outside by 2 armed guards who would not give in against uninvited guests. The sage sat thoughtfully and seemed to be waiting for something. It was obvious that he was upset about something. And at that moment, the window opened and a gust of wind extinguished the candles that illuminated the room. It was the mercenary in the hat from the forest who climbed through the window and calmly said that he could not believe that the princess had come here. Maven, on the other hand, continued to sit calmly at his table. This did not surprise him at all. The mercenary emphasized that the Priya simply trusted her uncle very much, and it was thanks to this that they saved a lot of time in the search. It turned out that Maven was cooperating with these pagans, although he was sorry to do so. Grandpa said he was just doing his part of the deal. The mercenary laughed, which meant he was up to something, but decided to ask about the townspeople. He said that on the way here they found one of their comrades, which meant that the girl was stronger than he thought. He added that the monster with the axe was a true barbarian, but they fought him anyway, and he wondered who had killed him. The sage remembered the captain of the royal guard and assumed that he had done it, which is why Jules placed him farthest from the princess. The hired man started to leave and said that the grandfather did not need to bother so much. It was not part of his duties. But here the sage ominously stopped the scoundrel and said that he gave them the princess, as was in the agreement, so they should give him his grandson. The man in the hat said with a smile that for now the boy would stay with them. This shocked the grandfather, as he thought that he was dealing with honest people, although it was clear from them that this was not the case. And the mercenary added that his boss asked him to convey that the fate of his grandson would be decided by how loyal Maven would be to them in the future. He was just mocking the old man who couldn't do anything since his grandson was kidnapped. The grandfather was very upset because he framed the princess, but at the same time he did not free the grandson. It turned out that he cooperated with these people precisely because of him. Yuta was sleeping at that moment, but suddenly someone started calling her name, and an unknown person asked her how long she was going to sleep. And he also asked if she remembered what day it was today, and strictly ordered her to wake up. The princess got up from her bed, not understanding what was happening, and saw her father in front of her, who began to laugh with joy, and the girl threw herself into his arms because she missed him very much. Hugging him, she rejoiced that he was alive, and said that all this time she believed and knew that he was just hiding somewhere. She began to cry, and her father began to ask why she was crying, if it was all because she had a bad dream. She just screamed at him and remembered that he promised to protect her and be by her side all the time, but he did not keep his word. He exhaled sternly and stroked the sleepy girl's shoulder, calming her down. But in an instant everything changed and darkened, and her father's eyes turned completely black, and he said that this was why he came back to her. And then it became clear to the princess that it was just a terrible dream, but she woke up not only because of him, but also because of the noise made by the man with the knife, who was standing right above the princess's bed, already swinging a blow. And then Haran appeared, who repelled the attack as it turned out to be another mercenary, similar to a monkey from the game. Yuta had not yet moved away from the nightmare and saw how the scoundrel flew to the other end of the room. The boy knew that this was not the end and prepared for battle, because his task was to protect the princess. Little by little, Yuta began to wake up and understand what was happening here, but she could not understand why Haran was protecting her. Here, the attacker began to get up, scattering the fragments of the table that he had broken with his body. He was amused by this, although he told our hero that the shot was good. Haran was standing opposite him, and this time he was already fighting with a weapon. He had a knife. The scout started swinging his stick with a knife on the end, asking the boy who he was. The attacker thought that he was just a servant and said that he should not be presumptuous, but that he came here as stupid. The enemy did not know at all that the capable Haran began to mock him and said that in such darkness he would not even catch up with him. but the main character remembered his feeling and decided to rely on it. And when the mercenary tried to escape, Haran quickly caught up and landed him. This surprised the heathen, as he did not expect him to be so quick. But despite this, he only began to call the boy more names. But our hero simply used this moment of showing off to his advantage and delivered a strong blow to the enemy with his fist. What had disabled him gave him more confidence, but he knew that wasn't all. His sense again told him that something else was about to happen, and he wondered what else might happen. Yuta still didn't really understand what it was, so she asked our hero. He simply began to ask if she was okay and if this scoundrel had not managed to injure her, and at that moment something began to happen from the side of the door. There was a big explosion that destroyed the door, and the debris flew at our hero, who was just standing nearby. The force of the explosion was so strong that, in addition to the door, the wall was also damaged, fragments of which began to fly not only at Haran, but also at the princess. Another mercenary burst into the room, which had an ominous appearance, especially against the background of the burning door. He was very happy that they finally met the princess. He had very evil intentions. Yuta angrily asked who he was and what he needed from her. Despite her confidence, she was scared. The enemy stood right in front of her, telling her that they had been hunting her for a long time, and it was very strange that they should meet under such circumstances. The mercenary wanted to strike the girl so that everything would be over as soon as possible, but at that moment, Haran placed his knife, which stopped the enemy's blow. It was difficult for the boy to hold back this man's punch, unlike the mercenary who, although surprised by the boy's appearance, did not take him seriously. Therefore, he made a little more effort and knocked down the boy's defense. After that, the opponent delivered an unexpected but strong kick directly to the stomach. By knocking him off his feet and throwing him to the other end of the room, the offender was satisfied with such an easy victory. And he had fun. He fought not only because of his task to destroy the girl, for which he was hired, but also because he just liked it. Haran, taking a breath, analyzed his mistakes and realized that the enemy simply distracted him with his hand and then struck a blow with his foot. The mercenary stood in front of the boy and said that as soon as he dealt with the princess, he would have a good time with him. At this moment, Yuta decided to take advantage of the opportunity and, taking her sword, flew at the attacker from above. But the enemy managed to react and deflected her gift, causing her to fall to the ground and drop her sword. She was in a hopeless position, as the mercenary put the blade of his weapon to her face and said with a sly expression that he had to eliminate various people, but the daughter of the king he would have to eliminate for the first time. Haran at this moment had already risen and immediately prepared to strike. But his attempt was unsuccessful again. Bullied did not even take him seriously. The boy was kicked again, from which he flew even further than the last time, due to which he hit the wall and even broke it. Although it seemed that our hero could do nothing against such a strong opponent, he still gave him some problems and distracted from the main goal. The man in the hat's hands were shaking. He was so happy at the thought that he could personally destroy the princess. But Haran couldn't let him do that, so he had an idea. The mercenary stood in front of the boy and told him not to disturb him. He turned and walked towards the princess, who was lying on the ground. Haran decided to use the moment when the enemy's back was turned to him to put his idea into practice. He threw the knife straight at the enemy, but he managed to react quickly and beat him back with his stick. This angered the mercenary as his weapon was slightly damaged, but what he didn't know was that it was part of Haran's plan, who at that moment swept past the enraged enemy. He was flying straight at the princess. It seemed that he was out of control and was about to hurt her. She herself did not understand what the boy was doing, but while the enemy was confused, he grabbed the girl by the waist and flew with her through the window. Haran used his ability to move quickly. They were both scared, and it looked like the pair would crash now as it was quite high. But our hero calculated everything in advance, and they landed exactly in a small channel, which simply shocked the mercenary in the hat. He laughed as he had been tricked, and the fact that the boy sacrificed his knife by throwing it away was only a diversionary maneuver. At that moment, an assistant came to Maven and told him what had happened, and it scared the grandfather more than it surprised him, so he could not believe it. But Yule confirmed that the boy and the girl had fought off the ambush of Kuruin. That was the name of the man in the hat. The old man was upset and did not understand how he could miss such an opportunity. It was all because the mercenary was self-confident. Maven hid the fact that the princess had come to town so Kuruin could eliminate her, as there were people who sided with the dead king. Therefore, he was very worried, as his grandson would be in even greater danger if they let the princess go. He didn't know what to do, but there was nothing to do, and he decided to take extreme measures. He ordered his assistant to get all their men up right now, and angrily ordered them to search everything and find the princess at any cost. At that moment, Harant emerged from under the water, breathing quickly. It reminded him a little of how he got here in the first place. While he was breathing, and glad that they survived and his plan worked, he noticed that Yuta was not with him, so he began to look around the channel and call her. And then he saw her nearby. She hit the water very hard during the jump. Haran saw that she was unconscious and would not be able to swim to the shore, so he quickly swam to her, hoping that she was alive. He was still suffocating himself, but he took her in his arms to keep her from drowning and felt her breathing. The guy breathed a sigh of relief as he understood that everything was fine with her and she was just unconscious. He tried to find a temporary shelter for the girl until she woke up, and after looking around the area, he saw a small shed. It was a good place to hide and dry off for a while, so he brought her here. And he laid the girl on soft hay, which should absorb moisture and dry it faster. Although he was more worried about whether she would wake up, how quickly it would happen, because he still didn't know what to do. He had no choice but to wait for her to wake up. He even decided to take a nap himself. But he was confused by the fact that he was not informed in any way about the progress of the mission, so he summoned a holographic screen. Although it was a reality, he somehow already learned how to do it on his own. On the window that popped up, it was written that the task was being completed. At that moment, someone began to beat and scatter in different directions the warriors who Maven had ambushed the princess. It was Sun Thun, captain of the royal guard, who was very angry at being betrayed, and he hadn't foreseen it. The guards of the city saw him and prepared to fight against him in an unequal battle, because there were more of them. Utah's bodyguard couldn't understand why even Maven chose Yoda's side, and at that moment, now enemy soldiers began to attack him. But he easily repelled the attacks of these traitors, as he was really strong. But his anger at the betrayal gave him strength, and he took great revenge, trying to find the princess. He threatened everyone who came near him, instilling fear in traitorous soldiers, which helped him. He began to align himself with a new batch of these scoundrels, ready to destroy them all. But here, someone called him from above, addressing him by name. And the man asked her in surprise whether it was the captain of the royal guard himself. This man was Kuruin, who flew up to the guard and said that they had not seen each other for a long time, addressing him as an old friend. The warrior recognized Kuruin and angrily asked why he was not rotting in prison. The mercenary in the hat simply ignored the question and exaggeratedly said that he saw that San had achieved success in life and took the place of captain of the royal guard. And he added that the guard would not be needed in case the princess was destroyed, and he would become useless trash. This angered San even more, and he decided to strike, but the enemy managed to dodge. By this he made it clear to Kuruin that the captain remained on the dead king's side, and asked him if he thought it necessary to move on. This angered the Pradi guard, as he was faithful and did not understand how people could betray so easily. The mercenary began to use his power to punish the righteous man, saying that this was where his limit was. But although this really affected the warrior, he was still ready to stand to the end. At that moment, the princess herself woke up in a room nearby, and when she opened her eyes, she did not understand where she was. She quickly broke off, which scared Haran, who waited for a long time in silence for her to wake up. But he was glad that the girl was alive and came to her senses so quickly. She immediately asked where they were, since she herself could not remember anything yet. The boy tried to explain to her that they were able to escape from the mercenary attack. Yuta felt her clothes and herself completely wet, which helped her remember that they had fallen into the river. She sighed, and you could hear her frustration in it. And Haran already began to worry about what he had done. Something was wrong. Maybe he should have fought to the end. But then the girl said that he acted very bravely, which shocked the boy, as he did not expect such a reaction. Yuta added that she survived again only because of him, and they thanked him for that. From these words, our hero fell into a stupor and did not even notice how the girl got up and started to leave. Yuta assumed that the city security had stopped these mercenaries a long time ago and that everyone was looking for them now, and it was time for them to go back. Haran was still in a stupor, but a knock on the door brought him back to real life, and he too said he had to go. Yuta walked in front, looking around to see if anyone was around, as she was sure that she was worried and searched for. The guy followed the girl and decided to take advantage of the opportunity while they were alone. And he decided to ask a question about her father. It was a painful subject for her, but she replied that when kings lose their authority, people with great power burn them and their relatives. That is why they are chasing the girl. She began to reveal herself to our hero because she trusted him, since he saved her for the second time. Yuta also asked if he ever lost anything he loved and said that now she lost everything and everyone she loved. While Haran was thinking about the answer to the first question, the girl continued. And she said that she only now realized that in order to protect herself and everything she loves, she needs strength. Our hero understood everything. The girl's words echoed in his soul. Yuta suggested that they return to the castle, and the boy unsuspectingly agreed. But then, he again had a strange premonition that made him raise his head. And there he saw something very strange. A person was tied to a pole. The boy tried to see what was happening there, and the lights helped him in this. Because it became clear that he had already seen similar clothes somewhere, as was on this man. And then he realized who it was, and he shouted out of surprise. What attracted the attention of the princess, who also began to peer into the darkness. At first, she also did not understand what was happening on the mountain, especially at such a late hour. But then she clearly saw that it was, and she fell into shock, so I could not understand how it happened. It was San, and the pair revealed his name with horror at the same time, seeing him wounded on the mountain. Yuta didn't understand why he was hung there, and the thought crossed her mind that Uncle Maven had betrayed them, but she couldn't even think that it was possible. She couldn't believe that he could do that, even though betrayal was all around her. And then the warrior of the city with a torch noticed the princess, who was still puzzled by what she had learned. He shouted at the top of his voice that the princess was here, attracting the attention of the other warriors, who at that time were looking for the girl in order to capture her. One of them ordered that the princess be brought alive and allowed the boy to be eliminated. Haran didn't know what was going on at all, unlike the princess who guessed what was going on, so he decided to warn her that something was wrong. Yuta was already sure that her uncle had betrayed her and all the others who remained on the king's side. At the moment when she was in her thoughts, the guy who found his way faster grabbed her hand. And he said that they needed to run away from here, and at the same time quickly, because the soldiers were already very close. The girl, although she was scared, realized that the boy was right and started running after him. At that moment, Karun was watching them from above and seeing that they were going to flee somewhere. He smiled sinisterly, as it was even more interesting for him. Then he said with a sneer that the night air was so refreshing as he addressed the warrior on the pillar, who was badly wounded, and told the mercenary to finish with him already. But the scoundrel said that he would not simply eliminate the captain of the royal guard, and he would not wait for an easy massacre. Here, footsteps were heard. Someone was climbing the stairs up the mountain to the pillar. It was Maven who, stepping upstairs, saw the wounded San for the first time. He was both angry and waiting for Yuta to be brought here, possibly with our hero. Karun, on the other hand, continued to have fun, and asked the old man if he had already stopped playing family with the princess. This angered the grandfather, who shouted at him to shut up and that he might know about the family. But here, his anger was stopped by the guards, one of whom turned to the venerable old man, who asked what had happened. The warriors said that their patrol had found the princess, which pleased Maven, But when the guard continued and said that the girl had managed to escape again, he flew into an even greater rage than he had been before because of Kuruin's words. The guard went on to say that they had blocked all the escape routes and that they would soon begin a search and were sure to find the escapees. Maven ordered that all their forces be mobilized and that they find them at all costs. The guard obeyed, but the old man called them idiots, as they are losing the princess again. Here, they began to speak to him again, and said how miserable he had become. It was Sun who was still on the pillar, and he asked if the uncle was ashamed to betray his king and his daughter's trust. Maven replied that he would pay for his sins, and let the warrior worry about his skin now. The captain already did not care about himself, so he decided to warn Utah about the betrayal. He shouted her name and said that he would not survive this night. The old man got angry at this and called him names and told him to shut up. But he continued to shout that if the princess really cares about his life, then she must run away, she must survive, and only then will she be able to fulfill her father's will. He knew that Utah would want to save him, so he said so, and this angered the grandfather even more, who planned to catch the girl on this bait. Kuruin, on the other hand, was calm. He told the old man to relax, because now, according to his plan, the girl was just about to peck at their bait. After these words, Maven fell silent, for he knew that his grandson might be hurt if he did not obey. The mercenary calmly hummed a melody while smiling, waiting for something. San saw this and was very worried that Utah did not go to save him, because that would be the end, and she would definitely be caught here. At that moment, the traitor warriors were going through the whole city in search of the girl. The darkness played into the hands of our heroes, as it was easier for them to hide. And then one of the soldiers entered the hangar and heard some strange sound that alarmed him. He looked around and didn't notice anything, but it's a good thing he didn't raise his head because the princess really made those sounds. Haran and the girl looked at the guards from above, who were just saying that everything should be inspected carefully, and that the fugitives could not be somewhere far away. Since the traitors left and inspected this room, they could stay here without worrying. Haran breathed a sigh of relief and said it was a good thing they hadn't been found and caught. Utah was not so happy, but was in some thoughts, and this confused our hero. She was now thinking of her faithful bodyguard, whose voice she heard as he screamed, which meant he was alive. The girl was determined to save him, so she jumped from the top. Haran quietly shouted to her that the patrol might still be nearby and asked what she was doing. She replied that the patrol had already checked the area, which meant that they were safe for now, which seemed logical to our hero. It wasn't the right time for it, but the princess said apologetically that she would give the award to Haran a little later, and she wasn't even sure if she could give it to him. This simply shocked Haran, and not because he really needed money or other jewels, but because he understood that she was up to something, and now she was saying goodbye to him. In addition, she said that everything that happens here does not concern him, so he can wait here and then he can escape from the city. And she herself ran sharply with all her might in the direction of the tower on which San was kept. Haran thought at that moment, but remembered that on the holographic screen it was said that if he failed the quest, he would die. And then one of the soldiers who was searching the area heard a strange sound from behind. It was the princess, who delivered a surprise blow with a large rock she found along the way, destroying the first guard, who fell to the ground from such a strong blow, together with the instrument that wounded him. The girl was out of breath, as she wasn't sure it would work, but now she managed to get a weapon. She took the sword from her enemy, and now she could defend herself. The princess stood up with her sword and began to prepare herself for the battle that was inevitable. She mentally begged Sun to wait for her to come and save him. While she was looking at the mountain, one of the guards sneaked up on her and suddenly decided to strike. But as soon as he swung at the girl from behind, someone hit him hard, disabling the attacker. It was Haran, who just caught up with the princess and saved her again. He was breathless, but sternly asked how she could act like that without even having a clear plan. Although the appearance of the boy was also like the previous times when he saved her life, but here Yuta was surprised the most. Besides, Haran added that it was quite difficult for him to find her. A lot of time has passed since the order was given to search for the princess, but no one has caught her yet. But a guard was placed near San. And then another guard approached the place where the captain was kept. It was Haran, only dressed in the traditional uniform of the army of this city. He saw only 2 guards, and thought. As the guard was not as dangerous as he had expected, he crept up behind them so that they would not hear anything, and delivered a strong blow to 2 soldiers at once, who immediately fell to the ground. He stood in front of them, looking for any additional reinforcements. The boy breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that there really were only 2 of them. The rest must have continued their search. Having finished with the guard, he went to San, whom he woke up by cutting the cord that tied him to the post. He asked with a frightened face how they ended up here, and he was most interested in what happened to Yuta and where she was. Our hero answered briefly that she was safe because there was no time for long conversations. The boy picked up the wounded captain and began to move to take him to a safe place, who did not expect to be saved, especially from a boy towards whom he was very skeptical from the very beginning. But at that moment, what Haran feared the most happened. While he was carrying the wounded man, someone's voice came from above, shouting that it was him again. It was Karuin, who was sitting on the roof all this time. He said that the boy first helped the princess escape, and now he also steals his bait, that is, the only person who was dear to the princess in this city. Although Haran knew that this could happen, he hoped that he would not meet this particular mercenary, as it would be difficult to fight him. The enemy himself called our hero an annoying boy, as he really caused difficulties for him, not for the first time. At that moment, the door opened, in which a crowd of warriors was already standing, ready to attack our heroes. They all rushed at the wounded guy and quickly surrounded them, preventing them from escaping. Karuin also came down to them from the roof at that moment, landing elegantly using his abilities. He was in a very ominous mood, asked if the impudent kid was ready to fight. Sun felt sorry at this moment, as he understood that it was all because of him, but the boy did not answer it. At this time, his assistant Yul came to Maven's room, who he himself called. The old man now thought only of his grandson, remembering how they had fun when he was little. His name was Chong. But his memories were interrupted by a knock on the door, and he allowed himself to enter. It was the guard who told the master that they had found and captured the princess. Maven could no longer believe it, and asked how and where it happened. The guard said that she fell for the bait, in which the grandfather no longer believed, as he thought that she would listen to San and not come. He ran out of his house in disbelief, heading to the place where the princess was supposed to be kept, to make sure for himself that she wouldn't run away again. At that time, Karuin was talking to a guy who he was already ready to eliminate, but said that the play he played was really good. That they surrendered almost without resistance, but he was interested in where the princess was, so he strictly began to interrogate the boy. But at that moment, San stopped him, saying that the boy was of no use here, and that the mercenary should let Haran go, and leave only him alone. But the mercenary in the hat continued sternly, asking where the princess was, as only he could know that. Haran, on the other hand, confidently remained silent, not betraying the girl he was supposed to protect. Karuin was troubled by why they had surrendered so easily. It was suspicious, but it was to his advantage since there was no need to fight. He said that although he didn't enjoy the battle, now he could make up for the lost emotions by tormenting them and looking at their faces. But here he was called and distracted from the work he loved and enjoyed so much. It was Maven who said that he had been informed that the princess had been caught and asked where exactly she was. Karuin could not understand what he was and where he got it from. But then he realized that someone had tricked his grandfather by transferring him here. This messenger, who had misinformed the sage, began to draw his sword, and he struck sharply, knocking Manhwa off his feet, who certainly could not expect such a thing from his soldiers. But it was not a warrior, but Yuta disguised as a warrior. She put the sword to Maven's throat and ordered no one to move. All his guards fell into a stupor, as they were supposed to protect him. Karuin, as always, simply laughed and said that it was very cute and cunning. The old man himself understood that it was the princess, but she forbade him to tremble. And if he makes even one more move, he will be headless. San, who was both happy to see the princess and worried about her, tried to help but was tied up. Haran knew that it would be like this, because it was his plan, and he was sure that he would be saved, so he was not afraid of anything. Yuta told her uncle that she did not think that he would betray her so easily. He tried to start justifying somehow, but the girl did not let him say a single word. She sternly ordered them to release her friends who were on her side. And Corwin only laughed and said that it was very brave of her to set conditions. He added that no one would have thought that she would threaten Mauen himself in order to escape, and that is amazing. Here, the mercenary pointed a weapon at San and said that they would eliminate them at the same time. And he added that he will not lose anything at all, unlike the princess who appreciates her bodyguard. The enemy said without a doubt that they could begin to hurt them little by little at the same time. But then the captain of the royal army himself shouted at the girl to look at it objectively. She told him to shut up, and it looked like she knew what she was doing. She lightly struck Maewon with her sword, which frightened him but did not injure him. And at that moment, the uncle remembered how they played together when Yuta was still small and his grandson John was still free. These memories brought him back to real life, and he ordered his men to release the prisoners. This made Kuruen very angry, as he was already ready to deal with one of them, but Maven repeated once more that he would let them all go. One of the main bodyguards of the leader shouted once again to his subordinates not to stand still, but to carry out the order. And they began to untie the hands of San and Haran, who were happy but did not show it. Only the mercenary in the hat could not contain his emotions. But he let them go, as Yuta continued to hold the sword near Mawen's head. The guard asked if this was all part of the plan, which they most likely came up with. It was difficult for our hero to lead the guard, so he said that he would tell everything later. Kuruen did not even look at them as they slowly walked towards the exit of the city. Although he had his back turned to them, it looked like he still had no doubts that he would catch the princess after all and punish anyone who got in his way. He must have had some sort of backup plan, as he was still laughing at them, calling them pathetic idiots. And then Haran was confused by the sounds that were behind him. He was even afraid to turn back, as he guessed what had happened. The mercenary in the hat began to destroy the guards who had just let our heroes go. He said that no victory is without sacrifices, and threw the sword which he took from one of the warriors forward directly at the princess. Haran was the first to notice, since his life depended on it. The princess needed to be protected. He rushed forward using his quick movement skills. The princess just saw how the sword was approaching her. She definitely could not react in any way. He grabbed her by the warrior suit she had also donned specifically for their plan to work. He immediately pulled the princess away and fell with her, and the sword hit Maven, who was on the path of flight after the princess. Kuruen stood next to all the guards of the city and watched what happened. The boy managed to save the princess, and they were lying on the ground, but there was an old man nearby who did not seem to be breathing. It was very difficult to see, as the boy was moving at an extraordinary speed, which raised dust. But here, our hero got up. The first thing he did was checking whether Yuta was affected. He asked if she was all right, but she was a little shaken, which made it a little difficult to speak. And so Haran asked if she could keep moving, to which the girl said yes. Kuruen himself did not expect such a development of events, since he clearly aimed at the princess in order to end everything. But his plans were again ruined by our hero, with whom the mercenary was very angry and mentally began to insult him. All the guards rushed to the master, checking if he was alive and trying to give first aid. The head guard ordered to stop the bleeding immediately and call a doctor. But the other immediately said that nothing would work, as the wound was too big. Another soldier tried to close the wound by himself with his hand, which was very dangerous, but the blood continued to flow. The main bodyguard of the grandfather, who had served him faithfully, his eyes filled with anger, as he understood that it would certainly not be possible to save his mentor. He glared at Kuruen, who stood calmly with his weapon. And seeing him, the guard became even more angry, as he understood that it was he who was to blame. He shouted loudly that Mauen was no more and ordered to eliminate the scoundrel who caused all this. All the warriors around rushed to immediately carry out the order of the chief, approaching Kuruin. He was fully prepared for battle. As always, this brought him only pleasure. The scoundrel began to fend off the attacks of the first warriors who ran at him. The chief continued to order them to catch him and destroy him. Although there were many more warriors, Kuruin easily handled them as he was much stronger. Our heroes took advantage of the moment. The mercenary got angry when he saw it and did not understand how they dared, and it distracted him, which allowed Maven's guards to try to strike the enemy from behind. But they did not succeed, as someone much larger punched the two of them at once, from which they flew very far, as the blow was very strong. It was another very large mercenary, the very one who liked to eat while waiting for news about the princess. He began to destroy everything and everyone around him, which frightened many guards who saw him. He laughed at them, and the scout also added that the situation had worsened for the guards. And it was true, since Kuruin himself was very strong and could handle a large number of people, and here there were as many as 3 of them. But the head of the army ordered that the soldiers continue to attack, and in no case retreat. One of the mercenaries turned to Kuruin and said that there were indeed a lot of enemies, and no matter how strong he was, it would be difficult to defeat him. But for this, he received an order to buy a little time, as he needs to eliminate someone, after which he broke off and headed in the other direction from the guards. The scout sighed with sadness, as he now had to fight with this whole crowd of armed people. At that time, our heroes were running, trying to get as far away as possible. But because Sun was wounded, it was very difficult for him to run, especially when there were stairs ahead. Therefore, he came up with an idea, remembering that there is a small pier in the eastern part of the village, and you can go there. Haran and Yuta liked his idea and told him to go first, as he knows the city better. But then San just froze in place as he heard someone approaching. Fortunately, he had time to react and stopped Kuruin's weapon, which he swung at the princess with his own weapon. He was injured, and so he definitely wouldn't be able to hold her for long, so he yelled for Yuta to run. The mercenary was angry again at San the way he ruined such a moment, but he had a cunning intention. That's why he was smiling, which he did immediately. He delivered a strong blow to the captain of the royal guard, because of which he simply fell on the spot. The girl saw this and screamed his name, hoping that he would survive. But at the feet of our hero lay an unconscious warrior who most likely will not get up. This shocked Haran very much, as he had never seen such brutality up close. And while he came to his senses, Yuta angrily began to attack the scoundrel, but he easily repelled her blow without even using a weapon. The girl flew a few meters away from him, but he immediately headed in her direction. She was very angry because she was being beaten again, and that's why she started screaming. But because of this, she did not notice that the enemy had come close enough to strike again. As a result, the princess writhed in severe pain and fell to her knees, right in front of the scoundrel. He began to tell her that for someone who was always running and hiding from him, San was a handy tool. At that moment, Yuta regretted that she had not listened to her bodyguard, who told her to run, and even sacrificed his life for her. Haran saw what was happening from the outside, and he tried once again to come up with a plan to save the princess. But this time he was really scared. His hands were even shaking, since he saw how strong and at the same time cruel a person is. Yuta told him, standing up, that Sun was not a tool, but someone she trusted and depended on. She said that for her, he was not just a bodyguard, but a true friend. Haran stood shocked because he had never seen a princess so angry. She began to scream with tears, asking if such a stupid person who was used to only following orders could even understand what this meant. Kuruin simply reacted to this with a laugh. As always, enjoying such an expression, it was clear that this was exactly what he was trying to achieve. But then, Harna decided to seize the moment again and strike unexpectedly, despite the fact that he had no weapon. But the mercenary just caught the boy in flight and said that he was waiting for his move. And with these words, he pushed the little one away to a great distance. But it even played into the hands of our hero. Firstly, he was able to hold back by using his skills. And secondly, he stopped exactly at the place where the sword was lying, which he quickly picked up and prepared to strike, only already using the weapon. He did it almost instantly, but the enemy managed to put the stick of his weapon, which stopped the boy's blow. Although it was really difficult for him for the first time, as the blow was stronger than the previous ones, and he added that he would have a special treatment for the little one. Haran at first did not understand what he was talking about, as he really thought that his blow could hurt the enemy. But here he received a much stronger answer, but he managed to place his sword, which caused such a clash that everything was filled with sparks. Kuruin, on the other hand, remained on his feet, waiting for the smoke to clear to see if he had defeated the boy. But he was the first to see the sword of our hero, which was red from such a strong blow. Kuruin was sure that the boy would survive his ominous blow. Yuta, who saw the blinding flash from the side, called the mercenary a monster and began calling Haran, hoping he was alive. And despite the assumption, in the smoke that began to dissipate, he began to see the silhouette of a boy. Although our hero was wounded, he was able to stand up, which surprised the enemy. Haran, analyzing everything that happened, remembered that he had already seen such skills as his current enemy, who just began to speak and said with a laugh that the inner strength of the little one is much stronger than his sword. After that, Haran himself looked at his weapon and saw that only half of it was left in his hand. And while he was examining the broken piece of steel, Kuruin struck again unexpectedly, from which the boy again flew quite far, but was able to hold back again. Due to the fact that the enemy repeated this blow, our hero remembered that there is a mob in the game with similar skills, which is called Assassin. He remembered exactly how he fought him in the game, and remembered that even though this monster had high damage, he needs to take a stance before he can make a shot, at which point his body is completely open. And this can play into the boy's hand, so he has set himself up to use this trick. And at this moment, Kuruin has already started to take a combat position before hitting our hero. But Haran managed to react at the right moment and dodged a very strong blow, which even destroyed the plot of land on which the boy had just been. Haran was behind the mercenary and had already prepared himself to deliver an unexpected blow from above. Kuruin could not understand how the boy was able to avoid such a strong blow, and he himself tries to attack him. Everything was not so easy for our hero again. His enemy created a whirlwind around him while swinging his weapon. As a result, as soon as the boy made a blow, his sword stopped on this field, which began to sharpen his sword, which was already damaged. By the time Haran noticed this, it was already too late, as the scoundrel approached him, mocking and saying that it was all fun. Our hero realized that he was in a hopeless situation, and if Kuruin wanted to, he could easily destroy him. And so it happened. He struck the boy again very hard, and he again flew very far. But this time, the fight took place near a large cliff into which the player flew, as this was what his enemy intended. Yuta, seeing this, began to shout the boy's name, worried that there was nothing she could do. Haran heard it in flight, but neither she nor he could do anything. He just flew upside down, crying out in fear. That's how he flew into the unknown. Kuruin, on the other hand, stood on the edge of the cliff, watching his defeated opponent fall. After that, he returned to the princess and began to apologize for keeping her waiting so long. She was already on her feet, and she was very angry with him, since he had already destroyed two people dear to her. The mercenary added with a smile that now no one would disturb them, and offered to enjoy the moment. The princess had the same tactics as her opponent. She planned to throw him off the mountain, as he had done with the boy. But then, from the canyon was heard the sound of a sword against stones, which the enemy did not hear. It was our hero who managed to catch a stone ledge with his sword, thanks to which he survived. Yuta did not know this and thought that he was no longer alive, so she was filled with anger and a thirst for revenge. Therefore, she immediately attacked the mercenary, trying to strike. But the opponent, as always, was able to repel him, throwing the girl away. In addition, he was able to injure her several times during the defense, which would make it more difficult for her to compete further. She was really hurt, but at the same time, she was angry and didn't want to give up, and her enemy noticed that she looked like she was ready to fight to the death, But he didn't want to finish with her quickly because he liked it, and he wanted to enjoy the process. Besides, he decided to tell an interesting fact. He struck the next blow, wounding the girl even more, and asking if she knew that the king had been killed by someone close to him. The girl was thrown back again, but managed to get back on her feet, but Karuin's words caught her off guard. And she told him not to talk nonsense, and that her father had been killed by Ja. The mercenary mockingly added that she even knew the man and said that the king was killed by none other than... And at that moment, he was interrupted by Haran, who got out of the canyon in order to protect the princess. Yuta was surprised, as she was sure that he did not survive. And here he is standing in front of her, and he also deals such a strong blow to her abuser, from which the mercenary flew quite far, breaking the wall that stopped him. As always, he laughed at what happened, but it was really unexpected. Just as he thought the boy had completely crashed, but here he was, standing in front of him, somehow climbing the rocks as well. The enemy began to rise and said that it didn't matter how the player survived, and added that this time he would make sure he was dead for sure. Korin began to prepare for something, performing some strange ritual using his weapon. He was preparing the third series of absolute techniques, while ominously saying that he had a special gift for them, his eyes turning red. Haran also noticed this, and understood that the energy flow had changed, and therefore set himself up for an attack. He managed to block this powerful blow, despite the weakness of his weapon. He was glad that he managed to block it, but he understood that this was not the end at all. And then he saw a glow that he had seen before in the game, and it scared him. But it was all real, and he got hurt pretty bad and didn't realize what happened as he thought he managed to block the blow. The mercenary had already prepared for the next blow, and was running at our hero at breakneck speed. And instead of running away, the boy, on the contrary, headed straight for the attacker. They came very close, face to face, swinging their weapons. And then there was a strong, resounding blow of the small sword of Haran and the great Karuin, who should have immediately won by logic. But the boy somehow repelled the attack, although he was wounded again. He realized that the opponent has another skill. He uses the power of rotation as soon as he touches his sword. Such blows were called blows of superior force, and the mercenary deliberately used them. Although at the beginning he did not consider the boy a normal opponent, he treated him lightly now as he saw that he was already exhausted. But then Haran remembered what kind of power it was and how he had fought it in the game. This was the skill the assassin knight had when he became a berserker, and it was just like his current enemy. But even though he figured out how to deal with it, he only had one problem left, and that was the power of rotation. And if he can control this power, he will have every chance to win. Haran simply imagined that he was in a game that he always won, and this gave him confidence. He knew that no matter how strong a skill was, the enemy always had some weakness, so he rushed to attack. And as he expected, after his sword touched the enemy's weapon, a spinning force appeared, which this time appeared with an even louder sound, as the metal of the weapon became even hotter from the battle. He was once again unable to hold back this ability, and because of this he was wounded again, so much so that he fell down and could not get up. But Karuin ordered him to get up and added that he had not even begun yet, and that the little one would surely pay for standing in their way. Our hero got up, but not because of the order of the enemy, but simply because he did not plan to surrender. He realized that he had made a mistake, and this technique was too strong for him to hold back. The boy wasn't sure if he could even fight any further, as his wounds were too severe. But he definitely couldn't give up, and that's why he started thinking about how to trick the opponent if he can't physically fight with this skill. He even thought for a second that his mission would be failed, but these thoughts were stopped by the fact that he did not want to die here. Haran definitely needed to find a way to win, and he thought of a spear. What was the main tool of the enemy, thanks to which he used the power of rotation, and he got the idea. He looked at his mutilated sword and said he would only have one try. At this time, Karuin began to prepare for the next attack by performing a ritual during which he said that he would break the boy's legs. But while he was performing the ritual, Haran threw his broken sword straight at the enemy with all his might, who managed to set up his spear, thanks to which he repelled the attack once again. He understood that this was the last attempt for the boy, since he was now without a weapon, so he relaxed. But here, our hero, using his new abilities, approached the scoundrel. He did this with a battle cry that was supposed to increase his punching power due to the release of adrenaline. The mercenary took a stance, preparing to use the spin power again, and he succeeded, but the boy sidestepped the blow, which greatly surprised the enemy, since no one could evade this force yet. And then Karuin himself began to understand what the boy, who was just passing by at that time, had done. Haran specifically threw his sword to destroy the defense that was being built by the power of rotation. This, like everything else, really amused the mercenary. He even called the guy's idea very interesting. But here, our hero again went around the enemy from behind, striking him with his bare hands. But it didn't last long, as this allowed Haran to get to his weapon, what allowed him to continue the fight almost on equal footing. Since the boy was behind him, he was able to knock the giant spear out of Karuin's hands, and therefore strike a blow, the first blow in all time, even though it is such. What he broke the spear in half, how he got to the enemy himself, who managed to be wounded, and he flew away several meters. Yuta was shocked by what she saw, as she thought it would be impossible to do. But seeing that their enemy was lying motionless, joy appeared on her face. The warrior himself, who had just defeated a strong monster, was in no hurry to rejoice, as he knew from past experience that this may not be the end, but making sure that the mercenary is indeed destroyed. He dropped his broken and mutilated sword with relief, and he began to catch his breath from the hard battle, looking at the body of the fallen warrior. And here, despite the fact that he was very tired, he tried to be happy. This battle was on the verge of failure, and he was glad that he survived and was able to protect the princess. She was also happy, but in addition to him, she was in a stupor. She had already realized that the monster had definitely been overthrown. But because of this, she could not understand who this person was who was able to defeat such a strong enemy. It was the girl who thought so about Haran, with whom she was already familiar, and he had already saved her several times, but she could not believe that this boy had done such a thing to Karuin. While our hero was breathing and trying to calm down as he was overwhelmed with emotions, he felt something. He was told that it was not the end if both were still breathing. It was a monstrous-looking monster that added to the fact that it was all very stupid. And Haran could not believe his eyes as he checked for sure and made sure that Karuin was not breathing. And while the boy was coming to his senses, he was struck, a very strong blow by the sword which he had just released from his hands. And after that, he didn't even feel anymore, but just woke up abruptly, somewhere else. He thought he had died, and for a second, he even thought he had woken up in the real world. And everything that happened before that was just a dream, but his guesses were destroyed, since he had a bandage on his chest, which testified that he was indeed wounded in the chest. Besides, he was in some strange place. It was some kind of huge cave, and he couldn't understand where he was. He tried to come to his senses and decided to wash himself with cold water, but while doing so, he saw not the hero of the character, but the real himself. He still could not understand whether he was still in another reality or already in the real world. He tried to remember something, but the last thing he remembered was how he destroyed Karuin. Then it seems that he immediately switched off and does not remember anything that happened next. And then he was confused by a sharp sound and a holographic screen, which indicated that he was still in another reality. He was interested to know if he managed to complete the task, and if the princess is alive. It was written on the screen that the first task of the main quest called the 7 Trials was completed. And then an incomprehensible object, which was very similar to a precious stone, suddenly appeared in his hands. And at the same time, an explanation appeared on the window. Firstly, he was called the owner of the physical body and congratulated on the completion of the first task. And this item is just a fragment of the Stone of Return, which is now only one of 7. It was also additionally stated that the Stone of Return is sealed in his soul, but when he collects all the fragments, the whole stone will materialize and bring the boy back to the real world. He finally understood why there were 7 trials. one fragment for each trial, and when he collected them all, he would be able to return to real life. Also, an additional reward is the discovery of a new skill called chopping blow. At first, he did not understand what this meant, but a visualization of the operation of this technique appeared before his eyes. It was also written on the screen to wait for the next quest at the next destination. He had already heard this name of the technique somewhere, and then he remembered where he had already seen such a blow. It was in game. Name. He got this ability in the first quest of the game he was playing called Quest Hero. Haran noticed that the further he advanced here, the weirder things became, and at the same time he understood that the place was radically different from the game. But the game elements themselves are the same, and he assumed that if this place has the same content as the game, then he can easily predict what will happen next. And then someone suddenly entered the cave, and Haran could not believe his eyes. It was San who was standing in front of our hero completely alive, and he also asked in surprise how our hero was feeling. The guy fell into a stupor, as he saw for sure that San did not survive, so he asked if it was him and why he was alive. The guard asked the boy with surprise what kind of strange question it was and whether he just hoped that the captain was dead. Cran awkwardly began to justify himself and prove that he was, on the contrary, glad that he had survived. San just laughed, calling our hero an interesting boy. This confused the boy, as he thought the guard remembered nothing but their acquaintance. But here, the warrior refuted this theory, saying that he was indeed in a terrible condition, but quickly recovered, and additionally asked how the boy himself was feeling. He was fine, so he answered, additionally asking how long he had been out of power. Sun replied that today is already the 6th day, but he is glad that the boy is alive and has already woken up. The guard had just returned from hunting, so he offered our hero something to eat, but he refused. On the other hand, Haran was very interested in what happened and what happened to the mercenaries. San was surprised by this, but then he remembered that the boy had lost consciousness and did not remember anything. So he began to recreate the chain of events from the moment he remembered, since he woke up just as Harna defeated Kuruin. At first, he could not believe his eyes at all, as the nameless warrior was able to defeat one of the strongest mercenaries. Immediately after the victory, most likely the boy lost consciousness and fell due to stress. And while there was a skirmish between the other mercenaries and Maoan soldiers, Sun used that moment to get him and Yuta out of there. That's how briefly the captain told the events that Haran missed, and that's why they all got out of there alive. But while remembering this, strange thoughts came to San's head that if Yuta was betrayed by the only person she could trust, and the situation would only get worse. For some reason, the guard said these thoughts out loud, but Haran did not understand anything since he did not finish his strange thought. On the contrary, he added that he had already said a little too much and lightly hit the boy on the shoulder so that he would not take too much into his head. Despite this, our hero was touched by it, and he wondered what the princess's friend meant. San didn't pay much attention to this and said that the boy needed to go with him and that Yuta would be very happy to know that her savior had woken up. The guard at first wanted to help our hero walk, but first he asked if he could walk alone, and the boy answered that he did, and got to his feet. The princess herself at that time was standing on the mountain, looking at the land of the already dead maven. For the last few days, the thought of what she heard during the fight with Kuruin could not get out of her head, during which he said that in fact the king was killed by someone close to him. She tried to understand exactly what the mercenary was trying to say, and whether it meant that John hadn't eliminated her father. And while the girl was once again in her thoughts, Haran and his bodyguard were coming up to her, who just returned to the princess to give her the good news. The fact that her savior survived and has already woken up also goes without saying. This made the princess very happy, and she immediately asked how he was feeling. Haran replied that he was fine, which encouraged Yuta even more. She was worried and thought that something might happen to him because he had been unconscious for 5 whole days. Therefore, she once again asked if everything was fine with him, and the boy awkwardly answered that he was. San added that while the boy was sleeping, she stood guard and protected him all the time. and with a smile he added that he should be proud that his dream was guarded by the princess herself, and the boy laughed at this. Yuta also laughed loudly, but it was the least she could do for Hana saving her life. And then she decided to ask a question, and the boy already began to guess what it would be about. She asked why he risked his life to save her. The boy asked himself the same question in order to come up with an answer as soon as possible. He was a little confused because the princess and her guard, who were also curious, began to look at him with a questioning face. Haran began to mutter under his breath, trying to come up with a story. But then the excitement ended, as the princess saw that he was embarrassed and said that she was putting too much pressure on him. Yuta also assumed that her savior was the main one after such a long sleep and offered to cook something until it got dark, an idea supported by San, who also wanted to eat. But then Haran called from behind and began his explanation, which surprised the princess. He said that he himself understands how it is to desperately wait for someone's help. San was also surprised by such words, as he saw sincerity in them. The guy, although he hid the real reason a little, but he really spoke, sincerely, as he himself remembered how he was tormented by the scoundrels. Our hero knew that feeling when you want someone to come and save you. He knew this feeling well, and that's why he helped the girl. And then unexpectedly the girl took him, and it was not a virtual feeling, but a real one. He felt embarrassed and pleased at the same time, since he rarely dealt with girls in real life. The girl said that in front of her was a really strong person, both mentally and physically, and once again thanked her savior. Haran did not know how to react to this, and at first he was confused as she thanked him for saving her, not for the first time. But then he smiled back, as he was really pleased to hear that. While he was enjoying this sensation, his new friends were discussing dinner, and Sam was bragging about catching a rabbit. Our hero looked after them and almost started to run after them, as he really wanted to have a snack already. But then he heard an unexpected notification sound again, and a screen appeared in front of him, which said that the main quest was still going on now, and he needed to go through the gate with the princess in the second challenge. He was glad that he finally got the task, as he was curious about what would happen next, but he did not understand what the gate was about, and he did not know how to look for it. Haran sat on a rock and thought about what to do next. He needed a story. Since he could not tell the truth, that he had certain tasks. He began to understand that the current task was different from the previous ones, and he did not understand what kind of gate it was and what exactly he was supposed to postpone. It can't be that simple, but here he was called. It was Yuta who asked what he was doing here. The boy quickly got his bearings and said he was just catching his breath. At that moment, the girl handed him a sword and said that she had brought it especially for him. He really liked such a gift, as he did not like being without a weapon. He decided to use this wonderful moment to ask Yuta. She herself was glad that her savior liked her gift, and she was ready to answer all his questions. Haran asked where the gate was, but the girl herself did not understand what exactly he meant. And she answered that they were in different parts of the kingdom, and asked why he was interested. And although the boy had time to invent a legend, he did not know what to answer her. The girl sincerely wanted to help, so she told him to explain everything to her, and she would try to help. Besides, she doesn't know anything about him at all. He began to invent something as he could not tell the truth, and then he came up with something, but it was a strange idea. But there was no way out, and it was necessary to improvise. The princess reassured him and said that everything was fine and there was nothing to be ashamed of, and that he should speak boldly. And then he said the first thing that came to mind, and his excuse was that he had lost his memory. He said it very believably, and the girl was shocked, as she definitely did not expect this. The boy confirmed that this is why he asked about the gate, as he thinks he can recover his memory if he visits several places. The princess was very sorry for the boy, and she wondered what had happened to him. Harna calmed down when he realized that the girl believed in his legend. But then his peace was disturbed by San, who loudly called Yuta, and said that they need to flee from here immediately, since Jode has sent more hunters. The princess was puzzled by this, as she had not expected it to happen so soon after the previous fight. San confirmed that this was indeed the case and added that they were also being hunted by the Montenegrin squad, and they had better move east, as his acquaintances were there. Haran was surprised to hear the name of the mercenaries hunting them, so he asked who they were. Sun replied that they were an elite squad of warriors handpicked by Jod personally, and that they were not just strong, but possessed different abilities, and thus would be difficult to deal with. And he added that now it is better to avoid meeting with them, and with these words he puzzled our hero. The princess said that she was sorry, but most likely their paths diverged, but Harna could not allow that. But the girl added that they continue to pursue her, and if he goes with them, his life will be in danger. He was surprised, so, when I heard these words, he realized that he had a chance, so they could let him go with them. San added that the boy does not need to pledge himself, as it is very dangerous. Our hero just continued to play and said that he would go with them until he regained his memories. The princess's bodyguard did not know this story, so he was surprised. The princess asked if the boy was sure of his intentions, and he said that the truth was that he did not know where he should go at all. The girl, with a kind of smile and relief, said that they had no choice then, and it was time for them to go together. The boy was surprised that his new acquaintances so easily agreed to take him with them. They had been moving for a long time, heading to the place San had mentioned. He was the only one who knew the right way, so he walked in front. Besides, he could be the first to go to the defense if someone attacked. Haran sometimes fell behind, so he needed to catch his breath sometimes. And then he heard strange sounds, as if something was happening below. Yuta asked why he stopped and what to get his attention. But after a moment, she saw for herself what kind of horror was happening below. The robbers attacked ordinary people who were transporting products. The princess, when she saw this, could not believe her eyes, as she did not know that the borders of the kingdom were so dangerous. San was also affected by this, and it hurt him to look at the poor, ordinary people who were wronged. You were left with only one guard, against whom there were as many as 3 scoundrels, one of whom was very large and familiar to the captain. And at that moment, the monster raised an axe and swung at the guard of the caravan. San saw this, but he could not help in any way, as he would not have physically managed to run and protect the man. Therefore, a healthy warrior with an axe easily coped with a small number of guards who guarded the cart. But this was not enough for him, since he did it not only for the sake of profit, but because he liked to crush. And then he looked at another member of the caravan, who was left alone, all the more without a weapon. He was scared, but for this monster, it didn't matter who to fight against. The big man's partner began to ominously ask how he even dared to resist Wan Wu, the king of the destruction of Mount Doyan. But even though the person was left alone without protection, she did not give up, and this surprised the robber. He spread his hands wide, gesturing that he would not allow the food to be stolen. Since the villagers rely on these products, he added that he would not allow them to steal them. But this did not stop the miscreants, and one of them swung directly at the resident, who, closing his eyes from fear, said that he would never give them this product. But here the robber was dealt a very strong blow in the face, from which he flew quite a distance, dropping his weapon from his hands, and such a strong blow struck San. The carrier did not understand what had happened, as he thought he would die now. In the same way, the appearance of the unknown angered the giant, who did not understand who it was. But while he was looking at his wounded partner, someone approached him. It was Haran, who also decided not to leave these people in trouble. The monster swung at him, but he easily dodged the blow. Here, the monster asked if our hero knows who he is. The boy had no idea at all, but he saw that this monster was weaker than those he had already had to fight in this world. But this scoundrel angrily waved his axe wildly, asking how Haran dared to attack him at all. But the boy did not pay attention to the stupid words of this robber at all, and quickly attacked him from above. The enemy did not expect this, because for the first time he saw that people could jump so high. Therefore, our hero was able to deliver a critical blow with ease, which was very difficult for such a weak warrior to defend against. Therefore, the large body fell to the ground, and the boy confidently landed on his feet. He had already begun to get used to this body, and he felt that it was now easier to control him. The carrier stood in a stupor, and now that his clothes were falling apart, it became clear that it was a girl. Haran looked around and saw that everyone was destroyed, and was a little surprised that it happened so quickly. His friends just left without saying anything, but our hero said goodbye and said to be more careful in the future. The girl did not understand why they all left so quickly without saying anything. Therefore, she began to shout at them, asking them to stop and wait. She begged for help, as she would not be able to walk in the mountains without an escort. And she also shouted behind our company's back that if it does not deliver it to the village, the residents will die of hunger. This touched our heroes, so they agreed but silently left with her. Only the girl talked non-stop, and she started by saying that it was very restless here because of the influx of bandits. She also said that the situation in the village is not very good and they cannot hire security. She was talking so much that she just remembered that she hadn't introduced herself. Therefore, just now, she said that she is Nanran from the Arnan tribe. She also noticed that her saviors were of some high status. She made such a conclusion from their clothes. San immediately denied this and said that they are ordinary people who just follow this path. Although the girl did not really believe it, she offered the travelers to rest a little in their village before continuing their journey. The guard immediately said that they could not, and Nanran agreed without persuasion. But then the princess said that she was very interested in what kind of village they had, and asked if she could show them everything. The girl was surprised. I was glad that their saviors would visit them in the town. She was very fond of the guests, and said that they would definitely not be disappointed. And after covering a little more, they finally arrived at the place that their new acquaintance told them about. Haran definitely did not expect this. The town was very beautiful. He saw that people really live here and enjoy life, and here the young man was distracted from his thoughts, since he did not understand how this could be in the game. Some guy with a smile handed our hero a flower. Haran in real life was interested in botany, and therefore knew that it was a chrysanthemum. Nanran added that this flower is most often used for coloring, and added that it looks like our hero liked the boyish one. The girl took a flower from him and asked him to tell the head of the clan that she had returned. And the boy immediately drove into the depths of the village, as he liked when he was given a task, and then his resident began to tell that there used to be a lot of people here, but when the eyes of the night closed, it became difficult to trade, and people began to leave the village one by one. Haran did not understand what such a strange name meant, and with surprise he looked at his new acquaintance and asked what it was. She replied with a smile that it was a gate on the border near the village, and that they used them to trade with other nations. The boy, hearing this, immediately thought that maybe this is the same gate that was mentioned in the task and through which he needs to pass. And then the girl handed him a flower with a smile, which knocked our hero out of his thoughts. Nanran, holding out the gift, expressed her gratitude, but Haran did not understand why, since she is the one giving the gift. But here she said it was thanks for saving their village. When our heroes had already explored the city and settled here, Haran had time to be alone and think. He remembered the eyes of the night and understood that this was the name of the gate, and assumed that perhaps then his quest was connected with this village. And then he noticed that somewhere far away, a large number of armed soldiers were approaching the head of the water. They were some new strangers, as their clothes and equipment were different. Haran hid behind a large jug so that they would not notice him, because he did not understand what was happening. And who are these people? Because perhaps they came here for Utah, since it was not clear whose side they were on. Nanran bravely met these people, although she herself did not understand why they had come. She asked why they had come to her village again, and if it was because of the tax. Then they had already paid everything. The warrior on the horse objected and said that there were rumors that suspicious people had appeared in their town. The girl denied this and replied that she did not know who he was, and said that only villagers live here. But then she saw that the soldiers were not alone, but were leading a hostage. Someone was asked if it was the girl, and he answered that it was. Nanran remembered this man. He was the one who attacked her and destroyed her escort. He added that this was the case with 2 other men and a girl who he had never seen before. The resident confidently confirmed that they were indeed there, but they just saved her and went on their way, but they did not come here. The chief on horseback said that he would decide whether she was telling the truth and ordered his men to search the village. Everyone obeyed his order and ran to different parts of the town. The girl was very angry for such shameful behavior of these people. But this did not stop the warriors, who began to search every corner and turn over every stone as they were ordered. They broke into every building, checking everything completely. People who were just working were scared because they were defenseless. It was the largest room in the village, and the last one that hadn't been tricked yet. The men with guns were ordered to search the place thoroughly and set about their work, looking into all possible places where suspicious people could hide. After the search, one of the guards told the other that there was nothing and no one here either. This angered the elder, and he began to threaten the people and ordered them to report immediately if they saw anyone suspicious. They obediently said that of course they would do it, because they were scared. And when the soldiers left, they breathed a sigh of relief and continued their work. All the subordinates who took part in the searches came to the chief, who never got off his horse. One of the soldiers reported that no suspicious people were found in this village. The knight thanked his loyal guards for a job well done. At that moment, Nan Ran haughtily said that she was telling them the truth, and that those people had gone south. But here a warrior on a horse swung his sword and struck without even looking at the victim. He did not destroy the girl. She was just very scared to see such a sight in front of her. The knight destroyed the informer who led them to this village. The girl fell off her feet from what she saw, and she was told that if they helped the fugitives to hide. Then his loyal subordinates razed the village and its inhabitants to the ground. The girl humbly nodded her head and replied that she understood everything. And after that, the scoundrels left the village, continuing their search. The girl waited a little until they moved away and ran to the cellar, where our heroes were hiding, and Nanren told them that the threat was over and the warriors left the village. San and Harna at first thought that it was their enemies who found them and were opening the hatch, so they were ready for a fight. But everything passed, and they came to one of the main buildings, in which was the main leader. He was a little late in his introduction, but now he said that he was the head of the clan of the village, and his name was Goran. Yuta sincerely thanked him for shelter and said that they survived only thanks to him. Goran said that this is payment for a debt to them, as Nanren told how our heroes saved her from robbers. Haran just watched what was happening here, although he was also grateful to the villagers for protecting them. But he noticed that the people here, despite their help, did not seem very friendly towards their guests. And then the leader asked who they were and why they were being pursued, since they did not look like people who had committed a crime to be wanted. San is strict, said that he has school, but he can't say that. Haran looked suspiciously at the guests, because it was offensive to him to hear such a thing after he helped them. He simply stated that regardless of the situation, they are wanted criminals. The princess's guard was irritated by these words, as he could not understand how the old man could say such things without knowing the full situation. Yuta told him to calm down and not get angry, as she understood that they definitely didn't need to fight in this situation. Haran knew everything, and it was also unpleasant for him to hear such words from the leader, although he wanted to stay here to learn more about the eyes of the night. Yuta, on the other hand, tried to fix the situation and simply calmly thanked them again for their kindness, and said that they would quietly leave at dawn, so the residents did not need to worry. Haran said with disdain that it was a good thing that they would leave the village and not cause any more trouble. At this moment, Hannah was still worried about the fact that after overcoming such a path, they would simply leave and not receive any information. But everything happened as the princess said. Our heroes left the village early in the morning, and they were escorted by Nanran, who said that she was sorry, and that usually the leader is not so cold-blooded. Yuta understood everything, and said that everything was fine, and that Haran was just worried that the unknown guests would not harm the village. But the girl was very upset, as she wanted to ask a lot of things from her new acquaintances. The princess immediately said that, unfortunately, they could not do anything about it. Our heroes still continued to think about the gate and how to get to it. Nanran was chattering as usual and told that they were the first guests in many years, because before that, only mountain animals came to their village. But then San heard something and immediately understood that they were being attacked. Therefore, he quickly destroyed the arrow that flew straight at him. Yuta knew this could happen, but she didn't expect it to happen so quickly. The resident of the village did not expect this at all, because the previous attack of robbers was enough for her. But these were not robbers. This was an ambush, about which the princess's bodyguard loudly warned. One of the warriors who fired the arrow told the others to be quiet. But they quickly rushed to the attack, approaching our heroes. San was ahead, so he had to fend off these attacks first. Haran did not know that this could happen and did not understand what was happening, but he recognized these people. These were the same soldiers who came to search the village. San had been very angry with them, even before this, but now his anger was at its peak. Therefore, he managed to easily cope with them, despite the fact that there were many of them. He shouted loudly, begging everyone to run while he detained them. Yuta saw that the girl from the village was scared and therefore told her to be quiet for now. But here, the simple guards were joined by their leader, who was on a horse. This scared everyone, as that horse almost crushed everyone standing on the path. Haran guessed what was coming, as he is the one who manages people. And just then, he ordered his subordinates to destroy everyone except the princess. This puzzled everyone present, as these words meant that there was a considerable number of warriors with him. He also added that in accordance with the law of the kingdom, Princess Yuta has been arrested. And at the same time, running on his horse past Karn, he decided to strike. But the boy quickly put his new sword, which the princess gave him, to protect everyone from the blows. This puzzled the rider, as he thought he could take the boy down with one punch. But he did not give up, and our hero realized that the horse had turned around. And at that moment, he barely had time to jump back so that the horse could not strike. Haran was lucky that neither the horse nor his rider touched him. But he understood that it was very dangerous and that the horse itself could also inflict serious injuries, so he must definitely throw the rider off, because if he didn't do it, the battle would be very difficult. Haran looks directly at the horse, thinking about how to do this, but then he notices someone from behind. It was Yuta who decided to disobey her guard's order again and stayed behind. She said she didn't want to be the one to be helped all the time, and taking out her weapon, she prepared to fight. The rider also saw this and realized that everything would be even easier than he expected. But he did not immediately attack, but decided to address the princess officially, calling her the successor of the fallen king. He said he was giving her a chance to meet her end like a former princess and politely asked her to follow him meekly. But of course she did not even think of surrendering, and shouted that Jod was actually a criminal and it was he who betrayed the royal family, and asked how these warriors could obey a criminal. It was only after these words that Nanran realized that it was really a princess and could not believe her eyes. But the writer said that he follows the laws of the kingdom in everything. After these words, he again tried to strike our hero, but neither he nor the boy could reach each other. Haran understood that the horse was the problem, and it was because of him that he could not defeat the attacker. But while our hero was thinking of a plan to throw him off his horse, Yuta turned to him, who said that the mountain path here is quite narrow, and it can be dangerous for the rider, and you need to use it. And when he tries to attack again, there will surely be a breach in his defense, and they will be able to attack. It was at this moment that the rider turned around and headed towards our heroes. The princess once again shouted for Haran not to rush, but to wait for an opportunity. Yuta tried to fend off the rider's attack on her own using her weapon. She was angry because she could not stand up for herself. But this time she did not succeed again. Her shoulder was injured. The enemy was happy and wanted to enjoy the result of his work, so he looked back. But Haran was already there in a moment, who grabbed the saddle with one hand and rushed on his horse. The rider could not understand when he managed to catch up with him. But Haran was very serious, as he himself was tired of these children's games. He threw the scoundrel off his horse with a strong blow, using a good moment. The rider flew very far, as the speed of the horse was high. Haran and Yuta were glad that their plan had worked, and perhaps the enemy would not even stand up. But it was not the end, as the main warrior was still breathing and trying to get up. He began to understand that he should not have underestimated the boy and called him a scumbag for throwing him off his horse. Haran returned to Yutu and asked if she was okay and how her shoulder was. Although she was injured, she enthusiastically replied that she was fine. Our hero was worried about her, but when he heard that she was all right, he decided to bring the matter to an end by himself, destroying the warrior, but the princess said that she too could continue the fight. But she did not have time to finish her sentence, as Haran was already rushing to meet the enemy, which confused Yuta. He struck first, but the scoundrel managed to get up quickly and was able to parry the blow. But he was surprised and did not understand who was in front of him and why he was so strong. Our hero replied to this question that his opponent would not understand even if he said. The enemy did not like this and said that he would count him among those who would now be destroyed, because he would now use all his arsenal. And he tried to strike Haran with a sky strike, but luckily he missed by only a few centimeters. But even so, it shocked the boy because it was the first time he had ever seen anyone use such skills. But he already knew what needed to be done, and taking his sword as hard as possible, he began to deliver a series of blows. But nothing worked. The more he thought that this monster was no different from other guards without a horse. But the enemy was stronger than others, so he decided to act radically. And he began to think that he too might need to try to use his skill. He began to prepare for its use by taking the right pose. But here, his opponent also decided to use his heavenly blow for the second time. Haran saw this and decided not to stop his ride tool, but to deliver his new blow. And the moment he already saw the weapon of the attacker in front of him, he thrust his skill. It was the slashing blow he received after completing the first quest. And due to the fact that the strikes happened simultaneously, it caused a great destructive wave. Yaka threw the enemy very far, but the boy himself was standing on his feet, hardly moving, which meant that his skill was stronger. After the blow, there was a strong flash, which everyone noticed, including Yuta, who was once again impressed by the young man's ability. Nanren had never seen anything like this in her peaceful life in the village. But what to say about her, if all the soldiers who remained were horrified by what they saw? Even Sun turned away from his fight to see what was going on. The leader of this gang was lying motionless, and after such a strong blow, he certainly would not have gotten up. Haran himself was shocked at the power he had just used. He did not think that it would be so easy since before that there were few chances of victory. But he understood that it was impossible to relax at all, so he said he would now deal with the remaining enemies and told his friends to run. But Yuta again did not listen and said that she would go into battle with him. Haran was pleased to hear this, even though he worried for the princess's life. But it is much easier to fight in a team, and this was evident from the way they together knocked the leader off the horse. But going forward, they left Nanren alone, and she was afraid. And this feeling was not in vain, as one of the enemies crept up to her from behind. Our heroes noticed this and tried to warn her to run away. But it was too late, as the warrior grabbed the girl and began to hold her tightly. He presented his knife to her, threatening her friends that if they moved, she would be hurt. When Haran saw this, he was afraid and did not know what to do. He was simultaneously thinking about a lot of things, and how to find shelter for them, and about his mission. And seeing the girl, who was painfully held by the scoundrel, and also threatening, he began to think about her, and how to free her from this trap. He remembered how kindly she had treated him, and how grateful she was for saving the village. In addition, thinking about this, our hero thought that shelter is now needed not only by the princess and him, but also by the inhabitants of that village. But now the priority was to save the girl, so he began to think about different ways. He also thought about throwing his sword at the enemy, but it was possible to injure the hostage. He thought about using a skill, but it could only make the situation worse, so at this point he realized there was nothing he could do. But then the princess began to act, and it scared Haran, since he did not know that she could sleep. And his experiences were not in vain, as at that moment, the girl threw her weapon on the ground. and she began to shout that she is Princess Utah and that she is a representative of the former royal family that they are looking for. And if they let this child go, she will follow them without resistance. The warrior who held the hostage immediately agreed to such an agreement. Harna couldn't understand what she was doing. Maybe it was part of a plan he didn't know about. But Sane, who logically should know about everything, also did not understand what the princess was doing, which indicated that it was not a plan. And Yuta really just surrendered to the enemy, who at the same moment let go of Nanran and moved on to an important person. The guard of the royal guard began to shout to his princess if she understood what she was even doing. She replied that she was just doing her duty, but Haran still did not understand what she was talking about. But the girl continued and said with a smile that it was her duty to protect her subordinates as a princess, and told her friends not to worry and everything would be fine. She really allowed herself to be taken away, and therefore our heroes were left alone, without the princess, and because of this, Haran asked what they should do now. San said that now that the soldiers know who she is, they won't just leave her alone, and they have very little time now as they need to save her. At that moment, Nanran fell into thought and said that Yuta is the last member of the royal family. And she said that when the people rose up against the tyranny of the king a year ago, she heard that they destroyed all the members of the royal family. The princess's guard menacingly said that the truth is often different from what they say, which scared the girl, who shouted that she was very sorry that everything happened like this. San just spoke to her so viciously because her words touched him, but when the emotions subsided, he calmly said that there was really no tyranny on the part of the king. Although he wanted peace with the barbarians on the border, his vassals were simple. And continuing his story, he said that King Yule died precisely because his closest subordinates betrayed him, who are now hunting her, and until now they barely managed to avoid them. After hearing the full story, Nanran was even more surprised that now the princess had surrendered herself to them, and also for her sake. San began to blame not the girl for this, but himself, since he himself should have been ahead. Haran was also thinking about the plan to save the princess, but the first thing he asked was if they first needed to find out where Yuta was being taken. But here the villager comforted the men by saying that she knew the place. And she said that she would show them the way and asked them to let her accompany them. The fighters agreed and they went on a path that met a large staircase. Karen did not like Yaki so much, and it was very difficult for the girl to get up. She could barely move her legs and even at one point did not notice the higher step. And she hit herself very hard, twisting her leg, because of which she was not sure whether she would be able to go further. Seeing this, San did not even come to help, since his main task now was to save the princess. But Haran was not so indifferent, so he approached the girl and asked if everything was okay with her. She said as she rolled her leg up holding on to the painful part. Our hero said that she needs to turn back, because here she can die. But Nanaran did not even think of giving up halfway, and said that she must take them to where the princess is being held. She still couldn't move away from the thought of Yuta's victim, as she sees for the first time that someone risked his life in order to save someone like her. The guy didn't really understand this either, but he would probably have done the same. The girl added that she must save the princess, or at least help her friends do it. San was still angry at everyone, and at Yuta, who traded her life for the safety of a stranger, but now the one she saved is risking her life for the sake of the princess. And Harna at that time seriously thought about whether he would ever have the courage to do the same for another person. And then they finally came, as the village resident informed, adding that it was the eyes of the night. And that girl, most likely, is kept right here, and our hero raised his eyes after hearing this name. And saw a familiar gate, as this location was similar to the one in the Hero Quest game. He was glad that he would still be able to complete his quest, but at the same time he noticed that San had run off somewhere. He decided to stop him and told him to wait a little. And he added that it was a little stupid to break through, although the boy tried to say it as gently as possible. The princess's guard replied that if they went down from above, they would be immediately caught by the patrol. Besides, the slope was too steep, and there was only one way to go through the gate, since there were no other options. But Haran had already thought of everything, and confidently said that there is one more. Sun didn't understand what the boy meant and how he could possibly know. But our hero immediately confidently said about the wind, and that it is so strong that it will lift a person without any problems. The captain looked at the boy with surprise, not understanding what he was talking about, and asked if he knew how ridiculous it sounded. But Harana did not react to such an accusation, but decided to demonstrate clearly. He took a stone from the ground and threw it directly on the ground. But then he was picked up by gusts of wind, and he spun around with great speed and flew towards the fortress. This surprised his friends. They could not understand how he thought of such a thing. But while they were watching the stone fly, the boy continued and said that the force that can lift a stone with low air resistance can also lift a person, and they have to use this power to save the princess from the fortress that is under guard. At that moment, in the middle of the room, there was a conversation between the princess and the warrior, who said that he knew that eventually they would meet, but he didn't even think that the day would come today. Yuta said that she had heard a lot about this person from her father, and he said that Aksha respects the law regardless of status. That was the name of the mustachioed man who sat opposite the princess. The girl asked what he was trying to do with her, and he replied that he would hand it over to the capital, as the law says, to make sure she recognizes Jod as the rightful king. The girl glared at 8, making it clear that this would not happen. He even closed his eyes from such an evil look and said that she had the eyes of King Ayul. But when he calmed down, he said menacingly that while all the world knew was that Jod killed the king and took the throne, he was now the rightful king. Because King Ayul betrayed the kingdom, saying this he began to open the door. Yuta was very angry to hear this, as it was very unpleasant for her to hear such slander about her father. Guards stood outside the door and began to file in, as the mustachioed man said that this era needed Jod, and the princess was a symbol of the previous era that must be ended by the betrayal of the new one. The girl was surrounded by guards, who had just come in, and Acha added that she would be sent to the capital tomorrow morning. And until that moment, she has to think everything over and prepare her heart. At this moment, San felt a sense of fear for the first time in a long time, and he questioned whether there was any point in gliding through the air. Harna nodded in agreement and said that they were using the wind characteristics of this area. The rescuers were already fully prepared to carry out the plan, for which they took off their capes to use them as parachutes. Nan Ran, of course, did not fly with them, but she was very afraid and worried. Our hero said that now the sun is shining just behind them, and it will be difficult for the guards to spot them, and this is their chance. He wanted to start commanding the takeoff, but then he was distracted by a villager. She told them to survive and come back alive because she was really worried. The boy answered her in the affirmative and continued his preparation. He was in charge of the operation, as this was his plan, so he loudly told them to spread the cloak at his signal. He counted from 1 to 3 and shouted loudly that now, and the men simultaneously raised their cloaks, and they were instantly filled with air. And they began to break away from the ground, and immediately flew away, holding on to the thin fabric. It was not so difficult to manage, since the wind itself was directed directly at the gate, which played into their hands. The girl who remained at the top watched this, and could not believe it. That they managed to take off, but continued to hope that they would land successfully. In one of the rooms in the fortress, Murun Nim, who was told by the doctor, was being treated with various herbs. That he cannot get up yet, as his wounds have not yet healed, but then someone from behind told him to leave the soldiers alone. It was Acho who said to the wounded man that he was surprised that he had lost to an unknown swordsman. It was obvious that the warrior was spitting on training. But he really admitted his guilt, and he was sorry that this happened, but the mustache did not like it, and he began to shout that he had taught him. That the path of destruction is a form of martial arts that improves depending on how skilled you are at it, and ordered the warrior to return to the Rocky Mountain and start his training from the beginning. But Muranim said that he had lost in the area of Ki, and that it took him more than 10 years to master this skill, but considering that his opponent was about the same level as him, but could control this power better. This alarmed H, as he could not understand who his subordinate was fighting against, and if he ignored it, he would become even stronger. but he had no idea that the opponent was Haran. At this time, our heroes continued to fly on raincoats, and they were just approaching the gate, and they needed to prepare for landing. But San didn't understand how and where they needed to jump, so they wouldn't be caught right away. Harna did not think this through in advance, but when he saw the flags on the roof, he said to grab them. Sun continued to be afraid and did not understand how to implement it. And it was at this moment that the wind flow changed its direction, and the princess's guard began to be carried in the other direction from Haran. But the boy immediately noticed that there was a place where his partner could land. He himself went according to his plan to the flag, and at the right moment released his parachute and skillfully descended the flagpole. He was very lucky and didn't get any injuries and did it pretty quietly. San was also quite prepared for such missions, so he let himself go not far from the mountain. But at the same time, he managed to destroy the guard who would have noticed them and raised the alarm. The princess's bodyguard gestured to our hero that everything was clean, and it turns out that the wind played into their hands again. It was a bit out of Haran's plans, but in any case, he was already halfway to success. But he didn't know what to do in such a case, and you can't just wait for the right moment. Since something could happen to the princess, there were a lot of guards here. He thought that he had no other choice, and he had to do something himself. He started by going down to the tier below, analyzing that this place was almost the same as the Wingate in the Hero Quest game. And since he had already fought here, he was sure that Yuta was now in an underground prison. That is, he needed to go down to the very bottom, which he began to do, trying not to attract the attention of the guards. But when he came to the corridor, he heard some strange noises. He didn't understand what it was because they resembled blows, and he worried that it wouldn't be the princess's suffering. But it showed that he was moving in the right direction. But here it was necessary to be ready for a fight, so he drew his sword. He moved to this strange sound and did not know what to expect there. But walking further along the corridor, he did not meet anyone, although he was ready. And finally, he found where the sounds were coming from, and entering this room, he was simply horrified, as his assumption that those were the sounds of blows were confirmed. It was a big man who, fortunately, was not beating Yuta, but another girl. Yell at her for trying to run away. And it reminded him very much of the moment when, before he entered the game, he was attacked by robbers. In this victim situation, he saw himself in real life, and he felt sorry. He saw it from the outside and understood that in life he was not at all like here. With such a flood of memories, he dropped his weapon, losing confidence. He remembered how miserable he felt when he himself was beaten in real life. And right in front of his face stood a huge man whom he could not do anything about. It was as if he was back in that situation and wondered why he was meeting such people. He sat and pondered this question in his mind. And then he remembered how he could not stop Yuta, who surrendered. And at that moment he realized that he was just the same victim. And just saw how a healthy man hurts a hostage, as it was once done to him. But clenching his fists, he told himself that he was not like that at all now, and rudely stopped the scoundrel with a bat, ordering him to stop. He did not understand what he meant and asked who he was. Haran did not answer his question, but at this time he became angry and repeated once more for him to stop. The scoundrel was several times bigger than our hero, and therefore scornfully asked if he was a joker. And swinging a blow, he said that he would spank him now. But Haran didn't care, and he struck first without answering. This shocked the yellow-haired hostage, as she did not expect to be rescued at all. But the boy had a lot of anger, which he was able to unleash on this scoundrel at the moment. Imagining that at this moment, he was dealing with the robber who had been bothering him in real life. While he was whipping the giant, he repeated what he told him to stop. At another moment, imagining another robber who was with the first one. When he remembered this, even more anger appeared in him, which he vented here. And for a moment he destroyed the abuser of the yellow-haired girl. At the same time, he got rid of his anger towards those offenders who were bothering him in the alleys near the house. He spent a lot of energy on the enemy, but not because he was too big. And because he beat him too hard, and that's why he had to sit down to rest. In general, for the first time in a long time, He saw the consequences of a fight on his own hands. But even so, he understood that even if he knew the plan of the building, he needed to move on as time was short. But he definitely needs to catch his breath after such a fierce battle. He was still thinking about his real life, but then the girl shouted at Viray and continued to say something incomprehensible, which in her language meant that she saw that he was strong. She began to dance with the handcuffs and shout "Jen bien do," but Haran did not understand anything she was saying at all. Here, when he started to rise, she called him. And she repeated several times that Yar is a damn bastard, and said Yar Poya. But our hero understood that she was not calling him names, but simply that this was the only expression she heard and remembered, and Yar Puya, that's how she introduced herself. He did not know whether to let her go or not, since he found the keys with the big man. But still, he unlocked her handcuffs and let the yellow-haired girl go, and went to fulfill his mission, saying in farewell that he was not a fucking bastard, but Khan Haran. The rescued woman smiled and said that he was a bloody bastard Kang Haran. Our hero did not want to argue with her anymore, and therefore told her to call him whatever she wanted. He raised his sword, thinking about what to do next, and preparing for new fights. But when he sheathed the weapon, he noticed that his hands were still dirty, after the fight he had with Pui's abuser, the yellow-haired girl. Although he was sorry that he had such a fit of anger, he simply wiped his hands. And he just went on his way, going to the prison in the basement, where they could keep the princess. He went all the way without meeting a single guard, and already began to descend into the dark basement. But it was very noisy here, because as soon as he opened the door, the hostages raised a ruckus. There were completely different creatures here that didn't even look much like humans. He couldn't understand what was being done to all these people, and why they were here, and why there were so many of them. And one of them was generally very similar to the one he fought with in the last quest. But while he looked at everyone looking for the princess, he felt with his senses that someone was behind him. Someone fired an arrow at him, which he fortunately managed to repel, quickly drawing his sword. The archer, who was standing in the dark, said that although this is a place where no one has the right to break into, the boy still managed to get in here. He added that even though Haran defeated Moran Nim, he was currently undergoing treatment. But is the guy too confident in himself to think that he will be able to get out of here? Haran realized that the man who had taken Utah was standing in front of him, and it was he who continued to tell the player that he is very curious whether he will be able to dodge his arrows in such a narrow place, moreover, which is already filled with other guards. Seeing them, our hero realized that it is better to deal with the attackers as soon as possible. But as soon as he started preparing to repel the attack, someone with yellow hair flew past him. It was Pooja, who, with the words of Hayab, which in her language meant attack, struck one of the warriors, who recognized her, but it was too late. He could not escape from her. Therefore, she had time to pounce on the archer and hit him many times with her club. Another guard wanted to save his partner, and swung at the girl with the words, "Little animal." But he was stopped by Haran, who managed to strike the opponent first. He wanted to deal with all these scoundrels by using his new skill, but now it was impossible because he could hurt the girl who was on his side. Pooja continued to beat the archer with the words "damn bastard," as it was the only thing she knew, while the other guards pounced on our hero. While Yuta sat upset behind the bars, not even eating anything. She was not in the mood for that, as she was thinking about everything that had happened. And she remembered how Aksha called Jode the rightful king, saying that it was a Yule who abandoned the kingdom. She was in a lot of pain and started crying because this is how everyone thinks about her father. But here, out of the darkness, someone spoke to her, saying with a laugh that no one had come here from the outside for a long time. The princess was frightened by this, as there had been complete silence before that. He did not answer, but simply asked why she should know this, if she will die tomorrow. The stranger asked her to simply be his interlocutor, asking who she was, a robber or a murderer. She angrily said that she was not a thief as it affected her. The silhouette in the shadows smiled and said that this meant that the girl had committed treason or violated a royal order. This infuriated her even more, and she even stood up to shout at him to shut up, since he knew nothing about her. The stranger continued to laugh. It was visible through the hair that covered his face. Yuta, on the other hand, asked what he did to end up here, and not with everyone in an ordinary prison. The long-haired man replied that his fault was that he was a remnant of the past. This simply shocked the girl, as she had already heard something similar a few hours ago. That's what Acha called her before sending her to this place. She began to shout even louder at the stranger, asking who he was and ordering him to say his name. He was very calm and answered that he was dead and had long forgotten his name. She began to use her status, so she introduced herself and, already as a princess, once again ordered to personalize herself. The stranger, hearing this, only laughed and asked if she was the daughter of that miserable man. Yuta did not like it when her father was mentioned in a bad light, so she was outraged by it. But the prisoner continued and said that if she even knew his name, then he would tell. And then the hostage introduced himself and said that he was the commander of the 7th Brigade of the former kingdom, and his name was Haso. Now he is just a dead man of this gate, but even Yuta used to know him. He was a warrior who fought with her father. The girl said that she had heard before that he had died and did not understand why he was here. He replied haughtily that it was a shame, but he was here because of her worthless father. Yuta was already mad that he was talking about her father like that, so she told him that he had no right to say such nonsense. But he continued and said that the king had left the era and ruled the kingdom with the sword, and everyone knew that this would happen as soon as he stepped back. Yuta continued to curse at the interlocutor and said that her father only wanted to be with the barbarians and the peace achieved by force was not real. But the prisoner just laughed at this and said that every kingdom grows on someone else's blood, and added that no fool would defend a king who lowered his sword as she did. She wanted to start making excuses, but she was not allowed to do so. In the room where they were, the door was broken with the help of one of the guards. It was Haran who threw the enemy so hard and caused such a commotion here. Yuta did not expect to see him here at all, but she was glad and shouted his name. And only now did he notice that she was in this room, since he had checked many such before. The girl asked him how he managed to find this place, but the boy was thinking about something else. So he took out the key and said he would explain later and first we had to get out of here. But Pooja pounced on him, who hugged him, and he dropped the keys because of such a surprise. Yuta was frightened by this, and she began to worry about the rescuer, since after going such a long way, it would be very senseless to be caught. But while the yellow-haired girl was hanging on our hero's back, and at the same time the bloody bastard Kang Haran was screaming, he began to tell her to get off and began to take her off him. Yuta began to realize that everything was relatively under control, but she couldn't understand what the barbarian was doing here. After getting rid of the girl, he began to open the gates behind which the princess was. They opened the door, but the princess was dissatisfied with something and stood in a stupor. She could not understand why the barbarian was helping her escape from prison. At the same time, Pooja extended her hand to the girl as a sign of acquaintance without saying anything. Since Yuta would not have understood anything anyway, but she began to respond to the friendly gesture out of fear. And they shook each other's hands as a sign of acquaintance and thanks for the rescue. The girl was very friendly and happy, and the princess, on the other hand, thought that she was now shaking hands with a barbarian for the first time. And then Yuta also reached out with a smile and thought that the girl's hand was so warm, and in general she was an ordinary person, just like herself. But this beautiful moment was spoiled by the very loud laughter of the prisoner, which made the princess mad again. Haran didn't expect to see anyone here, but Haso said that even if they could get out of here, she still wouldn't be able to accomplish anything. Yuta wanted to start arguing with the character again, but for now, she was thinking of what to say. Haran shouted that they didn't have time, and they needed to get out of here as soon as possible. Pooja grabbed the princess's hand and dragged her towards the exit, realizing what the boy had said. But the princess noticed another prisoner, and therefore escaped from the grip of the barbarian, and she stopped by one of the cages, looking at those who were also there. She recognized not the person who was in prison, but what was around her neck. An old man had her father's amulet, which she could not mistake for anything. She could not understand how it ended up in his possession and thought for a moment that it was just a fake. But then the old man began to speak to her, but in some strange way, he said King Ayul, daughter. And in addition, he called her by name, and it turned out that this old man somehow recognized the girl. She was more surprised that he spoke in her language, so she asked if he understood her. The old man continued to speak in separate strange phrases. He said that this is a promise, King Ayul. At first Yuta did not understand what her grandfather meant, but after a moment, she understood something. Haran told her that they couldn't stay here and needed to leave right now, but the princess said that they needed to free everyone. The boy did not understand why all these bandits were to be released. He did not understand what logic the girl was following. She looked again at the amulet on the old man's neck and answered that it was what her father wanted. Our hero did not want to do this, but he listened to his friend and a large crowd began to leave the cages. Haran did not understand why all this was happening and was worried that everyone was against them. Yuta, when she saw the number of hostages, was also worried, but less, since she trusted her father. They were surrounded by a large number of giant barbarians, which made them look little like humans. What scared our hero, since a few days ago, he fought with approximately the same monster. Our heroes began to be sniffed, and this confused Haran, so he was the first to ask what they should do, and the princess told him not to move. But then an old man also called and shouted to Roy Ray, which in their language meant to stand still. He approached the princess and squeezed her hand tightly, preparing to say or explain something. But he simply handed Yuta the amulet and said in a strange pronunciation that King Ayul, daughter, Yuta. The girl began to understand something, and she was pleased to see one of the monuments about her father. She smiled, and shaking hands, said that they should all get out of here alive, and the old man agreed. Shouting to his men, Kaiba meant to attack, and all these giants rushed forward. Haran was glad that he would not have to go out alone, but he still had to get to the other side of the gate. At that moment, Ancient was in his office and was looking out the window at the sight of the carriage drivers who were supposed to pick up the princess in the morning. But then the door of his room opened loudly, and the newcomer did not even knock. It was one of the guards, and he reported that they were in trouble and all the barbarians had broken out of their cells and were rioting. This news sent the mustached man into a rage, and he menacingly asked what the guard was doing and what happened to the princess, where she was. The soldier lowered his head and did not know what to answer, because of which he received a blow with a book from Acha, who had already guessed everything. He ordered to gather all the soldiers at the gate and began to prepare for battle himself. A barbarian who looked too much like the monster Haran had protected the princess from in the first trial. Destroyed everything and everyone in his path, clearing the way for his leader. Who was that old man? The rest of the released prisoners were also engaged in this, running behind the largest. Even the yellow-haired girl took part in the battle. Yuta saw and was surprised how strong these creatures were, or rather people, as she already understood. San, who was looking for the princess all this time, was busy destroying the guards. But when he dealt with the last two guards in this sector and turned back to a strange commotion, he saw a crowd of barbarians panting and glaring at him with their red eyes. He could not understand why there were so many barbarians here, and he already wanted to proceed to their destruction. But Yuta saw that her bodyguard was determined to fight them, so she shouted loudly for him to stop. He looked at her, relieved to know she was alive. He shouted back to her to ask where so many barbarians came from. But the princess said that there is no time to explain, as it is necessary to get out of here as soon as possible. Haran shouted that he needed to get to the gate, but first he needed to open it on the other side. Sun continued to fight the new guards coming from all sides, but said that it would be done. There were more and more guards, but he skillfully cleared his way and told others to follow him too. Yuta saw that they were beginning to move rather briskly through such a large crowd, and she began to rejoice. But at that moment, Acha was watching over them from the roof of the highest tower of the gate, who had a good opportunity to strike from above, which he took advantage of, and jumping from above on the nose hit using his power of the heavenly blade. With this blow, he destroyed one of the largest barbarians who was closest to him. Haran saw this warrior for the first time, so he was surprised by his appearance and did not yet know what to do. Yuta assumed that he would also join the battle, but forgot to warn the others. But the monsters didn't care who to destroy on their way, so seeing him, they began to attack from behind, but this attempt was unsuccessful, as Akshay easily dealt with them. He did not understand how the princess could unite with these worthless creatures. When the princess heard him say this, she began to shout back at him that they were the same people as they were. The knight came closer and struck, saying that she was talking the same nonsense as King Ayul. Yuta was able to defend herself from the attack, but she didn't like the enemy's words and told him to shut up. And the opponent decided to put an end to this once and for all, and that's why he hit the girl in the arm with a blow. She was in pain and it would be very difficult to fight further, but she did not think of giving up. But Acha was already standing behind her, who said that it is impossible to rule the country based only on ideals. He swung his sword meanly from behind and told the girl to pass it on to her father when she saw him, as he was going to destroy her, but this was seen by Haran, who tried to warn her. But it was necessary to act alone, so he himself quickly moved to the knight and caught his sword. But it was too late, as the enemy was much faster and not like the others. But a moment before the blow, the old man who had the king's amulet managed to jump and take the blow. Although the princess survived, the old man himself was very badly wounded. He fell to the ground a few meters from the enemy, who had just thrown him right at Yuta's feet, who could not believe what had happened and felt very sorry for this barbarian. She crouched down next to him, trying to save him, and at that moment, a guy was already fighting with Ake, who was determined, as he felt sorry for the old man who they were rescuing from prison. The enemy was also very angry, as he had heard of this boy and that it was he who had defeated his best warrior, Muran Nim. The barbarian was still breathing, so he was able to say the same words that sounded from him before. A king, a promise, a country. That's exactly what the girl who tried to help heard from the old man. But it was already almost impossible to save him, and he understood it himself, so he repeated his words and handed over the amulet. But then his hand fell unmoved along with the amulet, which meant that he had stopped breathing. The princess picked up this amulet and put it on herself, and said that she would certainly fulfill this promise. Although the girl herself was wounded, she got up and was determined to fight. Karna was still fighting with Achaea, who, seeing the boy, immediately understood that this was the same offender. And he added that he had never let trespassers enter this gate while he was here, and added that he would make the boy regret what he had done. But Yuta was very angry, so she also joined the battle, trying to strike from behind. But the attempt was unsuccessful, as the enemy found his way easily and had time to defend himself. Yutu was very angry, so she did not stop and continued to strike one after another. What made the enemy move away from her and Haran in order to have the opportunity to counterattack? He laughed at this, and did not understand what kind of joke it was and why it developed that he slapped some insect. He was the one who said that about the old barbarian, but Yuta told him to shut up and added that they were human just like them. But the enemy did not do this and asked if she knew why this gate was so well guarded. Haran saw that Acha was preparing to strike the sky again and he needed to act. After explaining that it was all to protect the kingdom from these vile creatures, the opponent delivered his blow, but Yuta was able to withstand it. The blow was so strong that it broke the ground on which the girl was standing and dust rose. And when he began to disperse, Acha saw that the princess was alive, and she was not even touched by the blow, although she spent a lot of effort to retain such a strong skill. But the mustache could not believe that she survived after such a thing, and did not understand how she endured it. Harno was also surprised, but he was glad that the princess was still alive, but it was necessary to protect her. He thought he had to stop this jerk, because if he continued, Yuta might die. But as soon as he thought about it, the girl herself shouted at him to leave this bastard to her. Haran didn't know what to do because he knew that she couldn't win this fight, and if she died, so would he. Acha saw that the girl was tired and said that she could not even hold the sword properly, and nothing would change if she continued to fight. Our hero also thought that the Yuta was acting recklessly, so he was ready to help. But she told him to stand still, because if she kept running away, just because she is not as strong as her opponent, she will not be able to achieve anything. Haran somehow understood her, but he could not allow her to die. Acha again delivered his powerful blow to the princess, saying that her era was over. But the girl was able to resist such a strong skill of the enemy again. They slipped past each other and ended up behind each other. But this blow was different from the others, as the princess felt that she had succeeded. The enemy did not return angrily and asked how she dared to advise him. She cut his face, which only angered the mustache, who was even more radical this time. Yuta understood that she could not fight any longer, as her body was on the verge of collapse. However, at that moment, Acha decided to take revenge for the wound and attack the girl from above, saying that he would send her to her dad. But Haran could not allow this, so despite the girl's request, he intervened and rejected the offender. And landing next to the girl, he is determined to take revenge on the attacker for everything. Yuta didn't say anything to him anymore, but just watched what he was doing. Our hero looked maliciously at Acha, who was just getting up after such a strong fall. And when he got to his feet, he immediately started swearing at the boy, calling him a piece of trash who doesn't even know the basics. Haran was not at all afraid of such words, and boldly stood in front of the enemy, waiting for the moment to strike. Whiskers said he was going to destroy the boy right now and grind him to powder as he prepared to use his skill. It was a new skill called air sweep that used the power of the wind to strike. This shockwave was already approaching our hero, but he was thinking about it so far he did not react to it. He remembered the girl's words that if she continued to run away, she would not be able to achieve anything on her own. But there was no time to think, so he responded to the strength of the enemy with his dismembering blow. Acha couldn't understand why his air skill didn't even touch our hero. Instead, Haran's blow hit the offender himself, due to which he flew very far above the other guards, who did not expect this from a simple guy who seemed to them to be worthless. Yuta also did not understand how he managed to fight so skillfully, but at the same time, she was ashamed that it was not her who did it. The other soldiers immediately ran to their commander and began to try to help him stand up, asking if he was okay, although it was clear that he had received many injuries. But H was not interested in his wounds, but how Haran was able to use such a difficult skill. And he had only once seen a warrior who could use such strong skills in his battle, and thought that such techniques disappeared the day the king died, and did not understand how the boy could know them. Acha was very scared, so he decided that the best way out would be to run away, which he did, shouting for his other guards to do the same. But they didn't understand why he ran away, and they didn't know what to do, since now they were left alone at the gate. San saw this too and told them it was over, and Akshay ran away and left them. And now the soldiers have only two options. One is to die, and the other is to lay down their arms peacefully. But the guards only laughed at this, as they thought that their advantage was that there were simply more of them. But then San himself and others who were there paid attention to the princess, who began to scream for everyone to stop, and she begged them to stop these worthless fights. Looking at the soldiers, she urged them to look around and see how many useless victims there are, and all only because they are barbarians, although in reality they are the same as everyone else. She continued to shout, and it was evident that it was working, so she continued that this war has been going on for hundreds of years, and too many lives have been taken, so as the daughter of King Ayul, Eula, she asks everyone to give meaning to their lives, and asks them to go to her side, and she will show what is really worth fighting for. All the soldiers who had previously served the king before his death, but were now carrying out the orders of the new government, lowered their heads and thought. Haran, after seeing what these warriors are capable of, did not even think that they would listen to her. But the guards began to throw down their weapons, showing that they would not fight any further, and began to bow to the princess. Although our hero liked to fight, he was glad that the enemies understood everything and submitted peacefully. All this time, Nanran was desperately waiting for the men who went to rescue the princess. She didn't know how long it would be, but she believed that they would come back and everything would be fine. But then she saw that something was happening at the gate, and it shocked her. The gate opened, and she could see it very well as she was at the very top. She saw San standing at the gate, and at that moment she understood that everything worked out for them. Now she can also go down, since the gate is open in the direction of the kingdom. The captain of the royal army was the first to cross this border and see what was there. He immediately felt that there was some other air. It was so cold that you could see steam when you breathed. San turned back and saw that his friends were also approaching him. It was Haran and Utah, who also came to see what was hidden behind this gate, although the boy was doing it for his task as well. The princess saw this sight and immediately remembered what kind of place it was and where she had seen it before. This was the land of the barbarians, and she knew it was severe, merciless, and cold. But it was very beautiful, and she promised herself that no one would ever close that gate again. Harna, on the other hand, was more pleased not with the view, but with the fact that he managed to pass through the eyes of the night, which was his current task, so he breathed a sigh of relief as he no longer needed to fight. And then a sound was heard, and a screen appeared in front of him, on which it was written that the second test of the quest was finish it. And as a reward, he receives one of the 7 fragments of the Stone of Return. In the message, he was congratulated on passing the second test, and, in addition to the fragment, he was given a new skill, Death. He was glad to see this piece of stone, as it meant that he was getting closer to returning home. While he was enjoying his reward, he was also told to wait for another challenge at his next destination. When he looks at the resulting piece, he realizes that the stone is beginning to take some shape, and there are 5 more fragments to be filled. 3 days passed, and our heroes still remained at the gate, having removed the enemy's flag, which testified to freedom. Yutu was standing by the window, thanking Haran for saving her. She said San told her everything, and it was very smart to use the wind power. Haran laughed awkwardly and continued to listen to what the girl was telling him. She was in despair when she was dragged to prison, although she tried to act as if everything was fine. She was even afraid not that she might die, but that she would not be able to achieve success in what she aspired to. And Yuta somehow abruptly departed from the topic and asked our hero if he had friends. And although he had several friends on the internet, he resolutely answered that he did not. And then the princess remembered that the boy had lost his memory, although Haran himself had forgotten about this legend. Yuta, on the other hand, began to cheerfully talk about the fact that she wanted to make friends so that they could play together, argue, and make up like normal friends do. She went to the table and took the sword and went on to say that she thought it would be difficult for her because she was born into a royal family. And when she came to Haran, she handed him the sword, saying that it was her gift, and with it she wanted to thank him for saving her. The girl was worried whether he would accept her gift, but our hero awkwardly took it and thanked him. Yuta motioned for him to unsheath it, as she knew it was a special sword. Our hero was amazed by the beauty and practicality of this blade, which burned red. There was nothing incredible. The boy definitely did not expect such a gift. Yuta asked if the boy liked this gift, and he answered with joy in his voice that he did. The girl was glad that the gift was liked, as it was a gift from a friend, and she did not want the boy to feel embarrassed. Haran understood this, and therefore accepted this sword as a weapon with which he would be able to defend himself in the future. The princess was very pleased that she was able to please her savior. They were both standing by the open window, and some strange sounds were coming from the street. One of the guards stopped the barbarian, ordering him to stay put. And he asked where he got the cloak, which should have been only with the same guards as him, but certainly not with barbarians. He seized this man by the same cloak and menacingly ordered him to change it. In addition, he called the barbarian a dirty scoundrel, which angered him, and he burst out in delight. And he began to look menacingly at the warrior, starting to growl at him, which meant the intention to attack. The guard saw this and began to reach for his weapon to defend himself. But a voice from the side ordered both Razbishakes not to move and to remain in place. It was Sun who said that the cape was provided by the military and ordered the 2 of them to return to their place. This infuriated the guard, but he reluctantly followed the order and retreated. The barbarian did the same, but the order was still in the air, and it could turn into a fight. Therefore, the captain of the guard began to think how it could be solved so that this would not happen again. But before taking any action, he decided to tell the princess about it, remembering that this was the 10th such incident and discontent was growing among the soldiers. The princess knew that it would not be easy for such different warriors to get along, but she did not know how to solve it exactly. San was surprised that Yuta wasn't going to do anything about it, as he knew it wouldn't lead to anything good. The girl looked at the map and understood that there was simply a much bigger problem that her bodyguard did not know about. Although they have captured this place, their forces are not yet that great, so no one wants to enter into an alliance with them to help. And if this continues, they won't even come close to matching Jod, so they need to find troops within the kingdom to help. But San, analyzing everything the princess said that such troops do not exist. But the girl was looking at the map, and her gaze was directed to the neutral army of the kingdom, which was an independent region in the Rocky Mountains. The captain knew about them, so he said that it was even ridiculous, and they would not help them at all. But the princess, leaving the room, said that it was necessary to make them want. And for this, you need someone who is well versed in the political landscape of the kingdom. But San still did not understand who she was. The girl went down alone to the very bottom of the tower, to the prison where she herself had been. There was almost no one there, since everyone was released except for Hazo, to whom Yuta came, intending to ask him for the necessary information. He expressed his surprise to her, as he really thought that she would be eliminated already in the morning. But the girl didn't care about these taunts, so she immediately got down to business, as she needed to learn from the prisoner about the political landscape of the kingdom. She offered him cooperation, but he only laughed again because he did not understand why he should help the princess who decided to fulfill the will of the king. But here Yuta simply broke the chains with which Hazo was shackled, thereby freeing him from imprisonment. She knew that he himself would be interested in whether she was able to prove the correctness of her father's intentions, so she simply walked away. The free prisoner will understand everything, and therefore he himself began to laugh loudly at what happened. Returning to her temporary office, the princess wrote a message and wrapped it in a scroll. She already knew he would deliver him, but she was still worried if her plan would work. San helped her with the right, though he could carry it himself, but leaving the princess alone was too risky. Suddenly, someone entered the room without knocking at all, which puzzled the guard. But it was Haran who could be treated like that, and he came here because he heard that the princess was looking for him. Sun was glad that the boy had come and immediately invited him to drink tea while they talked. Our hero did not understand what was going to be discussed, but he agreed and was glad of such kindness. They all began to drink tea together in silence and enjoy the moment when there is no need to run away from anyone. But Haran began to think first, as he wondered why he had been summoned so urgently and thought that something might have happened. But the captain said that this is not the point. The princess just has one request for him. And then she asked if she could ask him one favor. The boy did not understand what kind of task it could be that everyone was so serious. But the princess handed him a scroll and asked him to give the letter to Neuron, the representative of the Rocky Mountains. He mentioned that the third task would be given to him at the next destination. And most likely the Rocky Mountains are him, but he asked if there was anything else to be done or just to hand over the letter. The girl said that only to pass, but Nurkan is the representative who manages the Rocky Mountain. And they say that he can be picky, so you need to be careful with him, and the guy immediately listened to such advice. Yuta apologized for forcing her to do this, but Haran was the only one she could trust in such a situation. It wasn't difficult for our hero, but he didn't know how to get there. San said that there is no need to worry about it, as a guard will go with him and he will be responsible for you. This escort turned out to be a generally small guy who did not inspire confidence. But the princess's bodyguard said that although he was a newcomer, he came from a nearby village in the Rocky area, so he knew the area well. The princess approached this boy and asked if his name was Humong, and said that everyone was counting on him. He began to report loudly and according to the charter that he would definitely complete the task and return. Hearing this, Utah calmed down a little, as she saw that the boy was really dedicated to this work. Our hero was hesitant, but accepted this guy into his company, to which San smiled happily. The princess said that the contents of this letter would be useless if the seal was broken, so it must be handled with care. Harna understood all the instructions, so he put the scroll in a protective bag so as not to damage it. And after saying goodbye to his friends, he headed for the exit from the gate, which was already free. Our hero called Humong with him, who was still standing in the wreck. San looked after the boys and thought with hope that they would not have any problems on the way to the mountains. Now the travelers were far enough away that Yuta and her guard were left alone. And the warrior asked the princess if she really believed the words that the man told her. Yuta said that Hasso is the commander who led the brigade together with her father, and although she cannot fully trust him, there is no other way out. San was worried about Haran, and he wondered if Nuran, the leader of the mountains, would calm something wild. The princess was just beginning to hope that the boys would return safe and sound, but she had business to attend to here. The first part of the way from the gate, our travelers walked in silence. But here the guard said that it was all so exciting, since it was his first time out. Harna did not understand these feelings, so it was strange for him to hear such things, especially from a guard. But the boy went on and asked if Haran had ever been in the vicinity of the Rocky Mountains, but he replied that he had never been. Humang was happy and said that as a warrior of the kingdom, he must visit there at least once. Our hero did not understand what was so special about the place where they were going. But the attendant began to explain that not only the people of the kingdom live in this place, but people from different countries come here to train, as this is a sacred place, and independence is allowed here within the kingdom. Harna understood everything, but his companion continued his story, as he was shocked when he first saw an unfamiliar area of mountains. And it was then that he decided that one day he would also become the strongest and immortal warrior of the kingdom who would leave his mark in history. Haran did not like that the boy would not shut up and continued his chatter. And then our hero heard some sounds from the bushes and did not understand who it could be. He was ready to draw his sword and fight the enemy who wanted to attack them. But Human drew his sword and shouted that there was danger, and ordered them to stay behind. A rustling could be heard in the bushes, and he was getting closer to the defender, who was already waiting for a fight. And then some creature from the bushes suddenly pounced on him, and everything happened so quickly that he did not even understand who it was, but managed to jump aside so that the enemy did not touch him. The guy was angry and ready for a fight, as he saw the real enemy in front of him. But in reality, it was the yellow-haired girl whom Harna had saved a few days ago. But she was really hostile, so she jumped on the armed guard and kicked him. Immediately after that, she jumped away so that he would not touch her with his sword. Haran, on the other hand, watched the fight and understood that the girl had confused them with someone. But he immediately recognized that it was Puja, who was supposed to be on their side. But Humang saw in her only an enemy barbarian, who at the same time broke his nose. The girl also did not know who this young man was, so she growled at him, letting him know that she would attack now. But our hero tried to stop them with words, shouting for them to stop. But it did not help, and the two began to move towards each other with the intention of striking a strong blow. Harna saw this from the side and simply did not know how to act, as he understood that they would now cripple each other. He sighed out of pity, but understood that they were too young to understand everything by themselves. That's why he intervened in the fight and pushed the zombies in different directions, ordering them to stop. He tried to explain that they were not enemies, but they continued not to listen to him. He once again said that they had enough fighting and finally stopped this senseless fight. Puja just now looked at our hero and recognized that it was he who saved her and their leader. Harna calmly said that they are not enemies, and everyone should be on the same side. But our hero, although he did not know how the girl found them, but he knew that she was here to help. Humang didn't understand how he could talk like that about a senseless barbarian and didn't believe she could help them in any way. But Harna confirmed it and asked that they no longer quarrel with each other, while the girl herself hung on his back, calling him a damn bastard. After that, The boy understood everything, but when he saw the girl on her back, he noticed that the scroll was not there. What he told the hero himself, who did not understand where the letter had gone, as he was sure that he had just received it. He was frightened and despaired, because now he could let the princess down. And he began to remember where he released it, surveying the area, although he could not imagine how he could have lost the letter. While Haran looked around the ground in the place where the fight took place, he didn't even notice someone watching over them from a tall tree. The stranger wasn't going to hide, so he immediately spoke to our heroes and said that they didn't have that many things. They were all surprised as they did not expect to see anyone else here. Besides, this man had a scroll which he opened. He just wanted to find out if there was anything valuable in them, but he found out that they had no money at all, and because of that, he was upset. Haran simply could not believe that the letter had been stolen from him so easily, and the seal had also been destroyed. The so-called bodyguard of our hero ordered the thief to return the letter immediately. He looked mockingly at them from above and said that he did not want to return it. And if they must, let them try to take him away if they can, and with these words, he disappeared from the branch. Human charged in first, giving a battle cry, bearing his swords ominously. But in a moment he was overtaken by Haran and Puja, who were faster than this new recruit. This pissed him off because he wanted to be the best, but he quickly realized what the problem was. And throwing off his heavy hiking backpack, he ran in the direction where the rest went. The villain generally moved relaxedly, humming his melody, as he knew that they would not catch up with him. But then Haran came so close to him that he almost snatched the letter from his hands. But still, he managed to take the scroll in time, and therefore it did not reach our hero. At that moment, the robber noticed that a really fast opponent was chasing him, so he decided to speed up as well. And at some point he even jumped off the mountain into some thickets, but Harna could not lose him. Therefore, he himself jumped from a high mountain into the unknown and quickly disappeared in these wild bushes. It turned out that he got into the very depths of these bushes, which for such a long time formed a tunnel in themselves. But after looking around, he noticed that the fugitive was not here, and therefore he lost the letter. He saw that there were no other exits, and he did not understand where this robber had disappeared to. But at the moment when he was inspecting everything here, a yellow-haired girl jumped from above. She also examined the place where they ended up and did not see the fugitive there. But she immediately understood what to do and began to lick the ground for some reason. This shocked our hero and disgusted him, so he asked what she was doing. But at that moment, she simply squinted to one side and shouted Kang Ray, which in her language meant this way. But the boy did not understand this and simply thought whether he should trust and run after her. The thief had been sitting under a tree for a long time because he was too fast, and he even got bored. But then Puja sneaked up to him from behind, who he actually noticed right away. And as soon as she tried to strike, she only managed to hit a tree. She did not understand how it happened, as the stranger seemed to teleport to the top of the hill, but he himself did not expect to be found, and realized that the barbarians were really good at tracking. Haran had just come out of the bushes and saw that the girl was pointing to the top, again addressing the bloody bastard. Haran no longer paid attention to the fact that he was saying his name incorrectly. Besides, there were more important problems. Therefore, he turned to the thief and asked him to return the letter to them. But he replied that he had not changed his mind and would give it back only if they caught up with him and took it themselves. Without even thinking, our hero quickly went to the mountain where the stranger was sitting. And again, he was inches away from snatching the scroll from the thief's hands, but he was faster. He continued to run away mocking and saying that he was very scared. Haran could not understand how he moves so lightning fast, and even specifically dodges his attacks, which is easy to provoke. The scoundrel continued to run away, but this time our hero did not just chase after him, but stood still. When the thief saw this, he stopped himself, trying to understand why he was not caught. He began to tease and asked what he was doing there and whether the boy still needed this thing, or maybe he had given up. Haran realized that he wouldn't catch him that easily, as the thief was too fast, so he crouched down, preparing to do something. The man with the letter continued teasing and even covered his eyes with his hands, showing how easily he manages to escape. Our hero concentrated and decided that it was impossible to give the enemy time for maneuvers. The thief himself, who covered his face, saw something strange in the boy's actions. It turns out that our hero was preparing to use one of his skills all this time, and it was a new force called death, due to which he immediately jumped from his place and rushed to the scoundrel with a maddening speed. And he was really scared and did not understand what was happening to this guy. So a second before Haran was about to throw his punch, he stopped him and said he was giving up. He just wanted to just laugh, and it was all just a joke, and he ran away for fun. And now he calmly handed the scroll to our hero, realizing that there was nothing valuable in it. The stranger admitted that he was just joking with him, since he looks like he is going to train in the Rocky Mountains, and he did not think that the boy would take everything so seriously. Haran saw that the scroll was open and remembered the words of the princess that the letter would be useless if the seal was broken. The thief continued to speak and said that lately there have been a lot of idiots who have started to get fed up, and he is glad that there are such clever ones as our hero. But by the time he finished his sentence, Harna was already quite far away. The man was offended that they did not listen to him and simply left. And then Humong, who had just found the criminal, began to attack him from behind the bushes. But he was much more agile and quickly twisted the newcomer, sitting on him. But he thought about the fact that he had only seen one person smarter than him before, but this time, it definitely wasn't him. The boy on whom the merry-go-round was sitting began to shout for him to return the letter, calling him a thief. He was still in his thoughts, but in a moment he returned to real life and said that he had already returned it and apologized. But the boy did not believe him, and therefore began to shout louder to frighten the scoundrel. But he immediately disappeared without even saying anything in response, which confused the boy. But there was nothing left for him to do but simply return for his backpack and catch up with Haran and the girl. After several days, they finally arrived at the foot of the Rocky Mountain. This was evidenced by the statues carved in the mountains, which meant that it was an autonomous district. And here the view of the very city to which they were heading opened before our travelers. Everyone was at the same time surprised and happy that they finally got here, almost the base of adventures. The only thing Haran was worried about was that the brawler had broken the seal, but he hoped that everything would go well. But as soon as he took another step, a screen appeared in front of him again, on which it was written that his new task was to find 1,000-year-old grass. And this was his third trial, but he had no idea what 1,000-year-old grass was. Huming noticed that something was wrong with him, Haran, and asked what had happened. But our hero replied that everything is fine and it is necessary to go on, and they set off for the city. When the travelers found themselves in the very center, where there were many warriors, the recruit began to rejoice when he saw them. This is what he was talking about earlier. The greatest number of the kingdom's greatest warriors are here. Haran still didn't like how this guy was talking about something all the time. But when they arrived at the entrance to the military building, Human finally stopped, and they just waited their turn in silence. But here the guard began to be tormented by the thought that they had been waiting too long, and something had to be done. But just at that moment the assistant looked out from the door and invited them to enter. The young boy was most happy because he was very bored waiting so long, so he told the others to get up and go. Although Haran agreed and also got up, he was still worried that they would not be accepted because of the lack of a seal. The assistant led them through and informed Nerhan Nim that visitors had come to him. But then he was told that Nurkhan got sick, so there was a woman in his place. It was his wife, whose name was Him, and she introduced herself and asked what had brought these people here. The boy said they were here to deliver a letter from Yutu, from King Ayul's kingdom. The woman asked them to hand over the letter to her for now, so she could look at its contents. The assistant quickly took the letter from Haran, who was very worried at that moment, and it was handed over to him herself, but she immediately noticed that there was no seal on the scroll. And she immediately began to get angry because of this, as she liked everything to be according to the rules. But Huming immediately began to make excuses and explain that the unbearable barbarian accidentally interrupted her. But the woman did not even listen to his words, so she ordered them to leave right now. She didn't understand who they were taking her for, and she couldn't believe that these people brought her a letter that didn't even meet the basic requirements. Everyone was surprised that the woman was so angry, but the boy immediately got his bearings and fell to his knees, explaining that they did not want this to happen. But him did not listen to this delusion and ordered the guard, who was calmly standing on the side, to drive them away immediately. He calmly agreed and headed towards the guest, threateningly ordering them to leave the premises for good. Haran did not know what to do in such a situation, since it was definitely impossible to leave here. The guard began to plead loudly for their letter to be accepted despite the damage. But Nurka Nim's bodyguard didn't like it and began to attack the heroes, as he realized that it would not work out with words. Harna understood that this man was dangerous, but it was impossible to fight. But Puya did not think about this, as she immediately prepared to strike back, but they were stopped. A man ordered them to stop and asked if the letter was really from the royal family, as he thought they were all dead. The woman reacted quickly when she saw her husband start to stand up and when she called his name. Our hero immediately understood that this person was Nurkan, to whom he was supposed to deliver the letter. Him asked him not to reboot, but he's fine. Now the leader himself asked what kind of correspondence these people had brought. This time it was Harna who answered, as he was the one delivering the letter from Utah, the last surviving member of the Ayul royal family. The wife handed the letter to her husband, and he opened it and began to read it, despite the fact that there was no seal. This comforted our hero, as he understood that there was at least some hope here. But after reading it, Nurkan threw away this scroll, which meant that what he saw there made him angry. Our hero did not know what was written there, but he was frightened to see such a reaction. The wife was happy when her husband rejected the request in the letter, as she had done it from the very beginning. The leader of the Rocky Mountains assumed that this would be the case, so he repeated once again that they were not going to take sides. Haran was disappointed at this reaction, as it meant he had failed the task the princess had given him. But then Nerhan continued and said that if they were just looking for thousand-year-old grass, then he would consider the offer. Harna remembered that his current mission had mentioned this plant, but he still didn't know what it was. Due to the fact that the leader did not say anything concrete, our heroes stayed in the city. Even at the table, the young man thought about the thousand-year-old grass that Nurkan was talking about and did not understand what kind of grass could grow in such an area. But Huming explained that it was a legendary herb that could raise the dead, but people had only heard of it, but no one had ever seen it. Haran remembered that this herb was mentioned in his current quest, which was why he was so interested in it. But here, our hero had an idea related to how he can learn more about these herbs. He asked the guard if there were two peaks side by side in the area, and Huming more easily questioned if he meant the Mountains of Determination. Haran didn't know their names himself, but he nodded, assuming that it was them. He asked if the boy knew where they were, but he did not understand why his manager needed this information at such a time. Our hero decided not to explain anything yet, but he needed to clarify something, and that's why he asked for the guard to lead him thither, and he quickly consented, as he had been ordered to obey, but he was surprised by such a strange question. In the palace, there was a dialogue with the leader and his wife, who was interested in what he would do with unexpected guests. She was worried about the kingdom and thought that some problems might arise because of them. Nuhran only wondered where these people were now and what they were doing. One of his assistants replied that they were now on their way to Mount Determination. This shocked the leader of this area, who furrowed his eyebrows, showing his displeasure. His wife was also surprised, as she knows that no one has been there for a long time. The leader thought about it and firmly ordered Arsel to take the strongest warriors and follow them. That was the name of the soldier who was in this room right now and began to carry out the order. Our heroes, accompanied by a guard who knew the way, were on their way to the mountains. But Nurkan was very strict, so he hinted to his warrior to take care of the guests and leave no traces. They walked through the mountains, and Huming thought that the rumors he heard might turn out to be true. Haran didn't understand what he meant as he said it out loud. The guard explained that recently there was a rumor that the leader was terminally ill and no one could do anything about it. and that no matter how strong a warrior he was, he and his doctors could not overcome this disease. And the boy can't believe that he asked to find this millennium herb, but our hero did not understand what was wrong with it. While the guard climbed the mountain, he repeated once again that no one had ever seen this plant, and that only stories come up about such herbs. That is, it is quite possible that this is just a myth. And here our heroes rose high enough, and Human showed Haran that the Mount of Determination was here. It was difficult, but they managed to climb to a mountain that looked like a gate with two tall pillars. And when our hero saw them, he realized, as expected, that they were similar to that place from the game. His escort asked why Haran had asked to take him here in the first place. Our hero began to worry and said that maybe here they will be able to find some clue about that grass. This surprised the guard as he was afraid of the place, but Haran told him to follow him. The boy was still worried, as he knew that there were only ruins in this place, but his friends ran inside the cave. Pooja was generally in such a place for the first time, so everything surprised her, and she watched mesmerized. Although this city was a little suspicious to the young man himself, since it looked a little different in the game. When he saw all this, he understood that this is a very ancient and historical place, and here you can find the quality of a clue. He noticed that despite the lack of sunlight, there were roots growing here, which could mean there was something here. Here, the fork was quite confusing, so they could just get lost while they searched. But then a girl spoke, and it shocked our hero. She said Moiden, which meant a temple. She repeated this word, but no one understood her, and it turned out that she was examining the place for the wrong reason. That she has never seen such a thing, but because she knows this place. Haran did not understand what she was saying, and it upset him, as he could see that she wanted to say something important. Pooja tried to explain on her hands what she meant by continuing to repeat the word in barbaric language. She pointed to the tablet lying on the ground, as it had fallen from where it should have been. And the girl read the word temple in her own language, and this surprised our hero, since he did not expect that she understood these inscriptions. He began to descend, and Humang, who was still afraid, followed them, as he simply had no other choice. They were going down the cave, and the attendant suddenly asked, "Does Haran know that there used to be a tribe that possessed mysterious power?" But suddenly, everyone suddenly became ill, and these words surprised the young man. But his guard continued and said that absolutely all the juices had been squeezed out of them. And most likely it was some kind of monster, and just at that moment, red eyes became visible from the darkness. It was some strange monster that no one in the cave had seen before. He was approaching Humang, who only had one version that could explain what had happened here. And then Haran noticed a stranger, whom he definitely did not expect to see here. He just started to attack the guard, but our hero managed to grab him by his clothes and pull him away from the blow. Although the escort was wounded, our hero still saved his life. He began to prepare for the next blow, as he was obliged to protect everyone. He struck the strange monster with his sword and cut it open. And the enemy immediately fell to the ground without moving, and this monster turned out to be much simpler than those he had met before. Our hero thought that this monster attacked them by surprise, and we need to find out who it is. Humang was glad that his leader had saved his life once again. But then his face suddenly changed, and he himself began to look like the monster that attacked them. Haran could not understand what had happened, as the guard's face was blue and he could not move at all. Here, he looked at the wound that the enemy managed to inflict before he was destroyed. Our hero immediately understood that there was poison, that is, the sword was smeared with something. While the young man was looking at the wounded man, Puya began to panic behind him and started calling him. It turned out that the enemy whom he had just destroyed began to rise and join the severed parts. From what he saw, our hero simply fell into a stupor, since just now this enemy was lying motionless from his blow. But here it stands completely intact, and besides, it has become even larger than it was at the beginning. Haran could not understand what had happened, as he clearly remembered that he had hit him. And besides, when he turned back, he saw two more of the same warriors with poisoned swords. They also looked angrily at the uninvited guests of the temple, which made it clear that they had evil intentions. Haran realized that there were even more of them now, so he began to prepare for battle. He tried to use a dismembering strike to take out as many enemies as possible at once, and he managed to do it, as the attackers simply fell to the ground. Haran could not understand whether he succeeded in defeating these scoundrels. But then another man approached him and asked if this was all he was capable of. There were several more of the same warriors, one of whom said he thought the boy would be stronger. And it turned out that this is not so, and therefore it will be much easier to deal with him and his friends. And then Haran realized that his skill did not work, but he destroyed those two scoundrels with a simple blow. The leader of the attackers said that he needed to destroy him, and his partners began to approach our hero, trying to implement it. But he was able to destroy them, and he finally managed to use the skill, but he didn't understand why it wasn't working as usual. Perhaps there is a breach in this place, but here the destroyed warriors began to rise again. Our hero had to hurry, because if he doesn't deal with them quickly, Human may die. And while he was thinking about it, something started happening behind him. It was Pooja who ran to attack these unknown monsters that could regenerate. He didn't want her to do that, as she might get hurt too, but there was no choice but to fight the others. When he struck, it looked like he only cut through the attacker's clothes. And this surprised him, as he wanted to strike hard to destroy the attacker completely. He tried to strike again, but this time he used a skill. And he succeeded. This time, the blow was much stronger, and the enemy was destroyed. But Haran couldn't understand how the scoundrel could react so quickly before he struck. He thought that some unknown fault was still present here, and while he was in thought, the enemy began to attack him from above, trying to cut him. But our hero had a very good reaction that surprised even the attacker, since without even looking back, he was able to easily destroy the enemy who was in flight. At that moment, he realized that this failure can be fought, and it can be quite simple, as evidenced by the enemy that had just been destroyed and fell to the ground. When he managed to master the skills in this place, he gained confidence, and it frightened those enemies who still remained as they saw that under a large number of voluminous clothes, there are two people who fight as one. And at this moment, our hero again used a dismembering blow, which destroyed almost all the soldiers. They scattered all over the great room where they were. Now they were lying on opposite sides of the room, but there was one more scoundrel left, which our hero looked at excessively, because after what he did, it would be easy to destroy this one. But then the enemy spoke and said that he was surprised and could not believe that he had revealed the secret of the assassins. The enemy began to prepare to strike our hero and jumped to his side. Haran was able to block the blow with his sword, although the blow was quite strong. Here, the enemy introduced himself as the head of the mysterious assassins, and his name is Arsal, and he also said that he was ordered to kill them, which struck our hero, since he could not understand who exactly gave such an order. Human started screaming loudly as the poison started to work, and he was in excruciating pain. Our hero did not yet know how to help him, but now he needed to destroy the enemy as soon as possible, who began to mock and say that the poison should have already spread throughout the body. Haran understood that time was short, and he needed to end this already. But Arsal said that he would destroy the boy as well, as he had done with his subordinate. Therefore, he tried to strike the boy, but he was able to repel him. In addition, he managed to strike back while the enemy turned sideways. It was a very strong and precise blow, and Haran thought it was over. But the scoundrel just smiled and said that he too can do such tricks, and struck our hero with a blow that cut his shoulder, which was very scary because of the poison weapon. Although there was a hole in him, the enemy stood up, rejoicing that he was able to strike, and it was visible that his sword somehow glowed strangely. He laughed again and said that he was real, unlike his subordinates. Haran held onto the shoulder where he had been shot. He was angry that this had happened. Despite the wound, he struck, as he was chosen as the most suitable candidate for the role of leader of the mysterious assassins. And he was taught a secret technique that had been passed down for several millennia, thanks to which he injured the boy. After a moment, our hero himself realized that his dagger was also poisoned, like the one with which Humang was wounded. He was puzzled by this, And the scoundrel again managed to deliver a powerful blow that sent the young man flying away. The enemy was really strong, as it was the result of a lot of training and knowledge. While he was looking at the defeated Haran, Pooja flew at him from above, wanting to take revenge on Arsul. She shouted her battle cry, which almost all barbarians used in their attacks. But the enemy, without even looking in her direction, was able to repulse her attack and rejected her as well as her other friends. She fell, but luckily she was not injured by the poisoned sword. Haran flew with such force that he broke the wall with his body, but he was still conscious. But he felt that he was more and more paralyzed by the poison that was in his wound. Arsul stood before him, and he knew that our hero would die anyway from the poison, but he wanted pleasure. But our hero decided to ask who exactly ordered to destroy him and his friends. And the scoundrel answered with irony that it was Death, not really intending to betray the customer. Therefore, he began to say goodbye to the immobilized boy, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Haran hadn't really taken anything yet, but just sat with his head down, as he was very sick. But when he heard the word death, he remembered a skill he had never used before. So he gathered his strength and struck the enemy, making an even bigger hole in his body. It just seemed to pass completely through his body, and even for a moment, he himself forgot that he had been poisoned. He moved away from that place and fell down himself, but Arsul remained standing in the same place. He didn't even feel the hit and said that whatever he was doing was useless, as such attacks had no effect on him. But Haran had another plan, and therefore he confidently, without turning around, asked if he was sure about it. As the oxen ran out, he hit the power beams, which caused the ceiling to crack. And then the enemy looked up and understood why our hero was so self-confident. The entire building in which Arsul was at that moment was destroyed and fell right on top of him. Haran was glad that he managed to deal with such a scoundrel who could not be taken by an ordinary sword. But his powers were all killed by poisoning, and he even released his sword, which was a gift from Yuta. He felt very dizzy in his head, and he understood that he was about to lose consciousness, or even die, which means he failed the current test. And so it happened that he fell and ended up in some unknown place. He did not understand what kind of liquid was under his feet. Maybe it was blood. He didn't understand where he was. Besides, he didn't even see himself yet, as he now had the appearance of his real life. He looked around and started to let it slip that he had died and gone to hell, and couldn't believe he was going to die like that, and everything seemed so silly now. Even if he did return to reality, it would still be hell, and maybe ending up like that isn't the worst option. But still, there were good moments when Yuta and the others thanked him for saving him, and it was quite fun. And then suddenly, a hand came out from under this red skin and grabbed his leg. This scared him very much, since before that there was complete silence in this place. After a moment, he saw that he was grabbed by his own character from the game, whose eyes were glowing with light. He began to hear some strange knocking, and still did not understand how this was possible. The character from the game jumped right at him with a loud scream. It looked like he was angry with the boy. It was as if he knocked himself down, and the blow was so strong that he lost consciousness again. And he woke up in the same room where he was last time passing his quest. He had a very large release of adrenaline, so it was difficult to breathe. He did not understand what had happened and what exactly he had just seen. And then a man he already knew turned to him, rejoicing that he had finally woken up. He was the one who grabbed the scroll from them and opened it. Puya and Humang were lying next to him. Harner remembered that this was the thief, but he was uncomfortable being called that. The boy could not believe that it was this person who saved him from that strong poison. But the man only looked away insultingly, as he was expecting a thank you, not this. Then Himang woke up, who was in a stupor, since he did not remember anything and did not understand where he was. He began to scream loudly, and this helped him regain consciousness, but he still did not understand what had happened, as he remembered that he had been poisoned. He began to come to himself and remember the place where he was. He was very happy when he saw Haran. Puja was also standing next to him, who had also woken up. He thought that it was our hero who saved him from those monsters. Besides, he treated the poisoned wound. Haran didn't smile, because he didn't save everyone. He was thinking about something else. Human understood that something was wrong here and began to worry, since he still did not understand what had happened. And then he looked in the other direction and saw someone he definitely did not expect to see here. In front of him sat a thief whom he had not been able to avenge last time. He was still mad at him for running away without even apologizing for what he had done. The guard reached for his sword, but just as he was about to get it, he felt a sharp pain in the wound. And the thief himself, who was actually a savior, calmly sat in place, looking at our heroes. And then he said that now all three of them are in debt to him. Human was angry and said that on the contrary, he was to blame for the fact that they were attacked and they got into this situation. Haran calmly asked what exactly the so-called savior wanted for treating the wounds. The guard did not understand how the boy could ask this man about the conditions. He continued to sit calmly and said that he was not asking for anything difficult. All in all, it is necessary for Haran to become his student, and this surprised the guard the most. He thought that this thief was completely out of his mind to suggest such a thing. But he simply said that he does not ask for money for help, but simply wants the young man to become a student, and it is not so difficult. Haran refused, but this did not reassure Human. He did not understand how a robber could offer such a thing. But he just rolled his eyes because he expected that to be the case. But he was sad. Our hero began to make excuses and said that he also had a lot of work to do. And due to the fact that he stole the letter before that, now they are in the reckoning, so they said goodbye and left. The red-haired man just looked sadly in the direction of our hero. He does not understand who he is, as he witnessed how Haran used his superpowers. And if the robber did not give up, then that blow was from Lorang's martial art, but the strange thing is that he never took students. Now, he was even more interested in Haran, as he was interested in learning more and more about it. But there was only one problem that puzzled the robber. He did not ask the name of this strong traveler. The young man himself just approached the mountain and looked at the mountain, remembering the way. This was no ordinary mountain at all, and this place was like the Trin's Peaks, which he had already seen in the center of the deep hall that he had seen in the Hero Quest game. He remembered that they needed to move down now, and he said it out loud. And Human was just catching up with him, who was a little behind, but still heard the words of his commander and began to question how he knew in the first place that they need to move exactly here, but the boy did not come up with anything and said that he just had such a premonition. But this answer did not suit him, and he asked if Haran did not think that they would be attacked again, and they must be very careful here. And then that robber came up from behind them again and hugged them in a friendly way, and this alarmed the boys. He did not understand how it was possible to come here without telling his savior, and it offended him. Human started shouting angrily at him, asking why he was following them. But he only asked what they were looking for and let them better ask him, as he is a local. But the guard did not want this, and said that he was leaving here, and it was from this that the robber realized that they were still looking for something. He immediately asked if they were looking for a 1,000-year-old herb, which further angered Humane, who did not understand how he knew this. The man replied that this is an obvious reason for people who come here, but it's all in vain. Haran confidently said that they would deal with their own problems. The robber agreed, but wanted to get an answer to only one question. He asked the boy how he knew about Lirang's martial arts. Here, our hero immediately understood that it was about his skills. The man with red hair just calmly waited for the answer to his question. But Humang was shocked by this question, and so he asked if he had just remembered Lirang's martial arts. But Haran only asked who it was, since it was the first time he had heard that name. The guard couldn't believe that he didn't know the Lirang Sword King. Our hero really didn't know who it was, so he replied that he was hearing this name for the first time. Huming began to emotionally explain to him that absolutely everyone knows Lirang's name, as he is the strongest person in the kingdom. The guy just laughed less than now for the first time understood who he was, and that he was really strong. Humang was just interested in all this, so he began to explain in more detail. There is a certain trinity of very strong people who can turn the tide of the war, and Exian is the leader of the Black Mountain troops. Nurkhan is a warrior of the heart, and the strongest in the kingdom, who everyone recognizes as the king of the Lyrong sword. It was also interesting to our hero. Now he knew more and more about this place where he is now. Haran's reaction to this information surprised the red-haired man. He realized that the boy didn't know anything about it at all, and it was very strange. But since they are all looking for the thousand-year-old herb, he decided to tell them some useful information about it. He began by saying that before the foundation of the Ayula kingdom, this area was divided into south and north, and waged a great war, and as a result, the inhabitants of the north suffered a crushing defeat. At that time, they were commanded by General Khan, and he managed to escape from the persecution of the Southerners, but he fell in the middle of Mount Resolute. After some time, when he woke up, his body was completely restored, and he became even stronger. And the people who treated his wounds were none other than representatives of the cave tribe, and since the general was badly wounded, it was very likely that he would die at any moment, but he was getting better, and as he recovered, he became very curious about what mysterious power they possessed. And in order to learn this secret, he had to make friends with them. For this, he wore their clothes, learned their language, and gradually won their trust. And then he learned about the mysterious power. And Human guessed from this story that it was about 1,000-year-old grass. This was confirmed by the robber, who began to smile at the guard's logic. But he continued and said that a tribe that could control the power of eternal life lived here. The guard couldn't believe it, as it turns out that the 1,000-year-old grass is here. Haran was interested in the continuation of this story, which could easily turn out to be a legend. The robber smiled mischievously, which meant that something interesting happened next. He decided not to drag and immediately explained that the general had destroyed all the inhabitants of the village. Haran and the guard did not expect this and were shocked, as they did not understand this act. Human began to shout angrily, asking why he did this, and then the answer was immediately heard. It was all because of greed. He wanted to be the sole owner of the 1,000-year-old herb that heals and gives the power of eternal life. Our heroes had good hearts, so they did not understand at all how he could act like that. The robber wanted to continue his story, but he coughed, and it looked as if he was deliberately trying to pull an intrigue. The boys were waiting for some continuation, so they waited with bated breath for the story from the red-haired man. He cleared his throat and let out a sigh of relief as he felt really sick for a moment. But he simply said that this is just a story that is still being passed down from mouth to mouth. After these words, he began to say goodbye and said that he would no longer follow them and that they should go where they were going. But he also remembered the main purpose for which he caught up with the travelers, so he asked the name of our hero. He calmly replied that his name was Haran Kang Haran, and it seemed like a fairly common question. But the red-haired man remembered his name with a smile, saying it out loud. And he disappeared, leaving our heroes alone, although they did not really want him to leave them. For example, Holman disappointedly asked the trail why he himself did not give his name. Haran thought about who could hire those monsters to destroy him and his friends. And in the main building, Nurhan was told that Arsel failed to complete his mission and lost. This angered his wife more than himself, as she did not expect that a warrior could be defeated. Therefore, she suggested that she personally go and deal with them, but he fiercely refused. Right now, he was only wondering how these three were able to defeat such strong warriors as Arsel and his subordinates. Travelers continued their journey in search of 1,000-year-old grass. They walked quietly, but Yumang turned to Haran, which alarmed the boy. He thought the question would be about skills, but he asked what they would do if this plant existed. But the boy did not understand this question and asked what he meant. The guard offered a mission and said that if Haran ate the grass, he would become stronger and live forever. And once again asked what they would actually do if they found her, but our hero did not have an exact answer. Human admitted that sometimes things are quite interesting in his company. But Haran did not really understand why he said that, and especially how it related to the previous question about the plant. The guard said that maybe it's because he's too honest, Or maybe he's just not greedy, and that's why the princess trusts the boy. Haran didn't even know it, but Huming explained that missions to deliver important messages weren't given out for nothing. Haran thought about trust and remembered how Yuta gave him the letter. The guard admitted that if the 1,000-year-old herb really existed, he could secretly taste it. Here, Haran noticed that Puja fell on the ground and started licking some marks on the ground. This was noticed by the boy, who became very disgusted, and he did not understand why she was doing this. Haran saw this not for the first time and understood that she felt something. She kept sniffing at the tracks as if trying to follow them. But as soon as she touched the ground with her tongue, she felt something unusual. Her emotions instantly changed, and she quickly ran deep into the cave following the tracks. Haran assumed that she had discovered something, as she had last time when she found the letter stealer. Human thought that she had simply lost her mind after eating mud. But our hero knew that it was definitely not just like that, so he immediately chased after her, which surprised the guard. Haran tried to keep Echo, as he understood that he would not find her later, and she was moving quite quickly. But he still did not understand what she had found and why she had come here. And then she turned sharply and jumped into one of the holes in the cave wall. He had no choice but to follow her, so he headed there too. They found themselves in some very strange place, which is located in the depths of the cave. It was like an island with a tree surrounded by water, on which there were swords and some strange man. The girl pointed to all this with her finger and told Moiden, which in her language meant a temple. Haran had seen this place before, so it didn't surprise him much. But there were definitely differences, since there was no such thing on the tree in the place he saw. Here they were overtaken by Humang, who had not yet managed to raise his head and see what was here. He took a deep breath and asked them not to run away from him suddenly like that again. But when he caught his breath a little, he looked around and saw various soldiers who had already died here. He didn't understand what kind of place it was, and it was quite creepy for him to be here. But here, our hero stepped forward, straight to the water that had to be crossed to reach the island with the tree. The pond was not deep, so Puya immediately followed him, who was not afraid at all. Unlike the guard, who said that there is no need to rush, and it is not yet known what would attack them again, but no one heard. They were already quite far away, and after exhaling, he also headed forward, realizing that they have no intelligence at all, especially Haran, who was walking ahead and became more and more convinced that this was exactly the place he was thinking about. He saw it at the end of the essence gathering quest after defeating one boss. And it turns out that in the place where the essence was, there should now be 1,000-year-old grass. But when he started thinking about it, something started happening behind him. And it's a good thing that he managed to turn away from the arrow that was flying straight at him, and it was this sound that he heard. Humans saw this too and began to shout, warning of further shots. The arrow that hit the ground a few centimeters from Haran oozed some kind of purple glow, which only meant that they were poisoned, so he quickly alerted his friends. But he did not understand where it came from. They can fly from different places, and he needs to guess where exactly. Huming also prepared, and as he assumed there was another ambush. Harna tried to be alert as well, so he quickly noticed another arrow approaching. But this time there were several of them, but he managed to dodge all of them. And then he realized that it doesn't even make sense for him to compete with someone who can't be seen, so he decided to make every effort in order to get the 1,000-year-old grass, and for this, he hit the remnants of some warrior's armor with his sword. From such a sharp and strong blow, they flew in different directions. And Haran, trying not to fall under the crosshairs of the arrows flying here, landed next to a tree. The guard does not understand why he did so with the armor of an innocent person. But from the stream of arrows it was not clear what happened there, so we had to wait. While the dust began to disperse near the warrior's armor, a glow began to appear. And Human began to understand that this is exactly what they came here for. It was 1,000-year-old grass that grew through the clothes and armor of one of the destroyed warriors. Haran expected this to be the case from the very beginning, because that's how he passed the level in the game. Filled with life energy that they had never seen before, but could definitely feel now. Humang was the most surprised, as he could not believe that thousand-year-old grass actually existed. But even though they found the plant, the arrow attacks still continued. Haran decided that he would bide his time to let the guard reach the grass. Huming immediately understood his mission, and taking out his sword began to move in the direction of the tree. Next to him was Puja, who was ready to help, but then he noticed someone else. He could not understand what it was, or rather, who was standing in front of him. A very strange man was standing on the tree, who was very difficult to see because the sun was blocked by the tree. But in such darkness it was clearly visible how the eyes of this strange warrior in armor were glowing. Haran did not see this yet, as he was running from side to side, attracting the attention of the archers. Humang even thought for a second that this was the same general they were told about, and seeing that he was attacking our hero, he tried to warn him. He flew straight at him, delivering a very strong and unexpected blow from above. The guard began to worry very much, as his mission was to protect this boy. But in a moment it became clear that Haran had time to react, and having taken out his sword, he was able to fend off the attack of a surprise warrior and had much better ammunition. When the boy below saw this, he calmed down, because for a moment he thought that he had lost a friend. But he was not even going to compete, but decided to respond to force with force. Although he could not see the enemy's face, he still understood that there was an enemy in front of him. Since he attacked first and also continued to fight, so our hero responded in kind. But when he struck and retreated a little, he noticed that an arrow was flying at him again. He was able to easily turn away from her, jumping even further away from the enemy. And then Puja entered the attack, who tried to strike with her bat from above. She even managed to cause a little damage, but still the scoundrel was able to repel the blow. Haran, who was a little further away, began to understand that as soon as he began to fight with him, the arrows stopped flying. And that's all because they can hit him too, but in that case, they would shoot at Puya or Humanj, but they wouldn't be touched, and it doesn't look like a trap either. And then he noticed how the enemy aimed his fingers, generating a quality of strange rays. And exactly in the place where he directed them, arrows began to fly, from which the girl managed to dodge. And then Haran realized that all this time the knight himself was directing arrows at them, and this must be stopped. Therefore, he immediately decided to attack the scoundrel at high speed. The boy was flying at a very high speed, and it frightened even a warrior who would not have had time to react. In addition, during the race, Haran was preparing to use one of his powers. He delivered a dismembering blow, realizing that there was nothing special in the tricks of the enemy. From such a blow, the warrior flew quite far. Besides, a larger amount of armor flew off him. Harna was very angry that he was attacked so suddenly, so he prepared for the next blow. Because it was visible through the curtain of dust that the enemy was still breathing and trying to get up. But when the smoke began to dissipate, he saw something he did not expect at all. Under the gigantic armor was a simple boy who was even younger than his bodyguard. Our hero could not understand how that general could turn out to be a simple boy. This became visible to others at the moment when his helmet, under which he hid his face, flew off the warrior. This surprised Humang, as he was the one who first thought that this man was a general. Even Puja, who only understood part of the whole story, was surprised as she thought she was fighting with a grown man. He just continued to get angry and tried to continue the battle without his armor. But when he started to raise, as it turned out, the wooden leg broke. And this also happened to his other limb, which caused him to fly past Haran and fall to the ground. Instead of legs, he had homemade wooden prostheses, which broke from the load and fell next to him. The young man also noticed this and realized that it was because of this that his movements were so clumsy. The assailant fell to the ground with his sword in frustration, and Huming started yelling at him. Because he was angry due to the fact that he almost killed a person, and this is not a joke. The young warrior ignored this, told them to get off the sacred ground. The guard continued his dialogue and said that they didn't care what kind of land it was, that they will figure it out here themselves when we finish our business, and ordered to sit quietly. But the opponent continued to get angry and ordered not to touch anything here, threatening with his sword. Haran could see that the boy was angry, but he felt sorry for him. So he politely explained that they really needed this flower and asked if he could take it. But the boy continued to behave aggressively and ordered to leave here. This really upset our hero because he definitely couldn't just come back without the herb. And then Puya spoke, saying in her Samdo language that they needed help. And turning to the boy with an outstretched hand, she asked him for help. The young man was embarrassed by such a gesture and did not understand how to react to such a thing. Haran did not expect this boy to understand the barbarian language at all. They were worried about the further actions of the attacker, but Humong was very suspicious of this situation. Puja was still standing with her hand outstretched, waiting for some reaction from the boy. He was very worried and doubtful, looking at the hand of the yellow-haired girl. But here he dared and shook her hand in return, which meant that he was ready to help. Although Haran was happy, Humong continued to look at the cave warrior with disdain, not understanding if he was also a barbarian. But the guardian of the flower himself heard this and said that he was a man of the Lai tribe. He was not a barbarian, as that was completely different. Here, Humong decided to make a mean joke that he was so different that he was a barbarian. But Haran stopped him, as he was ashamed of his escort. Me, who continued to be tactless with the person who shook their hands. It was because of this that the hero hinted to Humong to behave decently. Haran turned to Aman and explained again that they really needed a flower and asked him for a favor. But he was angry, because he saw that these people were no different from those boys who persecuted their tribe. But the young man did not understand what he meant and who he was talking about. But the guardian of the flower began to explain that their tribe began to die precisely because of this grass. And he added, looking at our heroes, that the eternal life they seek is a cursed life. And the end of life is a blessing that allows you to get rid of the pain in this world and move on to the next. There was a lot of truth in this, which the boy began to understand after hearing the word of blessing. Humong was still angry, so he said that they would take the flower anyway, since he had almost killed Haran. And it was not self-defense, and with these words, the guard began to climb the tree, intending to pluck the grass. Haran wanted to stop him, but he reminded him that if they did not solve this issue, then the princess would have problems. Therefore, our young man did not know what to do, since he wanted to help the princess, but also did not want to offend the tribe. But his bodyguard said that they could do whatever they wanted, and they wouldn't succeed anyway. This sounded like a challenge to Humong, so he continued to climb. But then everyone was distracted by a menacing voice that shouted with joy that they had finally found them. Haran immediately understood that something was wrong here, as the voice was very familiar to him. It was Nurkan with his wife, who came here with a whole crowd of guards. Although he was sick, but now there was a fire in his eyes that indicated bad intentions. He immediately left his guards with his wife and headed towards the tree. Turning to the guardian of the tribe, he said that it was not surprising that they had been looking for the plant for so long, since he hid it well. Haran did not understand what kind of ability he had that made him reach them so quickly. Humong was also puzzled by its appearance, so he said that they had found the 1,000-year-old herb as promised. Nurkan praised them and called their work excellent, continuing to stare in awe. For the guy who started to be afraid, because he knew what would happen to him, and he wouldn't be able to run away. And then the leader gave him a very strong gift from which he flew away. Haran did not understand why he was doing this to him and tried to stop him. But here he was, somehow stopped by Humong, who forcibly stopped our hero from attacking Nurkan, and explained that they now have much more important things to do than this stranger. Haran was very angry that he had done this to a defenseless boy. But Nurhan simply took him by the hand and dragged him along while Humong asked about the promise. The leader looked at him and said that he remembers and keeps his word. The guard was glad to hear this, as he expected the man to be very honest. Our hero was still troubled by the thought of the boy Nurkan had just taken with him. Everyone looked after him, and he said that, as he promised, he would raise the kingdom together with the princess. But when he reached his people, he continued with a laugh and said that it would only be in hell. The guard's face instantly changed. He was shocked by such an answer. And then the warriors of Nuhran himself, who were wrapped in bandages like mummies, flew at him. But Haran managed to react quickly and saved his own bodyguard from the attack. He threw the attacker far away, and he fell at the feet of another enemy they had seen before. In the military corps, his name was Tanzir, and he was also hostile towards the boys this time. He ordered to deal with the others, and with Haran he would decide himself, and they obeyed. Tanzir began to prepare his tempering power by accumulating a large amount of energy around him. Haran understood that he would now have to fight him, and immediately began to analyze the open spaces. And having done this, he noticed that there were many of them, so he decided to strike first. And the first thing he did was use his dismembering blow, which hit the enemy directly. But this time he did something different, and it surprised Haran, as he was sure that the enemy would fall. But he stood still, only mockingly asking if these were all his skills. Haran could not understand how he could withstand his blow of such force. But at the same time, there was not a single scratch on it, and besides, it was visible that he himself is preparing to deliver a strong blow with his fist to our hero. And unlike the boy himself, he succeeded, and the blow was surprisingly very strong, because the guy flew several meters away from him and hit a tree with great force. It hurt a lot, but he didn't think to wonder, so he started to get up. It was the right time not just to attack again, but to conduct an analysis of the previous attack. The boy immediately noticed that the attacker was using the strength of his body to absorb all the damage. When he stood up and saw Tanzir approaching him, he decided to ask him. The enemy looked at Haran curiously, waiting for him to speak his question. And then he asked why Nurakan did not take the 1,000-year-old grass, but simply left empty-handed. But the attacker immediately explained to him that this plant had already bloomed and therefore lost its effectiveness, and in order for it to grow again, a victim was needed. Haran began to understand the working principle of this flower, but he did not understand what kind of sacrifice was required. But the guard continued and said that only the Lai tribe could grow this plant, so they were looking for them. And then he realized that the boy was a victim to get a new flower. Tanzir was amused when the boy understood everything, because that was exactly what he wanted. Haran, on the other hand, continued to stand up leaning on his sword. For him, there was nothing strange in this. It was immediately clear that these people were coming as the last scoundrels, and that boy was the 1,000-year-old herb they were looking for. And the purpose of the current quest, where it was written that his task is to save the 1,000-year-old grass, became clear. But he didn't understand how these people could come to this. Was their own greed more important than this boy's life? The enemy said that the weak are to blame for being born this way, and they will always be destroyed by the stronger. These words resonated in the boy's head as he remembered how the stronger treated him in real life. And these memories awakened great anger in him, which he decided to immediately unleash on the attacker. He jumped up, trying to strike the enemy from above with his sword. But although he struck a blow directly at the scoundrel, it immediately became clear that nothing happened to him. As he used his tempering power again, it was all for naught. But Haran wasn't going to give up. It only made him angrier. Therefore, he decided that he would continue to fight and began to swing new blows. He immediately struck several times in a row with the use of his cutting power. But there is a feeling that this accumulated even more energy in the enemy, which he immediately threw at our hero, hitting him with his bare hand. And he was so strong that Haran even flew over the pond and fell on the shore on the other side. It was unpleasant, but he was able to withstand the enemy's attack again. Although even now he was wounded, and it was very difficult to breathe since the blow was directly in the chest. Tanzir began to explain that it would be an honor for that boy to become one with Nurkan. And these words aroused even more anger in our hero, as he understood that this was a complete delusion. At this moment, the other warriors of the leader, those who were wrapped in bandages, they tried to hurt Humang, who so far skillfully dealt with them by dodging their blows. He immediately reached for the sword, as he remembered how he had lost his vigilance in the past. But this time, he wanted to be completely different and intended to destroy the attacker with one blow. And he succeeded. He hit his sword right in the opponent's belt, but he didn't even feel anything. His eyes glowed, but not from pain, but from the anger he had after the elder's order. Humang could not believe his eyes and did not understand who was in front of him. But while he was distracted, he was hit with a strong fist, from which he flew a few meters away from the offender, who was unharmed. It hit the boy directly in the chest, causing his breath to go astray, and he could not breathe. He gasped for air with his mouth trying to restore his oxygen balance. But he did not have time for this, as at that moment an enemy was approaching him who intended to destroy the boy completely. But Humang couldn't fight them, because something strange happened to the body of the offender. He doesn't feel pain at all. And just then he swung at Haran's bodyguard, who was unable to do anything about it. Therefore, I decided to try to stop him with words, begging him to stop. He did not pay attention to the request, but it is good that Pooja managed to save him. She struck first at the moment when the enemy was almost close to Humang. Besides, he was so strong that he flew quite far away from them. Humang was happy, but at the same time shocked that she was the one who did it. He had never seen barbarians save someone's life. But after making such an exaggerated face, Pooja immediately disappeared, rushing off to fight other enemies. Haran was not thinking about the fact that she had saved him, but about the fact that she was smiling like that. But there was no time to think about it, as another warrior was just flying at him. And he was still able to strike Humang, but he was able to withstand it by stopping in the pond. He was almost on the other bank next to another warrior who was destroyed by a yellow-haired girl. He couldn't believe that the barbarian had saved his life, and besides, he was grinning at him. He was very angry at everything that happened here and at everyone around him. At that moment, Tanzir continued to talk to Haran, threatening him and seeking to know his name. But our hero did not understand why this man should know his name. The attacker explained that he liked his skills, and only at that moment he introduced himself and offered to join Nurhan. But after such a proposal, our hero only laughed, as he was no weakling. Tanzir did not understand what the boy meant and why he was smiling in such a difficult situation. But Harana immediately explained that he was sick of people like him, since he saw how they crowd the weaker ones into corners and then mock them. But the enemy still did not understand what the boy was talking about, but continued to threaten him that he would finish him quickly. After that, he himself used his power called Enhanced Fist, but Haran was also attacking with his power. They approached each other viciously, preparing to deliver a powerful blow. But Harana decided to use his other power that he got recently. And it was thanks to this skill that he was able to evade the enemy's blow, and moreover, for the first time, inflict his own. The enemy's clothes flew to the sides, and the boy himself flew past the scoundrel. But turning around, he was surprised, as he expected to see a fallen enemy. But he still stood perhaps unharmed, although Harana tried to find a gap in his attack. But Tanzir always wrapped his body in tempering during any battles. And Haran realized that it was because of this that he wasn't taking any damage, and because of this, he didn't know what to do. They will not be able to survive this battle, and accordingly, he may fail this mission. He was panicking. But here he saw how on the other side, Humang was fighting with other warriors of Nurkan. He didn't fight so much as take punches, some of which hit him right in the face. His cap and other ammunition flew off him and fell into the water next to him. But despite this, he continued to stand on his feet, preparing to resist. Even the attacker did not expect the boy to last so long. But Humang, although beaten, was even angrier than before, and this played into his hand. It was thanks to this that he was able to strike the enemy who was standing right in front of him. He also managed to break through their defenses, and the enemy fell right next to him into the water. After that, he yelled at Harana and reminded him that if he did not win, then he would die. Haran was frightened by this thought, as he still did not understand whether this could be allowed to happen to him. Tanzir said that they are in a bad situation and maybe their fate is like that because he chose death, although there were many chances to survive. He said that now is the time to put an end to all this. Haran himself began to prepare himself for the last battle, because he understood that if he really did not defeat this warrior, then he himself would die. But for encouragement, he began to remember how he had fought against very strong warriors. And he remembered how he was wronged by the same stronger guys in real life, which added to his anger. He fought with everyone as if it wasn't a game. He just wanted to survive. That's why he had such a desire even now. Tanzir was already flying at him with charged fists, striking. But Haran was able to dodge, and during the whole fight, he only thought about his survival. It gave him adrenaline, so he could give it his all. He tried his best, and began to understand that this monster was somehow too strong. And the boy understood that if he did not succeed in dealing with him, then he would die. Therefore, he tried to find some open place of the attacker again and strike there. But Tanzir felt nothing at all and said that all attempts were useless. Such weak blows did not penetrate his body protected by his super strength. But the young man had only one option, and that was to win, so he continued to try. This time he decided to use repeated slashing blows. After the first blow, there was a big flash, and the enemy seemed to be getting worse. But a second later he denied it and said it was still very weak. But this was only the first punch of the series, so Haran continued and threw several super punches at once. He tried to pierce the defense with his swords as deep as possible to reach the enemy. And as he continued to deliver combinations of slashing blows, Tanzir's armor began to crumble. And one of these blows turned out to be inflicted not on the protected part, but on the body without armor. And this blow worked, as the scoundrel flew a few meters away from our hero. Harana believed at the beginning that he could win, but now he was convinced that it was possible, since Nurkan's strongest guard was lying on the ground and did not move. Although Haran was happy that he managed to win, he spent a lot of energy on it. That's why he was experiencing almost too much stress on his body when he makes such attacks. But he was able to resist, and the main thing is that all the scoundrels were destroyed by joint efforts. Although Humang was wounded, he also tried to rejoice in the victory. He believed that everything would work out for them. And especially at Haran, to whom he was just approaching, and said that it had already come to this. Then they need to go home. But our hero did not understand how he could say such a thing since they had not yet finished. But the guard continued and reminded him what Nurkan had done to them, and even if they had brought him the princess's letter after all, it would still end exactly the same, and the boy couldn't even believe that he had caused them so much trouble. Huming was saddened that this had happened, as he respected the man. And then a sound was heard from behind our heroes. Someone crunched and coughed. It was Tanzir, who had obviously not been completely defeated yet, as he was breathing. This angered the guard, as he was fed up with them insulting him. So he walked up to the crow and raised his sword to stab it straight down. He was going to calm down the attacker once and for all, but Haran managed to stop him. He glared at his subordinate, asking why he was doing this. But Huming thinks it's some everyday thing and doesn't understand why Haran feels this way about revenge. Haran simply shook his head, and with this gesture he convinced Humang to stop. Although he did not want to do this, as anger was visible in his eyes. But realizing that he will not do anything, he exhaled a little relaxed. They all stood by the enemy, and the guard heeded Haran's advice and left that enemy alive. But he was still angry and warned that there are people who die at the hands of their enemies after such mercy. Harana knew this himself, as he already knew for sure that this was not a game, and he needed to be more careful with his life. Humang, speaking his opinion, was the first to leave the cave. The others followed him, and they had already completely left the mountains of determination. But the thought of how a person can turn into thousand-year-old grass did not leave the guard. But Haran confirmed that it was when the seed of the flower took root in someone from the Li tribe that that person would themselves become a 1,000-year-old herb. This information gave the young man goosebumps. He did not understand how such a thing could happen in a place of soldiers. He suggested that everyone return home as soon as possible because he no longer liked this place. Haran stopped after these words and fell into thoughts, because of which he puzzled everyone. Huming at first did not understand why the warrior stopped, but after a moment he began to guess. What does our hero think about saving that guy from the Lai tribe? The subordinate began to shout at our hero. He thought that he had completely lost his mind since the mission was failed. And nothing can be fixed if you go to the rescue. Besides, there were only 3 of them. And despite the fact that Haran is quite strong, They will not be able to do anything, and this made the boy itch. But then that robber spoke to them from above, and he understood that they were now having some kind of internal conflict. The boys didn't expect to see him there, so they stopped arguing and just stared at him. After humans saw this man, he became even more angry. And he did not understand why this man was here again, since he said that he would not follow them again. He jumped down and said he was here before them and was just resting. But he was more interested in what happened to the 1,000-year-old grass, so he asked if they really managed to find it. Humang said it was none of his business, but the man continued and said he could help. The guard spoke very rudely to this man because he was angry with him. And the red-haired man asked what was wrong with his face, because it seemed that he was being beaten everywhere he was, which affected the guard even more. And while he was arguing with him, Haram began to think about this man, since he noticed that he appeared as soon as they started to argue, as if he was specially waiting for this. He didn't understand what he needed, but he guessed that he had good intentions, since he saved them from the poison. Besides, he was the only one who could help them in this situation. And because of this, he suddenly interrupted his quarrel with Humong and asked him how much he knew about Nurkan. And he immediately answered in the affirmative that there really is quite a lot. And Haran abruptly and unexpectedly for everyone asked this man for help. This surprised the man, but at the same time made him happy, as he would be able to spend time with Haran, who had very strong skills that he himself could only dream of. So he quickly agreed and told them to follow him. At this time, a man was lying in some strange place to which Nurkan's guards brought him. And then he woke up very suddenly with his eyes wide open. He was on some high tower and was chained to a pillar nearby. He did not remember anything, and it seems that he was given something to make him sleep. Only now did he notice that he had handcuffs on his hands. He was sad, lowering his head as he did not manage to complete the mission. At this moment, he plunged into memories, sweating profusely from his experiences. He remembered the moment his grandmother comforted him as he lay in bed, telling him that they had been hiding for too long and she would finally be able to rest. But then the boy understood everything and promised that he would find a cure, let her just wait for him. But they did not want this, but simply explained that for the Lai tribe, the transition to another world is a blessing. And she explained that there is a small gate through which they go to the afterlife, and they are already waiting for her. They allow you to forget this life and move on to the next, but she will open them. And just wait for him to tell what will happen in his life while she is gone. And sitting tied up, he understood that this was surely the end. And he won't be able to tell her anything interesting, since not so much time has passed. And while he was in his thoughts, he did not notice that someone approached him. It was Nurkan, who was already standing in front of the boy with his assistant. Seeing them, the boy was very scared, as he knew what would happen to him next. Nurkan saw this and smiled, as he liked this expression on his face. He ordered his assistant to open the casket and hand over its contents to him. There was a golden sphere of quite a large size, which was kept very well. He took it and looked angrily at the already frightened boy. After that, he put this giant pill in his mouth, and lifting him up by the neck, and so that his books came off the ground, he ordered him to swallow this layer. For some time, the boy kicked, trying to resist, but he swallowed her anyway. This was all Nurkan needed, so he was glad that everything was going according to plan. He released the boy, throwing him to the ground with great force. He began to breathe as the scoundrel squeezed his neck very hard. Besides, he felt sick from the thing he had swallowed. In fact, it was a seed of 1,000-year-old grass that was already inside the boy, and all that was left was for it to sprout. And this amused Nurkan very much, who began to go down the tower laughing. And the boy was left alone, and he knew that it had just happened. He began to remember his grandmother again, realizing that his story was coming to an end. Meanwhile, the robber continued to lead our heroes to the place where the boy was kept. And he was glad to get such a mission, because he was very bored working abroad, which the evil Humanj did not understand. He could not believe that they were listening to this man, but he was calm and continued his movement. Although the guard did not believe his stories that he had been to many wars abroad. because it was the red-haired man who raised the question of whether Humang had military experience, which he did not have, which is why he did not believe the stories of this man. And he encouraged Haran not to follow him further, since their mission was already completed. But the boy said that they started it themselves, and was angry at Nurkhan's action. But Humang did not give up and said that they would all perish without having achieved anything, and therefore it was better to turn back. And then the robber told everyone to be quiet. Obviously, he himself saw or heard something. Our heroes were wary, but decided to listen to the man and kept quiet. And not for nothing, since armed soldiers in orange clothes were walking next to them. They passed by the uninvited guests and did not notice them, precisely thanks to the help of the thief, who noticed the soldiers in time and warned the rest of the team about it. After he checked that everyone was really clean, he signaled that it was still necessary to be quiet. And Haran continued to wait submissively, although he was ready for a fight. As did Humang, who also saw that everything was clean, and they could continue their movement. He said that for an outlaw he had done quite well, which amused the man. But he asked how much longer they will call him a thief, because he has the same name. Humang continued to behave rudely and asked what his name might be. At that moment, something was happening at the gate, which was guarded by Princess Yuta and her men. She was just sitting in her office with that prisoner, Hasso, when suddenly San burst into them. He was surprised to see this man here and noticed that his eyes were blindfolded, which meant that he could not see him, but only hear him. Sun continued and said that he had set up a separate residence for the barbarians, just as the princess had ordered, and even predicted the possibility of contacting them during emergency situations. Yuta was glad that everything was working out and thanked her bodyguard for a great job. He said that the Nanran tribe should be thanked since they arranged everything. Sun also said that the situation has been resolved, and Yuta began to behave, for she was very glad to hear it. But the warrior noticed something wrong and asked what happened, as she didn't look very good. She went to the window and, although she was very sad, answered that nothing had happened. In fact, at that moment, she was worried about Haran, as she knew what kind of people there were. San began to calm her down, as they should not be angry with him for simply sending a letter. She was somehow uncomfortable because she knew how Nurkhan might react, and even thought about going there too. San completely understood why she was so worried, and it was normal since they too lived in anxiety until they got here. And he suggested that the princess look at it all from the other side, because if they managed to conclude an alliance with Nurkhan, Judd would not dare attack them, as they have the geographical advantage here, and they will be able to buy time. Yuta did not understand what San meant when he said to buy time. But he immediately began to explain that during this time, the news that the princess was alive would spread throughout the kingdom. Little by little, Yuta began to understand the idea of her guard, but not completely. So he continued and explained that Joad could now rule the kingdom since he had seized the throne. Therefore, many people are hostile to him, and if they find out that the king's daughter is alive, then they will begin to gather to it, and when the time comes, then they will have enough military power. Hearing this, Yuta's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. And then San turned to Haso and asked if he too had thought about it. He smiled and replied that this was one of his plans, but everything is based on the assumption that there will be an alliance. Yuta began to wonder if Haran would be able to complete his mission, and if Nurhan would agree to cooperate. And then she asked the prisoner what the leader of these lands was. And Haso began to explain that he had been hiding from everyone for a long time after he fell ill with an incurable disease, and it is said that, except for his most devoted assistants, no one saw him again. And this affected Yuta, as it could mean that the letter they sent might not reach him at all. But the prisoner understood that the letter was just a formality, and the main task was to find out where Nurkhan was. And it was because of this that Haso had been looking for Yuta for so long, so that she could find someone capable and reliable to send to Nurkhan with the scroll. This is what he said about Haran, who was now somewhere in the caves under the tower where Amon was kept. And it was the robber who had stolen this letter before that decided to introduce himself. Everyone was waiting for this moment, as there was too much intrigue for a simple name. Human generally continued to look at him with contempt, pretending that he was not interested. And then he said that his name was Vantasoy Jurina Zizek II, or simply Vantasoy II for short. It was a very strange name, so our heroes fell into a stupor after learning it. Pooja tried to repeat, but she couldn't pronounce it correctly, so she called him Vanyari. Humang was even more enraged by this man's words, as he thought that he was mocking them. But Haran tried to calm him down and told him to be quiet. But Vanasoy just looked at them from behind and said that this was his real name. But the guard did not like it, so he decided that he would continue to call him a thief. At that moment, this so-called robber looked out from the gorges of the mountain and began to show that this place was even more guarded. Well, there is more sunlight, and if you climb that rock, you can see the temple that Human called a prison. Haran understood that this was a suitable place, because if they wanted to grow a plant, they needed a lot of light. Humang was not satisfied with everything, so this time he angrily asked if they were going to climb the rock. While he was asking this, the others had already started their movement, and Harana was the first to go. And at the end, Human reluctantly followed them, who found climbing very difficult. Others had to stop at flat places and wait for this guy to catch up with them. And then everyone was already getting to the right point, and Harana had already begun to survey the area. Human, on the other hand, was very angry, as he spent a lot of energy on the climb. In addition, the robber continued to annoy him, so he asked how much longer he would follow them, but the robber replied that he was just bored. Haran was the first to look out from behind the rock behind which they were now hiding. There were a lot of guards, as they expected, standing in groups. The boy began to analyze and saw the place where there was the most sunlight, and assumed that Aman was kept right there on the top. And in order to get there, they need to get past the security, and in the end, they will have to think about how to get out of here. But here in Vantasoy, something happened that took his breath away. But in fact, he felt sick, so much so that he turned blue and started coughing. And besides, the man sharply pushed Haran, because of which he flew straight ahead. And he understood that there was no way for him to hide, but he tried to go behind the rock again. But when he once again looked out from behind the rock, he saw that several guards were moving in his direction. When they themselves saw him, they began to draw their swords, warning others that there were trespassers. Haran understood that nothing could be done here, so he also went on the attack. He destroyed the first two guards who were closest to using his power. And once it happened, and his plan to go quietly did not work. Then they will have to fight, and with these thoughts he headed towards the next guards, who did not even have time to react to the warnings of the past as they stood with their backs to it. They couldn't believe how he could be so fast since they didn't even have time to get their swords. Huming and Puya also rushed forward after Haran as they understood that he would need help. But he was good at fighting the guards, as he was stronger than them. But then he was noticed by a guard who was going to warn others about the arrival of uninvited guests. He took out his war bugle and began to blow it to raise the alarm. But he did not have time to make a single sound, as he was destroyed in time. This was done by Humang, who quickly saw the enemy with the bugle and rushed right to him. He was really scared, since there could already be many more soldiers here if he had time to call for help. And so there were not so many guards for such a strong team. And Humang, after the victory, calmed down for the first time in a long time. But it didn't last long, as he started shouting and calling names at the man, who started coughing, since he thought that he specifically began to make such vowel sounds so that they would be noticed. And when he came to the village where they had just been hiding, that man was gone. This made Humang angry and happy at the same time, since now he would not see him, but he was angry that he had run away on purpose. Haran, on the other hand, reacted much more calmly to everything, and for the time being was just glad that they could leave in peace. He was looking up at the top of this temple, and that was where Haman was to be kept. Therefore, they began to move there, and luckily they did not meet anyone on the way. But the boy himself had already heard how far someone's voice could be heard, so he raised his head and began to listen. And it was Humang who was still disputing that the robber had done it on purpose, even though he pretended to help. And when he saw that nothing would work, he decided to push straight to the guards, and while he was saying this, no one noticed who was on top. Humang still continued to speak, but Haran could already see that this boy was indeed tied up. He himself was shocked, since he definitely did not expect that the people who exposed their hiding place before this would be here. Haran immediately rushed to save him, and the guard only now got distracted from his conversation and noticed that Haman was really here. He immediately began to ask how they got here in the first place, but the team leader ordered him not to move, while he drew his sword, after which he deftly slipped the blade into the handcuffs, who had previously held a hostage, and deftly cut them down without touching the boy. After his release, Haran asked if the boy would be able to walk at all, to which he answered in the affirmative. Since it was necessary to act as quickly as possible so that no one noticed, therefore a man was told to leave. The boy was very worried, which was visible from his sweaty face, so he was in a stupor. He could not believe that they were saving him, so he almost cried with emotion. But Human did not let him do it because there was no time, and he ordered him to go faster. The boy was completely moved and began to wipe his tears, starting to move after the rescuers. Haran went to the stairs first to make sure that no one was there. But as soon as he approached the descent, strange sounds were heard from below. And after a moment, some red eyes were visible in the darkness, similar to the ones he saw before entering the first temple. Unfortunately, this time he did not have time to react and repel the attack. The enemy quickly jumped out from below and delivered a strong blow to our hero, from which he flew away, almost to the edge of the tower. But fortunately, he was able to stop near the tree, near which he was holding the boy hostage. Seeing the attacker's face, everyone was shocked, as at first they thought it was a simple security guard. But it was Nurhan himself who was surprised that Haran was able to defeat Arsul and even Tanzir. And now he wants to take away his 1,000-year-old grass. The boy wanted to resolve everything peacefully and tried to explain to Nurhan the reason for his actions. But he did not have time to do this, as he began to prepare for an attack, and quickly rushed to the boy, promising to send his head to the princess. Haran was also ready to use his skills to defend himself against the attacker. But a second before the clash, someone stopped them, shouting "Stop!" The enemy immediately reacted because the man's voice was familiar to him. Haran, turning in the direction where the sound was coming from, also saw a familiar figure. It was the red-haired man who said "Enough is enough," addressing an elder named Wumon. Napadki immediately got into position, delicately asking how long it had been since he returned, since everyone had been waiting for him for a long time. The thief apologized, which confused Haran, as it now looked like they knew each other. The attacker continued to report and said that they had finally found a way to cure an ancient disease. Addressing the red-haired man as a representative of Nurkan, he replied that he did not need anything. Karana did not understand what was happening here at all, since this thief turns out to be the real Nurkan. Humang, who was angry with this boy all the time, had an even bigger reaction. He couldn't believe that this young man was Nurhan. Puja also began to understand something, but simply called the red-haired man a big cat. And this woman continued and said that he would not allow the fact that they had been looking for so long to disappear, and that without further ado, he would simply bring him this 1,000-year-old herb. But the real Nurkan said that he was in order and had already lived enough. Harana still couldn't understand what this strange man meant, as his assailant said to the real Nurahan that he won't back down just because he knows he needs to, so don't even try to stop him. But the representative calmly asked Elder Wuman to stop. But this angered him, as he had already told him many times that if he died, then the entire Rocky Mountain region would disappear. Nurkan bowed his head, as he was very sorry to hear this. Therefore, he had a strange idea, which he suggested to everyone to implement, and it consisted in the fact that whose back will touch the ground first. He must fulfill the other's request, that is, he wants to arrange a competition, and the elder immediately agreed. Haran found this idea very strange, as he did not expect this at all. But when Nurkan was asked if our hero agreed to such an agreement, he understood that he had no other choice but to fight, so he also agreed. It turned out that they agreed in the so-called thief organized a duel between Haran and Vumun. Since he was the judge, he raised his hand as a sign of readiness, waved it, and shouted, "The fake Nurkana was already determined to destroy our hero, so he went on the attack first." Haran, on the other hand, was preparing to repulse the attack of the enemy who was already approaching. But he also decided to act, so he also started moving to meet him. A skirmish ensued, and Haran's sword deftly stopped the attacker's weapon. He saw bloodthirstiness in the eyes of this impostor and understood that he was fighting in all seriousness. He understood that it would not be an easy fight, so he also decided to concentrate. Others just watched these two compete and fight. And then Nurakan asked the question of Humang who will win, but he could not answer him. Therefore, the man continued and said that on the one hand, a martial arts veteran who has combat experience and a high level of skill, and on the other side is an unknown nameless swordsman, and if he had to bet his life on victory, who would he choose? Huming began to hum awkwardly as he said he'd bet on the veteran, though he didn't like saying it. Nurakan did not think that he would answer like that, but he himself would if he had such a choice. Then I would have put my life on the more reasonable side, that is, on Haran. Huming did not understand this decision, as he thought that it is possible to reason in this way when the forces of the opponents are equal. It looked like the guard wanted to say that Haran would lose, which surprised the man. But the guard refuted this idea since he was not talking about that, just that the difference in strength was very large. But Haran has already competed a lot on the way here, so maybe you need to be a little more objective. Although Elder Woman has a lot of experience and battle experience, he has a lot of endurance and is as fast as Haran, and fights with his own fighting styles. After these words, Huming immediately thought that he was too perfect. But Nurkan continued, but now about Haran, who is fast and good with a sword, and tried to hint about some more of his advantages. But Humang said that on the contrary, he had nothing at all that would give him any advantages. But the man did not agree, so everything he called was superficial, and the winners are determined by what is invisible to the eye. The guard still did not understand what this man was leading to, but he continued. And he said that the weak can defeat the strong only when he has a strategy. And with these two, he would bet on the one whose strategy would be better. Huming was nervous and did not understand which of them would win. Nurkan did not answer anything, but simply continued to observe the fight. He carefully watched how Haran behaved during this battle. He saw how confident his gaze was, and it pleased him. During their conversation with Humang, the fight continued and was fierce. Wuman acted very confidently, as he was sure of his victory. Haran, on the other hand, analyzed everything and understood that his opponent's abilities did not correspond to the dimensions. And he doesn't use the attack patterns typical of other monsters he's had to fight. At some moments, it suddenly jump up from his place and imperceptibly be in the air, throwing a blow from above, which Haran still managed to follow. And the opponent himself was surprised, since it had been a long time since no one could resist his attacks like that. Although the boy was able to protect himself from the blow by placing his sword, he felt that the pressure was increasing. The enemy was very malicious, so he did it on purpose. He sharply raised his sword, which at that moment was resting on the blade of Haran's weapon, and struck a very strong blow directly at it, which caused a great dust to rise. Nurkan was not worried about our hero. He was more sad that the temple was crumbling. Wuman thought he had won, but when the dust settled, it was clear that he had just hit the ground. Harana simply skillfully dodged the blow and understood that he had to do the same in the future. The enemy understood that the opponent was quite fast, but he knew that he would not be able to last that long. So he started swinging again, asking Haran if he was going to run away again. He was standing with his back, so he did not see exactly when he would strike, but he decided to ride on his feelings, which helped him jump back in time. This angered Vumun, who decided to see how far this boy could go. Therefore, he headed towards him again to deliver another blow. But Haran was able to escape again by moving sideways with great speed. He understood that the attacks were too strong to deal with, as his body would reset very quickly. And when he remembered the overload, he had a great idea. And if he made the elder's body feel overloaded, then he would have a chance. He himself began to move faster, but understood that there was no need to rush. Since victory by knockout is not the only way to win, Harana was spinning around the opponent, which made him think that our hero was already running away. That's why I started to catch up with him sharply, in order to finish it as soon as possible. He liked it, and he began to say that it was unbecoming of a warrior to run away. With this, he wanted to affect Haran morally, but it did not work. So he decided to use physical force again, but the boy was able to dodge again. But this angered the attacker, so he continued to beat him morally. But the boy continued to run in a circle without turning around, and the opponent decided to strike him in the back. But due to the fact that Haran continued to move chaotically, the blows did not reach him. And this made Vumun even more angry, who did not understand how the boy managed to get away with it like that. But he also did not give up and continued to chase after them, destroying everything in his path, so that Haran would have nowhere to run after he finishes another round. But the boy was just waiting for the moment when the enemy would start running after him. And at that moment he quickly turned around and started running to meet the enemy. And when he was just swinging what opened his body, Haran was able to deliver a severing blow to his legs. But the enemy did not even move from his place and continued to stand on both legs. He only laughed as he saw the predicament the boy was in. Harana was not very surprised by this, since he'd already seen such an ability in one of the guards. This is exactly what Nurkan thought, as he knew that Elder Vumun was an expert in amplification, almost like Tanzir. Humane was very worried about his friend, but he understood that most of the attacks would not harm him. Aman also saw Wumun approaching Haran from behind. He was very worried because he knew it was all because of him. The scoundrel with red eyes stood right in front of the boy, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. But then suddenly, he himself began to fall down uncontrollably. Before that, he had stood confidently on his feet, despite his wounds, but now he fell straight to his knees, in front of Haran, who was looking him straight in the eye, ready to end it all. Wumun did not understand what had happened, since he could not feel his legs. While he was thinking about this, Harana prepared to deliver his decisive blow by threatening that right now, this elder will meet his end here. After these words, the opponent began to laugh evilly through his teeth, since he believed that he could deal with someone like Harana with one left. But Haran decided not to wait and struck a cutting blow again. And even though he specifically hit the sword, Wumun still fell to the ground, which testified to his defeat, which even Nurkan himself was happy about, who bet exactly on him, but he was not the only one who rejoiced at Haran's victory. Humeng and Puya were also delighted that the fight ended like this. And the guy who was the cause of this fight was very impressed, since he did not expect that his savior would win, but after a moment he began to rejoice with everyone. Haran looked at the opponent he had just defeated and breathed a sigh of relief. Nurkan himself did not expect this, but he saw that the boy used the great weight of the elder for that, to overload his knees and hit them, and let it not be seen from the outside, but inside they are damaged. It was too clever, and his heart began to beat much faster. He hadn't felt this excited since Lorang died. His hands were boiling with energy that he could not control himself. Others at that moment congratulated Haran on his victory over such a strong opponent. Huming was very worried about his friend, so now he was glad that everything was fine. Puja jumped on Haran and started praising him in her own language. Wumun looked like he couldn't really be defeated, but the boy managed, and that made his guard happy. And then Nurkan himself spoke to them, who noticed that Haran had specially created a weakness. Since he quickly changed direction, he put a lot of strain on the opponent's legs, which was already heavy. And it was because of this that his legs could not withstand what the boy was trying to achieve. But Haran knew it himself, and he was more interested in whether the real Nurhan was really standing before them. But the man did not give an exact answer to the question, but simply said that he had his own situation here. But Harana began to understand that from the very beginning, even when he stole the scroll, he knew everything. Nurkan also understood this, so he decided to apologize for such behavior. And then an angry growl was heard from behind, which confused the boys. It was Woolman who had already gotten up, but was breathing very hard after falling hard. Everyone began to prepare for a fight, as they could see that the big man was very angry. He looked at each of them with envy and wanted revenge. His eyes were even redder and filled with anger than before the fight. But when he met the eyes of the calm Nurkan, he began to calm down. Although he wanted revenge, but it was a deal, so he just turned around and left. Haran watched him warily as his guard let out a sigh of relief. And then their attention was drawn by a man's very loud cry. He twisted violently, holding his stomach, but the others did not understand what had happened. But when Haran approached him, trying to somehow help, the boy explained that he had a stomachache. He began to hurt very sharply, and the pain was unbearable, and the boy was sweating. Our hero could not understand how his stomach could hurt so badly from either of these. But Nurkan immediately understood everything, and assumed that it was because of the seed he had swallowed. And judging by the boy's reaction, he had a maximum of an hour left. Haran was frightened and did not understand what would happen to the boy in an hour. But the man continued and explained that the sprout penetrated the stomach, and it would be even more painful. And in the end, he will die, which simply shocked Haran, who was already very worried. So he ran up to the boy and begged him to help get rid of the seed. Nurkan, on the other hand, began to smile, remembering that he had won the match that he had proposed, and asked if he really wanted the boy to be saved, to which Haran quickly answered in the affirmative. But Nurkan didn't understand anything about trying to save a guy he doesn't even know. Our hero began to explain that the boy is suffering right here, and he does not need any other reasons. And when these words were spoken, Nurav was shocked, as he had already heard them from one girl in the past, who also did not look for reasons to help others. He thought a little about how to organize it all correctly, since this process is irreversible. And after a moment, he agreed and began to collect energy in his hand again. A lot of white light began to accumulate around the hand, which surprised Haran, since he himself also saw this when he held the stones in his hands. Nurkan, on the other hand, began to conduct a ritual, and at the same time decided to tell a story. Long ago, there was a woman who saved him when he was on the verge of death, and thanks to her, he was able to get his power of harmony and healing. He continued to interact with Amon, who was still very sick. Haran saw this and was amazed at this ability of the man's white harmony. But it was clear that the boy was getting better, and Nurkan was already finishing. And having done this, he said that he can use this ability on himself. It is very paradoxical. Haran asked if everything was fine with the boy, and Nurkan explained that he no longer had a seed inside. A man started breathing normally and said he was better. And immediately he asked a short question to his savior. Since he did not understand why he saved him, although he should have wanted to get the 1,000-year-old herb. Since everyone already knew that he was sick, and even Haran was interested. Nurkan plunged into his thoughts as always, as if holding an intrigue. A man was really waiting for the answer because it was really illogical. And then he said that he did not need this herb, which shocked everyone who was standing near him. And he continued saying that he had already eaten 1,000-year-old grass. And Aman could not believe it, as he thought that she could only be accepted once. But the man continued the story and explained that in those days, after he lost the war, and he was on the verge of life and death, because of the injuries he received, he was saved by a woman from the Lai tribe. Haman couldn't believe that one of them was helping this man. But he went on to say that she had been brought up by Sue, and that she was a good-hearted girl who had only a younger brother among her relatives. But even with her scrupulous care, he felt that he would not be able to live long. And then he saw a solar eclipse, which was a sign for him. And when he considered his situation, he was told that he could not go out. It was the girl who added that someone could see him. But Nurkan was not worried about it at that moment, since he had nothing to lose. The girl immediately understood everything from the expression on his face, and she also felt sad. She saw how disappointed and upset he was, so she decided that she is obliged to cheer him up, since that is what she came for. She had good news, because if he eats this plant, he will be able to recover and be as before. And then Haran interrupted the story, guessing that it was a 1,000-year-old herb, which Nurkan confirmed, and continued his story with that. That the next day his body was completely restored, as if everything before was just a dream, and he even felt stronger than before. Then he grabbed the girl and asked why she did so much for his salvation. But she just took his hand and said nothing. But after a moment, she explained that she just didn't need a reason to do it. This shocked Nurkan, as he thought that such selfless people did not exist. After him, the girl saw that he felt guilty, so she took his hand again. After that, he calmed down, breathed a sigh of relief, and smiled back. But after that, for some reason, she did not appear again, and Nurkana felt something was wrong, and began to look for her. He climbed the mountain where Haran and his team were already, as he found out that she might be there. This cave was guarded, so he decided to fool the guards by attacking from above. He firmly tied a rope to one of the ledges in order to descend it. He disguised his face so that no one would recognize him, and although it was quite scary, he adjusted. And he jumped down, passing the first part of the guards who were standing near the entrance. Landing right behind their backs, he also did it in such a way that no one even heard. But further on, there were also guards who protected the passage further by the stream. And he had no choice but to eliminate them in order to move on, which he did by quietly jumping down from the mountain and striking them from behind. The path further was completely free, but he did not know the road beyond. Therefore, he began to move at random, examining all possible passages. And passing by one of them, he decided to look there. But what he saw simply shocked him, and he was overcome with great horror. There was Sue, who was tied to a tree, and it was obvious that she was injured. She had some strange shackles on her neck, but it looked like she was sleeping right now. This aroused great anger in Nurkan, as he remembered how the girl treated him well. And then a man raised his finger in a gesture to attract attention. He called himself chief because he had seen his tribe destroyed on the pizza of fate where the sun and the moon meet. And the only thing that can stop this process is this sacred offering. And he urged everyone to look at the reason why they could still flourish, which is contained in the flower of the sacred altar. Everyone looked first at this man and then at the boy who was a flower. But he continued, as unfortunately a sinner appeared among them who ruined everything. Everyone around them began to cry because they were sorry that their tribe was being destroyed. And this man in white showed everyone who was the culprit of this action. He pointed to Sue and asked what they should do with these violators. And everyone in unison began to cry angrily that they must be destroyed. And the chief approached the girl and woke her up standing right in front of her. And he began to repeat to her in a whisper that if she agreed to bear his child, then both she and our brother would be safe. But now you can't even think about it. And I asked what she said where his brother's flower was. It was very difficult, but she managed to say that she had burned everything. The man was very angry at what she said, but did not believe her, and ordered her to tell where she actually hid the 1,000-year-old herb. He even struck her and wanted to do it again, but he was distracted by a sound behind him. He came back because he didn't understand what was going on there, and it shocked him. Because there stood Nurkan, who destroyed 2 guards, and himself seemed to be on fire. The man immediately noticed the white flame, and everything immediately became clear to him. Nurkan was just angry that these people had arranged such a thing here. He stood in front of this man, who asked if he had really eaten the 1,000-year-old grass. But the red-haired man didn't answer anything at that moment. He was worried about something else. He looked at the injured girl, and he was sad to see her in such a state. But raising his head higher, he saw the second person he knew. That guy in the tree was Sue's brother, who had already sprouted plants. He could not understand how they could do this to a member of their tribe. But he noticed the wound on his body made by the sprout, and then he understood that the flower that Sue brought him a few days ago was the same plant, which was now sprouting from the tree, and he was very angry that it was the very flower he had eaten. But here the preacher ordered his soldiers to destroy this uninvited guest. These were the same guards wrapped in bandages who rushed to attack him. Now Nurkan was thinking about what had happened before. He was so happy. But he did not even guess where this plant came from, and for the first time, it caused him to hate himself. But then the white-faced man saw what happened right in front of him. This shocked him, as Nurkan instantly dealt with the soldiers who also ate the thousand-year-old grass. He passed by them and left behind a trail of fire. He wounded the guards even more, heading towards the tree. Where was the girl sitting, from whom he quickly removed the chain, tearing it off with his hand, which made her open her eyes, even though it was hard for her to do even that. He began to ask her why she acted like that and treated him like that. He screamed and asked why she had saved him from that disease in the first place. But the girl could not even answer him in any way. She simply said that she hoped that he would be able to continue living instead of her brother, which shocked the boy. In addition, the girl's body did not move at all, even after her words. She closed her eyes, and although Nurkan tried to bring her to his senses, he did not succeed. He approached the chief, who at that moment was already frightened, as he was left without a guard. But then the boy raised him above his head, asking what they had done with Sue, and ordered them to return her to her previous state. But the leader breathlessly said that it was too late and the seed had already sprouted through the body. At first, the boy did not understand what he meant at all. But when he looked at the girl, he saw that something strange was happening to her again. And he realized that a flower was growing through her, and now it would be the same with her brother. He watched her, and right in front of his eyes it began to happen. Although he continued to hold the scoundrel, who had already begun to lose consciousness, but a flower really began to sprout from the girl, which also glowed. He understood that there was no way to save her, since the plant was too big. And in a mononimo, thousand-year-old grass was fully grown, which meant that Sue did not survive either. He was very angry, and the first thing he did was destroy the man he'd been holding all this time. He was very sad because he remembered how she had saved him, saying that it was all for no reason. It was very painful for him to lose such a friend, so he almost cried, looking at the beautiful girl, who in that moment turned into an equally beautiful flower. Everyone was surprised by such a touching story of Nurkan. Human immediately remembered what he himself knew about this tribe. Pooja did not understand everything, but she felt sorry for the good girl. And Haman also learned a lot from this story. Haran also remembered the story that the robber told him before, and it turns out that the general, there was Nurkan himself, who now also stood upset because of the mention of that girl. And Human at this time was analyzing how old this man is, if he is from the war between the northern and southern armies. But our hero was very interested in why Nurkan told them a false story before that. But it was simple. He just didn't want the Lyclan to be harmed, and it turns out that he couldn't handle it. He was the one who spoke that way about a man who woman almost destroyed and turned into a flower. It is very unfortunate that the boy only now realized that his tribe had destroyed itself. And this man was actually the one who wanted to hide them so that there would be no more victims. Haran understood what the boy's emotions were now, so he decided to cheer him up. He put his hand on his shoulder and was glad that he was alive, and that was the main thing. And at that moment, he also turned to Nurkan, who was still in his thoughts. He sincerely thanked him for saving Aman by using his skills. And then Nurkana thought about it and said that he would still go with them to meet the princess. This shocked our hero, as he did not understand how he benefited from this. But the man answered with the same words that he heard from the girl for the first time. He did not need a reason. Human was very happy with this news, as everything ended even better than he expected. Harana was still standing, thinking about everything that had happened here, while the others were already heading for the exit. He breathed a sigh of relief, and was very glad that he had succeeded, and then he heard a familiar sound, which he had not heard for a long time, and a holographic screen appeared in front of him, on which it was written. He was congratulated and told that the third trial quest was over. What he got was another fragment of the return stone and an additional hidden skill. On the tower of the gate of Ochinochi, San was just on duty, and he looked out the window, and he was very surprised by what he saw and simply could not believe his eyes. He sharply called Yuta and told her to quickly go to him. The princess was busy with her own affairs, so she did not understand that such a thing could happen there. She also went to the window and started looking where her guard was pointing. At first she saw something unclear, but when she began to look more closely, then she saw that an elephant was approaching them, on which she saw familiar faces. It was Haran, whom she had been so worried about recently, and with him were Human and two other unknowns. People who were passing through the gate at that moment came to see the giant elephant. The guards were even frightened, as they did not understand who had arrived. But they took the guests to Yutu, where she welcomed the guests with tea, and here Nurkana asked what they wanted. Yuta just looked at the interlocutor, as he started the conversation too abruptly. Haran also did not recognize in such a manner the leader with whom he communicated before. San was not surprised to see him for the first time in a long time. And Hasso was also present in the room, still sitting in a bandage. And then Utah replied that they were proposing an alliance lasting 5 years. But Nurkan somehow disappointedly said that he would not benefit from this union. Utah began to explain that this may be the case now, but the situation may change in the future, and it will all depend on whether the kingdom wants to take full control of the Rocky Mountain region. But despite this, Nurkan called this proposal unattractive. Yuta did not expect such a reaction, because she thought that he had come here to make an alliance. The rest of those present were also shocked by this behavior of the leader of the Rocky Mountains. He added that the enemies have at least 5 kingdom lords, and this number may increase over time. But on the other hand, the princess has the legitimacy of a kingdom, but she only has a few soldiers and out-of-control barbarians. And Nurkan does not want to put himself in such a dangerous position, and this is logical. Utah began to think about what was said, as she was not ready for such a thing. Haran also thought that the man would be more understanding. But he was really not the same as before. He emphasized when summing up that the princess is now in a very difficult position. After which, he began to get up to leave, as he understood that the longer he stayed here, the more boring it would become. But then Yutu spoke up, and decided to explain that it was not she who was in a precarious position, but all of them. Nurkan did not understand what she meant, but the girl explained that they were not the only ones in danger, including himself, but the man still did not understand what she was talking about. But Yuta went on to explain that Jod had made his own people the leaders of the great cities in order to gain power in the kingdom. He now has 5 such, and the autonomous territory of the Rocky Mountains may become the 6th. And the girl believes that he will be able to prevent this, but will his people and neighbors be able to do it? Nurkan asked what she herself could offer in contrast to this, since even if that happens, what she describes still looks safer, but the girl without hesitation answered that the future. And with the power he will get after the thousands of sacrifices, will people be able to live freely as they want? And for future generations, they can offer more freedom than previous ones. These words echoed in Nurkan, and he began to think. He began to move around the room, approaching the princess. The leader stopped right in front of her and looked straight into her eyes. He saw King Ayul in them, and this girl's ideas were very similar to his. Nurkan noticed that he had left quite a good legacy, referring to the princess. This made him very happy, as this was exactly what he'd been waiting for, heading here to her. He shook the girl's hand as a sign of union and said that the autonomous region would move side by side with her. And she replied that the royal family of Ayula will move next to the autonomous region of the Rocky Mountains. Haran was very happy that everything ended well and they found a common language, since before that he had already started to worry that nothing would work out. In honor of this union, Utah arranged a big party where a lot of people gathered. Looking at all this, she felt that she was on the right path. Sun also looked at how happy the people who had gathered here at the gate tower were. Nurkan himself also had fun and drank various drinks, since he had not been to such events for a long time. Human and Puya also enjoyed a large amount of food, since they had to eat little during the journey. But Haman, for some reason, did not eat, and was somewhat confused and frightened. This was noticed by the guard, who decided to ask why he is not eating. Maybe the food is not tasty. But Aman replied that he had simply never seen so many people in one place. Human remembered that there were really few people in the cave where he was, but he did not understand whether the boy wanted to go back. But a man explained that Nurkan simply promised that he would prepare a place for him to live. The young man was sad that his new friend would return back, but at the same time, he was happy for him. But at some point, he looked around and did not find the main character of this party. Haran at that moment was sitting outside looking at his updated trophy. It was a return stone that was already starting to grow in size, as it had already received several of its segments. He thought that one day he would be able to collect all the pieces and return to real life. And then someone sneaked up on him from behind, asking what he was doing here. It was Nurhan who guessed that the boy just didn't like being around people, but Haran said that he just got stuffy. But the leader said that the young man just needs to be in his place so that he can have peace of mind in his work in the future. But our hero did not really understand why this man gives such strange advice. But he once again looked at the boy with a very strange look. And he admitted that every time he looks at Haran, he reminds him of someone, and even the eyes are the same. But that man wore a mask, so Nurkan never even saw his full face. It was he, during the first joint fight, who asked the question about how he would like to leave this world. And this is a question that everyone asks at least once, but the leader did not have an answer to it. Perhaps it was because Nurkan was too used to such a state, but one day, he realized that every time he used his skill, his body became even more sick. Haran realized that when he heals people, he seems to be giving away part of his health. But Nurkan continued and admitted that he now knew the answer to that man's question. He began to climb with difficulty, without saying how much he wanted to leave this world. He turned and walked back to everyone, leaving Haran alone again. He had an important mission to convince nearby people to obey. And Nurkan said goodbye to the boy, promising that they would meet again on the battlefield. A week later, an unknown person approached the gate where everyone was. It was somehow an armed girl who specially climbed a high mountain to watch the tower. The weather was very bad, but this did not stop the stranger, who had a plan. During the past few days, quite a number of applicants had arrived at the gate. It was already 30, and this was what showed the results of the alliance. But Sun understood that this was not enough, and in order to have a solid foundation, they needed help from other cities. Utah understood this too, but because of Jod, the governors general would have doubts. Then they need to get them to help. That's the idea the guard had. But Utah forbade them to do so, because even if it was difficult for them, they would not do as Jod does. Sun then simply suggested that they send a message to the generals asking for an alliance. Utah also considered this option, but it was unlikely. And then Hasa spoke. He mentioned 3 hidden treasures of the royal family that would help them greatly. Utah couldn't believe that the ex-prisoner was suggesting just that. There are 3 important symbols of King Ayul: an amulet, a ring, and a sword. And if you have these 3 things, then the governor-generals will at least bow their heads to the princess. But Utah knew that these things disappeared the day her father left. Not even Jod could find them. The blind man knew that it would be very difficult to find them, but Ayul had to hide them somewhere so that Utah could find them. Utah also understood that this must be such a place that she must know about. And then someone knocked loudly on the door, and the princess allowed to enter. It was a soldier who reported to the commander-in-chief that the trial training was complete. San didn't expect it to happen so quickly, so he was surprised. Utah said that they would start to act very soon, which alarmed the guard. And then the princess joyfully suggested that he talk to Haran and take him with him too. Sun had already fallen in love with this boy, so he liked the girl's words. Haran was in his room thinking about everything that had happened to him recently. He was holding a bottle with some strange liquid in his hands. He didn't know what to do with it. When he looked at this thing, he immediately remembered how he got it. After completing the difficult task, Utah presented him with the 9th elixir of memory. He did not understand what it was, because the name was very strange, but the girl immediately began to explain that this elixir is created by refining the sacred herb 9 times, and if you drink it, then the memory will be kuwair, and the body will feel light as a feather. Haran was happy for such care and thanked. Although he didn't need it, he was glad of Utah's kindness, which thanked him for the work as well. He continued to look at the potion and felt embarrassed as he had to cheat. But when he remembered the girl, he understood that it was even fun. And then he heard some strange sounds through the window, as if someone was fighting. In addition, there was a loud ringing of the sword, which moved with the shouts. It was Meng, who was practicing the technique of his sword strikes. Haran looked down on him, realizing that he was really working hard. And then a holographic screen suddenly appeared in front of him, on which the task of the fourth quest was written, which was broken into 3 sub-quests, and to start, he needs to get to the Iron Bridge. And upon completion, he would receive another fragment of the Stone of Return, but he did not understand what kind of strange city it was. And then it was as if someone specially knocked on his door, and he invited a guest. It was Sun, who was in a good mood, so he asked what Haran was doing. The guy replied that he doesn't do anything like that without telling the truth. That is why the guard offered him to go with him to the barracks, as they are now selecting soldiers. Haran smiled and wanted to answer him after thinking a little, but Sun wouldn't let him do that and just left, telling the boy to follow him. Haran was not surprised by such a gesture, as he himself was going to say yes to the offer. Below, a great warrior cut down 4 whole logs with his sword. This shocked all the other warriors, as it was very skillful. The man was very pleased to hear such cheers from the crowd. The manager who was conducting the control recorded that 4 were passed. His assistants began to issue more. Zrovin told them to bring more, as it was only a warm-up. The inspector noticed that the commander-in-chief was approaching them, who was not satisfied with such self-confidence of his subordinates. While the group leader called another warrior to check, San and the boy just watched the process. The next candidate named himself, but the commander-in-chief began to explain that there was a difference between simply being strong and to be a good soldier, since the strong can try to be a hero and disrupt the flow of the battle. When, on the other hand, even if a person is a little weaker, he follows orders well. The second participant also passed. San continued to explain that even such weak people could make a good army. The examiner looked at our heroes expecting an approving look. But Haran did not understand why Sun was telling him all this now. Here, the next participant who did not show up was called to perform the exercise. It was a mysterious girl, and she was number 6. The controller somehow carelessly looked at her, as he did not think that she would be able to cope. But she still approached the stand, and then it became clear that this is exactly the girl who was on the rock in the rain. The supervisor told her not to drag in to start when she was ready, since the girl hadn't even taken out her sword yet, although she should have finished it already. And here she performs a blow and cuts all 4 logs with a very skillful blow. A blue glow came from her target, and the rest of the tree flew quite far away. Even San was surprised by such a blow, as he rarely sees such skillful warriors. Haran also saw it and noticed that it was a very good cut. The boys were shocked as parts of the tree fell right under their feet. The other soldiers were in the same surprise, but this time they did not shout, as they had lost the gift of speech. And then the supervisor asked the name of this skillful warrior girl. She remained silent for a while and said that she was the daughter of a blacksmith named Danya. And after a moment, having endured the intrigue, she said that her name was Salita. And she began to explain that she had come here to meet the princess. Haran knew at once that she was a difficult girl, but they took her to Utah. It was already reported that she was the daughter of the blacksmith Danya, but the princess did not know the reason for the visit. But she knew that this man's house was always not far from theirs, so she gladly said hello. Salita was somewhat mysterious, but thanked for such a pleasant welcome. San knew that Danya left this world a long time ago, so he asked how she could prove that she was his daughter. The girl began to remove her big hat and continued to undress further. She said the code phrase that the hotter the iron, the stronger it becomes, and showed the sign of her house. It was a stigma that was given to everyone at birth. Haran was a little embarrassed when he saw the girl's body. And Queso, hearing these words, confirmed that she was definitely the daughter of that blacksmith. Yuta was also convinced of this, and therefore immediately asked the reason for her visit. Salita threw on her clothes and started to get up as if pulling an intrigue. And then she said that she was here to tell the princess the location of the precious dragon spring sword. Hearing this, Yuta instantly jumped up, as it was very important. The girl warrior confirmed that it was about the treasure of the royal family, which was made in her house. And she had come here specially to tell the news, and Yuta eagerly asked Salita to tell her where he was. The girl did not hesitate, and immediately said that he is in the Iron City of Anshan and the Governor-General of Kazan is keeping him. When Haran heard this name, he immediately remembered that this was the location in his current quest. San was also surprised to hear this, as he did not understand how she knew this. Salita calmly replied that she had just seen him recently. How so also cheered up, since he had only recently mentioned these treasures himself. But Sun was still angry, as he understood that this was pointless, since Kazan is Jod's right hand. And if he had a sword, he would quickly hand it over, but Salita said that Jod just doesn't know what kind of person this Kazan is. He is only outwardly loyal, but he has a habit of holding the most decisive card in his hands. Even if it is another person, someone higher in rank, or some holy man. It was night, but Haran was awake, just as he had been since his first mission. He was now thinking about the current task all the time, and based on what that girl said, his next destination should be Wangchun, as it is an iron city. And it reminded him of that place from the Hero Quest game, which is called the Blacksmith Town. But he understood that this was only the first part of this quest out of 3, and that this was the first time that the mission had been divided. And while he has to ask them to let him go with them tomorrow, after that thought he fell asleep. The next day, everyone gathered at the pier in order to go on a trip. And here the princess categorically answers no, with a very menacing look. This shocked Haran, as he thought she would happily agree. But the princess said that it was not the same as just delivering a letter, and she could not ask for such a dangerous service. Sun also confirmed and pointed to the people they could trust, and introduced Nan Wu, who was a veteran soldier trained for emergencies, and also Jarko, who was the most exceptional rookie among all the warriors. And after that, the guard added that Haran had no need to join these people. The boy immediately understood everything, but in fact he pretended to do so, since he did not expect it to be so. And now he didn't know what to do, because if he continued to insist, they would think it strange. San ordered them to leave already, and the warriors began to assemble. Salita, who was supposed to lead this operation, since only she knew where the sword was. She suddenly turned to the princess, who was about to leave. She said she hoped the boy could accompany them. This surprised Haran, since he didn't have to invent anything. But Yuta did not understand why they needed him so much on this trip. Haran also did not understand why this girl started asking for him. But Salita explained that if she were in her place, she would have sent more skilled warriors to reduce the risk of the mission failing. Because no one knows what could happen there, and it was logical even for Yuta. So she asked Haran if he really still wanted to go with them, as it was really dangerous. Our hero said that he wants to find out if this is the place where the sword is. And lowering his eyes, he added that it might help him restore his memory. Yuta sighed sadly and said that if he really wanted to, then let him go, but she wasn't sure it would help. Haran also breathed a sigh of relief in his thoughts, since he didn't have to show any real emotions. The veteran had already begun to push away little by little from the berth with his oar. And he said that the boats are ready to go, so everyone should get on board. Yuta started to worry a lot because she was worried about Haran. She explained that they were to pretend to be merchants, and their job was simply to check for the sword and return. Because she knew that the Iron City was hostile towards them, and they must be careful not to reveal their identity. Sun added that everyone should hold their own and not deviate from the plan. Yuta worriedly said she hoped everyone would return safely. The veteran who held the plan in his teeth said that they could put it on them. Jarko was also pleased that the princess was worried and concerned about them. Salita was also determined. Besides, she was thinking about Haran, who also answered the princess that everything will be fine and they will return soon. San and Yuta looked after them, wishing that everything would work out for them. But in the bushes, someone was quietly spying on them in the plantains. It was Puja, who felt very sad because she was not taken with them, but left here. And the boat moved further and further away from the shore, heading for open water. They all drove in silence, and everyone was thinking about something, looking at the water. At that moment, Haran was thinking about the mission he had here, and he did not know what the next task of this quest would be. And then Salida turned to him and asked him to show her his sword. The boy did not understand at first, but the girl said that it looked like a very expensive sword, and she would like to see it. The boy happily handed her his weapon, pleased that she appreciated the thing. The girl immediately noticed that this was a premium sword made of meteor steel. And because it's a hard iron, it's also hard to rework, and most blacksmiths can't handle it easily. She was looking at this blade from a professional point of view, as she was interested in it, and then she realized that there is only one person who engraves such patterns on swords. And this alarmed Salida, as she knew that such premium swords were only possessed by certain owners. So she asked where he got such an unusual weapon, but Haran did not understand why she was asking about it. And then the veteran himself supported the conversation and said that it was the princess who gave this sword to him personally. And he added that Haran may look simple, but he is strong enough to stand up to the second in command of the Rocky Mountains. And he got that sword from Princess Utah when he saved her life earlier, and the boy was pleased. That instead of him, they answered and even praised, and this impressed Salida, but she did not pretend. But the newcomer could not hold back his emotions. He could not believe that this rumor was true, and added that he joined the army after hearing these stories about him. When the boy introduced himself, Haran replied that he would also work together. Salida apologized for such questions and handed the sword back to the young man. And the reason why she was so interested in this sword is that it was made by her father. Haran knew her father's story, so he felt a little sad for a moment. But this shocked Jarko, as he had heard of these premium Danyan swords and knew how expensive they were. Nanwu, however, said that it is disrespectful to put a price on such swords, as a sign of trust works here. Haran was offended by these words, as he assumed that the sword was very expensive. But he never thought about its value in the sense of trust. It turns out that the princess gave it to him not only as a simple reward for saving him, and as a sign that she trusts him, he decided to turn to his husband. But I forgot his name, but the veteran said for convenience, Haran can call him Nanwu. Therefore, the boy repeated his name once more and asked how long they would have to sail to reach the Iron City. The veteran replied that it would take about 4 days if he went this way, during which time he could rest. Although Nanwu said that it would be boring at this time, Haran understood that he would be able to rest. In the Iron City of Wunshan itself, a man came to the palace and brought the raspberry leaf. And he handed it to Kazan, who was sitting on his throne, and added that the black letter was still on the way. The governor-general smiled and ordered his assistant to gather everyone. He understood everything immediately since it had been planned for quite a long time. And Kazan confirmed that, after such a long period of peace, the time of war has come. He himself began to prepare for this process, and he needed to make a cut, so that he had something to put a seal on the letters. He began to put his hand to the paper, which should prove that this letter was written by him. After that, the assistant brought another letter and said that it came from the same person. The general looked at how the letter was signed and immediately understood that it was really from the person he thought of. And smiling evilly, he noticed that the sender had indeed done a good job. The aide added that he had invited this person here to the city, as his superior had ordered earlier. And he had already arrived, so Kazan ordered that the man be brought here to him. His assistant opened the door to the office, where there were only the two of them. And behind them stood a man who was told to enter the office. Kazan immediately thanked this person for agreeing to travel such a long way to come here. It was Bianach, who was also happy to see Kazan for the first time in such a long time. Seeing his acquaintance, the general noticed that he seemed to have been through a lot since the last time they saw each other. Besides, he heard that Aksha was defeated by some guy who used Lai Rang's skills. The guest confirmed that this had indeed happened, although he was embarrassed to admit it. Kazan understood that it was difficult to break the connection with him, despite the fact that the warrior is no longer there, but Aksha continues to be afraid of him. This angered the guest, as that took a lot for him to endure so many humiliations, but now he is not afraid of anyone. Acha added that he has a plan, and if Kazan supports it, then he will succeed. But this angered the governor-general, who did not understand what kind of support he was asking for. Because of that, he rushed directly at his guest from dispersal, aiming at his face. And after the blow, Acha fell to the ground, and Kazan viciously fell on him. He was angry because he understood that the man wanted to get troops, despite the fact that the king had already abandoned him. He continued to press hard on the man and realized that it wouldn't be surprising if Acha lost his head right here. And it was because of this that Kazan had called him here, and this would be a chance for the man to show that he was useful. He took it and squeezed it even harder, as if trying to open his mouth. But he still decided not to do it himself, so he ordered Acha to do it himself. But the guest understood everything, so he said that he could not do it. But as the general pressed even harder, the man screamed and thereby opened his jaw. And then Kazan took out the bottle and asked if he knew what it was, and without waiting for an answer, he explained that this is a special product of the Iron City and his personal invention. It contains the essence of the illusion mushroom. And then Acha saw how he uncorked the vessel and tried to resist. But he did not succeed, and Kazan forced him to drink the entire contents of the bottle and said that this was his last chance. At this time, the boat of our heroes was approaching the water gates of the Iron City. The veteran still had a blade of grass in his teeth and informed everyone that they were almost there. Haran looked at this landscape and realized that this is what this city looks like. But the girl broke him off from this interesting process, asking everyone to wait. She said that after Kazan became viceroy, no one could keep arms within the city limits. And in order to bring the weapon into the city, they need to hide it somehow. But Haran did not understand how to do it. And the girl said that there are two ways, and the first is to tie a weapon to the end of the oar and lower it into the water. Or someone would have to hold a weapon and swim under the boat, but Haran thought that was too dangerous. Since they didn't know how long it would take to pass the inspection, Nanwu also thought that it was too much trouble. But here Jarko told them to leave it to him. Haran did not understand what the boy meant, as he had two ideas. They arrived at a checkpoint where they were asked if they were exchanging farming implements. And Nanwu immediately said with delight that he did, and added that in this city, tools are made much better than in others. The warrior looked at their permit and said that there might be some problems with letting them through. The veteran immediately suspected something was wrong, but they couldn't just leave. So he gave him some money and added that his pass had been stamped by the vice head of his region. But the guard asked if they had any weapons, and the man replied that of course they didn't. He believed it, but reminded that the curfew begins at 12 o'clock at night. Although he checked the other passengers of the ship, the warrior gave permission, for which Nanwu thanked him very much. But then another man approached them and asked them to wait. Everyone was afraid of his arrival. Besides, he said that this is a critical area that is under the protection of the city. It was Nang, the fourth-in-chief general, who scolded his subordinate for such a careless attitude to work. This frightened the inspector, and he began to sincerely apologize for it to the general, who at that moment approached the boat and asked who they were and where they were from, as he had never seen them before. Nanu answered again and said with a smile that they were from Samen village. And then he was struck, due to which part of his hair was cut off. And it happened very easily, since he only had a small cut on his face, and then Nang began to question him. How could they cover such a long distance as sailors without having any weapons, and ordered to raise the oars? Hearing this, Nanwu began to get a little nervous, as he was also frightened by the blow. This experience was also transmitted to Haran, who tried not to show any emotions. The girl was used to such an attitude, and therefore did not even move at all. The first inspector did not understand why they were taking time and ordered to immediately pull out the oars. Nanwu began to very slowly take them out of the water, although his wounds still hurt. He did it very slowly, because he was afraid to lift the heavy tree. Nang watched expectantly as he assumed that these people could do something. But when the veteran took out the oars, they were empty. Only water was dripping from them. Here, Nanwu continued to smile and said that even though they had hired mercenaries for protection, they ran away halfway through. And then Nang himself ordered them to be let through, although he strictly continued to watch them. The veteran once again began to thank only the kindness of this man. A passage was opened for them, and they sailed in their boat further into the city. They tried to move as quickly as possible so that they would not change their mind and stop them. And when they were far enough away, Nanwu breathed out easily. Haran thought that the man was not well, as he saw how he was wounded. But the veteran said that everything is fine and they happened very simply. But he began to worry more about the newcomer, since quite a lot of time had passed. And when he was given a sign with an oar, he emerged from the water breathing quickly. And then he began to take out a skein of cloth in which there was a weapon from under the water. He began to transfer it to the boat and asked if they had passed the inspection. Nanwu said he was just incredible and did his job perfectly. Haran was also delighted with how skillfully the boy did everything. But then he turned his attention to the girl, and his mood instantly changed. She was sad and thinking about something, and most likely because of that man. She clenched her hands very tightly, which indicates not sadness, but anger. Haran did not understand that such a thing could happen, since she, on the contrary, should be happy. Since they managed to pass, but on the contrary, she was very angry about something. At this moment, Nang still remained on the wharf near his subordinates. Without turning his head, he turned to the captain of the guard, who missed the boat. He was indeed a captain before that, but the general said that he was not addressing him, but the one behind him. After these words, he turned and struck the old commander, who did not have time to understand anything. The man standing behind was shocked that his commander had been destroyed, and now he had to take his place. Nang then pushed the previous captain straight into the water, shocking everyone present. After which, the general ordered that he should take several fast boys, and that they should begin to follow those who had just passed. The new security commander understood everything, and said that he would complete this task. And Nanag at that moment remembered that girl on board, as she reminded him of someone. He seems to have seen her somewhere, but he couldn't remember exactly where. On the same day, our travelers stopped at a small restaurant to refresh themselves. While everyone was eating, the girl said that she would go take a bath first, as she wanted to rest after such a trip. Haran did not argue and only wished her a pleasant rest. In the place where they stopped, there were wonderful hot baths in which the girl finally relaxed. It was the first time in a long time that she threw off her heavy clothes and weapons. She enjoyed the hot water alone, carefree bathing. But here someone armed was watching her from above, which she did not even suspect. The man not only displayed his sword, but also watched what was happening in the room all this time. The girl did not know this and just lay calmly, diving under the water. That's why she didn't open her eyes right away, because they were covered in water. Therefore, she did not see anything, although the scoundrel was sitting upstairs, trying to open the window. But as soon as he did, the girl heard a sound and opened her eyes for a moment. After that, she jumped out of the bath, since there was definitely no time to hide in it. She didn't even think about it. Instead, she immediately reached for the sword that was standing next to her. And she deftly threw him to the side where the sound was coming from, and an unknown person was sitting, who was confused by the fact that he saw a naked girl, since she did not cover herself with anything. Her body was still wet, and because of that, the hilt of the sword she picked up also got wet. But despite this, the girl hit the target, but unfortunately, the scoundrel managed to escape. The girl did not even have time to see who it was, but she quickly got her bearings. And she jumped to the high window to see who it was, or at least in which direction the man fled. But unfortunately, she did not have time, and he managed to escape without leaving a trace. Although when the girl looked down, she saw a stain of blood, which meant that he was wounded. Already from the very morning, Harain did not sleep, but washed very intensively, as if he wanted to cheer himself up. Finally, he managed to do it, and he breathed a sigh of relief. But he was troubled by the fact that he was already in the city, but still nothing was known about the quest. And just as he remembered that, there is no final message, a holographic screen appeared in front of him with a sound, on which it was written that this was still the fourth mission, But this time, it was already the second under the task of 3, and he needed to know the Iron Woman. And then Haran realized that this time the quest was divided into 3 separate parts, but he did not understand which woman it was about. But he decided to leave his room, and maybe there he could find out about her. And then he mentioned Salida, and she should know someone who could help with this. But when he went downstairs, he saw only the boys who were already sitting at the table. He did not understand why the girl was not with them, so he decided to ask where she was. Jarko began to say sadly that she had disappeared, but had left a note, in which the girl said she needed to get something before they went to the fortress. Nanwu noticed that this is a beauty that appeared out of nowhere, and now she has disappeared somewhere, but they know her too little to trust her. And Haran didn't want to comment on that, so he simply suggested that they go and have a snack while they waited for her. And the guys jumped up immediately, supporting his idea without any delay. They went into the city, but something strange was happening here. There were no people on the streets at all. Nanwu immediately noticed that most of the establishments were closed, and he did not understand what was happening here today. He knew that this city was supposed to be the busiest, but now there was no one here at all. And then Zarko noticed something and drew the attention of his partners forward. There was a single man selling food that was directly grilled and attracted attention. They approached him and greeted him. He was also quite friendly, so they asked what kind of day it was today. They wondered why all the establishments were closed, and the man was surprised that these people did not know. Since the viceroy had started the war, most of the men in the city were mobilized. This shocked Nanwu, as he definitely did not expect such an answer, and so he wondered who this war was with. But the seller replied that it was with the daughter of the dead king, and it was strange that they did not know. Haran couldn't believe that the war could start right when they were here. The man began to complain that such large taxes are taken from them, and they are used in such a way. Besides, they are now taking younger men as well. The seller believed that everything was much better before, but our heroes have already started to leave. Jarko was also sad when he realized that there was most likely a battle going on there, and he was here. Haran did not understand at all what was happening here, since everything did not go according to plan. And then he heard a strange sound from a barrel that stood next to the house. It felt like someone was there, and it confused our hero. But the sound was barely audible, so he thought it was some kind of animal. So they moved on, realizing that the situation looked bad. Nanwu didn't understand how it happened. He understood that if they recklessly attacked the gate, they would be exposed to Nurkhan's attack from the north. And it was inappropriate, so it is not clear what Kazan was thinking when he decided to attack now. Nanwu realized that they had no choice but to turn back. And the boys immediately went to leave after these words, but only Haran did not move from his place. The veteran and the novice did not understand what the boy was up to, as they had to hurry. But our hero said that they need to complete their mission, and he pointed to that barrel. Nanwu began to guess what the boy meant by trying not to make a sound. Jarko also heard strange sounds, so he warily watched the actions of the warrior. In fact, the observer was not in the barrel itself, but behind the wall that covered it. Our heroes understood this, so at the same time, they thrust their swords into the place where the sound was coming from. This scared the unknown man, but he was lucky they didn't hurt him. But it was not the end. Haran entered the room where this scoundrel was and approached him. The boy stood looking down on the unknown, frightened man. He was angry with him, as he did not like when someone was spying on him. The man who was lying on the ground was afraid of only one look of our hero. Salida at that moment was near some old place, which over time turned into a pile of garbage. But for some reason she was very sad when she saw these remains. She looked at the destroyed stove and remembered how the fire had once burned in it. She also remembered how the sounds of a big hammer on iron once sounded in this place. The blacksmith who worked here always said that iron has its own soul, and this was one of the reasons why they connected their lives with this or in general. They all want to awaken the soul of this metal through its processing. She remembered how the man who told this beat a hot iron rod holding it with special tongs. She even recalled how he suggested that she try to beat him herself. This blacksmith was her father, and this ruined building was their home, complete with Ford. It was he who made such patterns, who was on Haran's sword, saying that it looked like iron dancing. Salida was very young then, and wondered how he managed to do it so well. Remembering this, she almost cried, as she understood that this could not be returned. But she came here to take the complaint, as she intended. With these words, she addressed the man who was standing behind with 2 guards. His name was Chief, and he had one eye bandaged now, but he recognized the girl. At the spot itself, Haran and the others continued to interrogate the man who had been watching them. Nanwu couldn't believe that it took so much effort to just learn the spy's name. Haran assumed that this man knew nothing at all about the precious sword, and Jarko, on the contrary, enjoyed the process and asked if it was necessary to strike a few more blows. The man didn't like that, so he started yelling that he didn't know anything and was telling them the truth. But Nanwu forbade him to hurt him, as he himself realized that he is just a small pawn who does not know anything. But Haran did not understand why Nang had hired someone to pursue, and the veteran already decided to answer this question. He said that the general would make it difficult for them to pass, but they did not arouse any suspicions. So it looks like he recognized someone he could see before. But Haran did not understand who he was talking about, since they were all seeing him for the first time. And then he remembered Salida, who apparently had already been in this place, and it was she who was recognized. She was talking with the people at that moment and reported that she had brought the princess's soldiers here on their order. She remembered that their gaze had changed when she mentioned the king's sword, and it was no wonder. The man said that if the royal family wanted to gain the support of the common people, then the discovery of these treasures. The family will be the best way after all. Even if the information may not be true, they will still rely on it. The chief added that he had met Nang at the gate, and the girl added that he seemed to recognize her. And the man told her to be careful, as Nang was personally the most similar to Kazan among the trio, after all. The girl sat down on the ground and confirmed that she knew all this. She went to a hatch and, opening it, said that she would never forget it, because she had seen his face in this place before, and when she remembered it, she felt sad.